Chapter 1. Let's talk about 3 years. See Circle Calendar 1496. Goat Island, located in the first half of the Grand Line. In the future, Straw Hat Crew people will stay here for a few days. It is an island with rich mountains and forests. At this moment, a wild beast roars from the depths of the forest, which startled a large number of birds to fly into the sky. I saw a big tattooed tiger with a length of 7 or 8 meters, and ran out in a panic from the shaking mountain forest, splashing a large piece of soil with its teeth and claws, as if there was some predatory beast behind him, wailing and fleeing with its tail sandwiched between it. Run! The sun poured down through the lush branches, and a little golden figure suddenly appeared. He straddled a distance of 3 meters in the blink of an eye and kicked the tiger's out of thin air. Accompanied by the wailing, the tattooed tiger flew out, rolled up the dirt and grass scraps on the ground, rolled a few times like a ball, and then smashed under a giant tree. He leaned forward and quickly climbed up his teeth and grinned. It should have been a mighty and vicious face. At this moment, he lost his dignity as the king of the forest, and instead begged for mercy and grievance. "You seem to have lost weight recently." The golden man approached, and Gaia Chaos looked disgusted. Year after year, counting from the beginning of the journey, it has been 3 years since he came to this world. He was calm at the beginning of the journey. After all, every month in the global village, millions of predecessors get the pig's feet script, and thus embark on the road to becoming a god, sling all enemies in the world, and finally sit on the throne that the world can only look up to. It can be called the road of a generation counterattack. Traveling through this stuff is a job, except for a little excitement and freshness at the beginning, but afterwards, it feels dull and boring. It was see Circle Calendar 1493 when he crossed over, a bit early. It wasn't long before Sakazuki and Polisolino joined Marine that year. Doflamingo, who was born king that year, would kill his father. Boa Hancock, the world's #1 beauty, was just born that year. That is to say, Kuzan has not joined Marine yet, Gold Roger has not yet become the One Piece, Marine's current marshal is Kong Kong, and in the future 4 emperors and 7 warlords of the sea, some will only show their edge, some are still innocent and cute. Children. As for Monkey D. Luffy who wants to be the man of One Piece, it may still be liquid. This era is the era of those legendary powerhouses in the future. Can be called a flurry of demons. As many people of choice, cows still has the most basic cheat benefits. It's just the kind of basic welfare cheat that has already been bad. First, automatically learn the language and characters of One Piece. Second, because of crossing, the talent, soul, body, and so on get the second development. It can be seen as a genius from being mediocre. Then there is no more. Yes, Chaos didn't believe it at first, but 3 years have passed. Life has to go on. However, Chaos had a dreamy start, which can also be said to be lucky. At the beginning, I was holding my urine, and I found a place to solve it. I found a golden thing, with a weird pattern on it, that was familiar to me. At that time, Chaos's heartbeat slowed by a beat. He held the urine back abruptly, and picked it up without dismissing it as dirty. It smelled like urine. The golden devil fruit is Logia sparkling fruit. At the beginning, it was at its peak. He had never eaten shit, but as devil fruit fell, Chaos felt that he had taken the first step in his life, and shit was more delicious than this thing. Before long, his face turned green. This is not the sparkling fruit he wants. It's Paramecia golden fruit. The theater version of the Golden Emperor Guild Tizalo's devil fruit is now cut off by him. But after the disappointment, Chaos was excited again. The dream of the last life can be realized in this life. One Piece and Marine King broke down. Isn't it popular to become the world's richest man? What can be solved with money, what is it? See who is not pleasing to the eye, offering tens of billions of rewards, and some people do things for him. This corrupt and disorderly world can be manipulated with money. Then Cows calmed down after being excited. Taking into account the current situation and the fact that he is a weak force, he decided to go ahead for a few years. And this goal is 3 years. He stayed on this island for 3 years, even if there were merchant ships or even pirates on the way, he did not intend to leave. Make up your mind to be strong enough to protect yourself before you go out. It's still a high-profile wave. Everyone takes the script of the protagonist. You have to speak arrogantly, and you have to be wild. Otherwise, how can you be worthy of the sky and the ground? Roar! The big tattooed tiger's eyes revealed human anger and suffocation, staring at the golden eyes and slowly backing away. Since meeting this human 3 years ago, its free days have gone forever. The standard of living was once reduced to poor households. Whether it was windy or rainy, the guy in front of him came to him unimpeded, and at first he chased him, but slowly didn't know what was going on, he was chased and ran away. Since then, its spirit is decadent, and its life has plummeted. The only comfort is that there are 2 guys with it. For example, a lion with a hot head in the mountain next door, and a crocodile with armor in the largest river. Once upon a time, the 3 of them carve up the entire mountain range and are well-deserved forest overlords. But now every day is in dire straits. Bite! Cows stretched out his golden arm and leaned forward to the big tiger's mouth. Looking at the golden arm in front of him, the big tattooed tiger looked humiliated, opened his teeth and bit his mouth with bitterness. Use a little harder. Cows was a bit dissatisfied, this guy didn't even leave a tooth mark, his bite force disappointed him, and he could have been injured before. Roar! Pulling out the strength of the breastfeeding, the big tattooed tiger wailed. It really wanted to kill this guy, but it was too hard. It's useless, but you are still the king of the forest. After a while, Cows looked at his golden arm, there was not even a trace of marks on it, wiped the saliva on the brown-yellow-black horizontal stripes, then turned over and jumped onto the tiger's neck and looked at his golden hands. Is it the hair or the eyes? The whole body is transformed into gold at this moment. During the past 3 years, he has been doing exercises such as running, push UPS, sit UPS and so on every day, and he has been inhuman for many years. In addition, his spiritual talent and physique have been improved due to his crossing. Now he has a little self-preservation. The golden fruit has also been developed to a certain extent. Not only the whole body can be turned into gold material, but also the body shape can be changed arbitrarily. With a thought, the whole arm wriggling quickly transformed into a golden sword. It can be said that cows can be transformed into 18 golden weapons. Just the little tiger under his the big mouth of the blood basin can easily break the tree half a meter thick, and even the rock can break, but now it can't leave a tooth mark on cows. You can imagine how strong cows' defense is now. In addition, the presence of gold can be sensed within a certain range. In addition to the strengthening of the physique and the development of golden fruits, cows also had an unexpected joy in the past 3 years. That is one of the 6 types, shave. Just 3 months ago, he succeeded in practicing blind shave. Regarding the 6 forms, anyone who has seen One Piece knows. Chapter 2 They are not clean anymore. Shaving, within an instant, 0.36 seconds, stepping on the ground at a high speed dozens of times produces explosive reaction force to move at a high speed, which seems to disappear from the enemy's eyes. This doesn't require any internal force, immortal energy, or vindictive energy to stimulate. As long as the physique is strong enough and the speed of the feet can reach this level, then the cultivation can be successful. There are no esoteric martial arts cheats, some just step 10 times in 0.36 seconds. At the beginning, he also practiced with a fluke attitude. There is also Iron Body, which is beaten. Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, and paper arts have not made much progress, and may not have met that requirement. Although Finger Pistol did not succeed in training, cows can leave finger pits in the tree when his hands are kept in gold. Compared to himself 3 years ago, cows now can hang thousands of them. But now these rewards have been exchanged for sweat and torture in the past 3 years. It was difficult to persist at the beginning, but slowly got used to it. Lying on his back on the back of the big tiger, Chaos kept his whole body golden, the duration of which depends on when his physical strength was exhausted. But the physical strength consumed every minute and every second is almost negligible. If you stay in the golden age and be beaten, the physical strength will be consumed faster. Roar! It didn't take long for the little tiger to carry Chaos to the other side of the mountain. On a piece of grass, there was a 7-8 meter long male lion with a scar on his face, making it look more fierce than the little tiger. This is the little lion who is one of the 3B. The experience is similar to that of Xiaohu. Since meeting Chaos, the lions have been ups and downs. Now when I saw the Jin Kankan little golden man, his fierce and big face suddenly became stunned. Go and catch me 2 good elk. Chaos sat up and looked at the lion head pulling his face, his golden eyes picked up. Who is this guy holding his face for? Is it because you want the education of love? He is not even afraid of tattoos, and he is afraid of burning his head? As far as society is concerned, he is the master of the biological world. Flop! The huge lion head shook, and the little lion flicked his tail after a sneeze, exuding the temperament of a melancholy prince all over his body. Then the little tiger continued to move forward, and finally came to a large river, lying on the sandy shore of a 15-meter-long crocodile, exposed belly, basking in the sun and snoring. It's fine to open the blood basin, and the tongue is still drooling on the side. Look at that way and sleep soundly. It is the overlord of this river, and its biggest dream is to kill cows. Boom! Cows appeared on the sand out of thin air, his right foot leaned back and kicked on the sharp-mouthed head, and accompanied by the brutal wailing, the 15-meter-long body slammed into the ground and rolled continuously. Turning over from the ground quickly, when he saw cows, his original anger disappeared. It's this damn guy again. 10 minutes later. In the dry land on the bank of the river, the little lion dragged 2 elk back reluctantly, and the little tiger also brought back a lot of dead wood from the forest. As for the small jaws emerging from the river, he was holding a few fat big fishes in his mouth. Everyone has a clear division of labor. Chaos, who was exercising his index finger upside down, stopped and started to make a fire. 1 person, 1 lion, 1 tiger, 1 crocodile surrounded the fire. Compared with the size of the liger alligator, although cows developed again in 3 years, it grew from 1.76 meters to 2 meters, but it was still not enough. What are you doing in a daze? Go and wash the skin and internal organs. Do you still need me to teach you? Cows raised his eyebrows and his eyes were sharp. Roar! The 3 guys were angry and scared, and began to tidy up the big fish and elk. The sharp claws opened up the intestines with a light stroke, and took out the internal organs very skillfully, removed the deerskin or fish scales, then washed them in the river, and then pierced the branches in. The whole set of movements is clean and neat, and it makes people feel distressed skillfully. Chaos was sitting by the fire, watching the 3 big guys cleaning it awkwardly, without any guilt at all. Speaking of this, the world is strange. Some animals have a high IQ, and some even armament hacky, such as these 3 guys. In the past 2 or 3 years, he and these 3 guys got along very happily. At first, if these 3 guys weren't chasing him all over the mountain, his physique might not be strong now. It's a pity that except for the shaved, the other 6 types, even the armed color and the sided color have not improved. Armed color and iron body, he remembered that he only had to be beaten, and the more he suffered, he might suddenly wake up. In the past 3 years, he has endured a lot of beatings, but unfortunately it was useless. But the resistance to fights and resilience have improved. This is very clear. I have also practiced seeing and hearing beauty. He blindfolded his eyes and turned into a little golden man to let the 3 guys sneak attack him. Dynamic response and these abilities have also been improved, but even if there is a layer of window paper, it is still a world of difference if it is not pierced. Do not. In the pirate world, armed SX and seeing and hearing SX are the most basic abilities, and you must have a master. It looks like we have to leave. Cows looked at the fire in deep thought. He had dealt with animals for the past 3 years. Although he had encountered life-threatening situations, he had not fought with people at all. This will be a shortcoming. In other words, he lacks real combat. Only by fighting will you know your own shortcomings, and will make a person stronger quickly. It is not advisable to work behind closed doors. Now that I am more or less self-preserving, it is time to go out to see this magnificent era. Seeing that the 3 ligers were thinking, they did not bother. Instead, he put the elk and a few big fish on the fire, and from time to time he stretched out his big claws and flipped it. As the fragrance continued to pass, the ferocious fangs began to secrete water, swallowing the thick throat, and the thick tail constantly swept ground. Only at this time or in the evening each day, they are happy to come to cows. In the rest of the time, I can't wait to be bitten to death, even the bones are not left. After filling up the 5 internal organs temple, the daily love and killing begins. Cows closed his eyes back and forth to avoid the attacks of the 3 guys. He fought hard when he didn't hide. And would fight back from time to time. Anyway, he would kill him. Those 3 guys won't keep their hands, hoping to kill cows. Everyone has hidden murderous intentions. Life now is really not the freedom that a lion, a tiger, or a crocodile should have. It just killed him anyway. Scratching, biting, and bumping, the 3 guys just looked at each other and reached a consensus. The tacit understanding has been established in the past 2 years. When this human is killed, everyone will be good brothers. It's not a dream to return to the peak of the tiger, lion, and crocodile life in groups of lion concubines and free life. For a time, the chicken and the dog screamed and screamed again and again until the setting sun went down. Hey! Cool! Sweating his back and his whole body blue and purple, Cows shook his sweat-drenched hair, stretched his waist, and his whole body was sore. I don't know if it was an illusion. He felt a little uncomfortable if he didn't get beaten. The 3 guys on the ground had blue noses and swollen tongues, and they lay down on the ground and breathed rapidly, twitching their faces from time to time, and their faces were distorted by pain and despair. It's like being taken away forcibly for the first time in life. They are not clean anymore. More than 10 minutes later, when he saw cows dragging an elk and waved goodbye to them kindly, the 3 naive squatting on the ground spit out sputum on the ground, wishing cows from then on. The world has evaporated. They have been praying for this kind of dream for more than 2 years. But it's useless. The beast would still come to them the next day. Chapter 3 must be installed. This is a matter of principle. The red clouds hover in the sky, and the sunset is beautiful. The red sun may sink to the horizon soon, and the gentle sea breeze blowing in the mountains makes people feel refreshed. Cows carried the elk down the mountain, and has been acquainted with the town and other neighbors in the past 3 years. He has never exposed his abilities or found gold on the mountain. He has always been hunting in exchange for some daily necessities, and his home is halfway up the mountain, more than 10 minutes away from the small town at the foot of the mountain. Yo! Cows caught another elk, which is a bit big. Walking on the streets of the town, many villagers greeted Cows. Good luck today, you can live a good life again. Cows smiled heartily, and all these people came and went. He can't catch prey every day, sometimes it doesn't open for 2 or 3 days, and sometimes only catches some animals such as pheasants and hares. Cows set his own people as ordinary people. It can be said that he is extremely cautious and has perfectly integrated himself into the ranks of ordinary people. Otherwise, with the current ability of Cows, plus the 3 ligers and tigers, it would be easy to catch some large animals. Smiling all the way, these people have helped him more or less. Or send some daily necessities such as vegetables, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, and Cows sometimes even send some game and some medicinal materials. You come and I help each other, and life is still peaceful and peaceful. Carrying the elk to the butcher's house on the street, the butcher solves all the killing of pigs in the small town, and also opened a butcher's stall. Basically, the prey that cows caught was sold to the butcher. The price is fair. Regardless of the fierceness of the butcher, he is actually very enthusiastic. After selling the elk, cows went to the Uden noodle shop opened by the old wife and wife of Thist, where he often ate noodles on credit. Uncle Tist, the old rules, put more spicy and green onions. Sitting on the stool, cows yelled in the direction of the kitchen. No problem. Theist in the kitchen didn't come out to greet him, he knew it was cows when he heard the voice. There is a new newspaper today. Looking at the newspaper on the table, Chaos opened it and began to read it. In the past 3 years, he learned about the news from the outside world. The newsbird in this world is a magical place. As long as there are people living in it, there will basically be newsbirds with newspapers to sell. The lonely red Balorik Redfield and Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku flee after destroying a medium-sized island for 5 days and 5 nights in the New World War. Iron Fist Garp pursued the Roger pirates. The two sides fought on the Grand Line. The result is unknown. Whitebeard Edward Newgate appeared in New World and clashed with Golden Lion Shiki, the captain of the Flying Pirates. Marshal Marine Kong personally hit Kaido, but Kaido escaped by chance. The IWC Tato land established by Charlotte Linlin is rapidly expanding its power. World Destroyer Burndy World destroyed a branch of Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr made a strong shot. Marines 3 Logia rookies, Sakazuki, Polosalino, and Kuzan, have captured numerous pirates offering hundreds of millions of rewards on the Grand Line. In the latest issue of the newspaper, there are a lot of news reported on it. In addition to those pirates who became legends after more than 20 years, there are also many great pirates who have never appeared in the original works, and they offer hundreds of millions of rewards. Hundreds of millions in this era. In Luffy's era, it was 3 to 4 billion, and it was still the kind without water. In the future era of big pirates, the amount of rewards does not represent strength, but the degree of crime. Such as the indiscriminate killing of innocents, the destruction of villages and kingdoms, the amount of rewards will rise sharply. Unlike the current era, the amount of rewards is linked to strength, and the more rewards, the stronger the strength. It's so FG dangerous. Looking at the reports, many of them were news from a month or even half a month ago. Now all kinds of jicky snake gods and demons are dancing around, thinking about it, it's exciting. Although there are only a few who can become legends in the future, those who offer hundreds of millions of rewards for everything in this era have a few brushes in their hands. As long as he can live to Luffy's time, he will be duly sealed as a legendary pirate. In this era, Kaido and Big Mom are already showing their prowess. Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lonely Red, Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, World Destroyer are writing their own legends. Rookies like Sakazuki, Polosalino, and Kuzan are also bloom your own light. In the future, the world structure of 4 emperors, 7 warlords of the sea, marine, revolutionary army, underground kings, etc. has not yet formed, and the world government is still the most well-deserved overlord. The mentally retarded groups in the Holy Land are still singing and dancing, living a life of drunken and golden fans. The era of the great pirates has not yet begun. After 3 years, it's time to go out and get insights. It's a wave. The previous life was unremarkable, just an invisible person for all living beings. When you see those glamorous stars on TV, the rich second generation who is out of luxury cars and beauties, or the rich and powerful, where is the focus? He also wants to be high profile and arrogant. Others still have no choice but to take him. That kind of life is what he wants. Finally got the protagonist's script, don't make the world miserable, just die. Even if his leg was broken or he died on the way, he had to finish the process. Not only did he have to go, but he had to go high profile and arrogant. Must be installed. This is a matter of principle. Not negotiable. After eating the udon noodles, cows returned to the wooden house halfway up the mountain. This island is called the Goat Island, and it's on the Grand Line. In almost half a year, some merchant ships will dock to sell or buy supplies, and some pirates will be out of luck. Calculating the time, there will be 3 to 4 months before merchant ships will pass by. Cows intends to follow the merchant ship to sea outside first, and currently has no clear goal. The most basic core is to become stronger. When he has the ability to protect wealth, he will be the world's richest man. One Piece is not as loud as his name. After all, the era of the great pirate started by Roger is based on One Piece, but One Piece symbolizes wealth, power, and fame. These 3 things are already available to the world's richest man. Maybe Roger has to find other reasons for temptation to start the great pirate era. In addition, if you are boring, you can do 2 side jobs, such as getting 4 emperors and 7 warlords of the sea. It takes a long way to go to say the arrogant and compelling saying, "I'm not interested in money, I've never touched money." Although there are some double standards, it feels very cool. Night had fallen, and there was no entertainment in the evening, so cows had no choice but to continue practicing. Although a little tired, the thought of going out to sea would be life-threatening, and his fighting spirit suddenly became high. "I am a little bit tired now, but I am preparing for the future. When I think of the arrogant and rich life in the future, these are nothing." For 3 to 4 months, see if you can successfully practice 6 forms or 2 color haki, even if it is only one of them, you can make money. Chapter 4 Diversified Development of Devil Fruit. In the early morning of the next morning, cows came to the back mountain wall just after the fish sauce and white belly, and continued to develop the golden fruits on a daily basis. With both hands facing the ground, he grabbed it in the air. If there is gold in the ground within a radius of 10 meters, all of it would break out of the ground, suspended in front of cows like an arm drive. With a thought, these golds become 18 weapons like swords, guns, swords, and halberds, or they can be compressed and split into small needles, which fly out like bullets and can easily penetrate the rocks and surrounding trees. This is hardened gold. Immediately afterwards, all the gold was combined into one, about as much as a 1 meter cube, and the weight was very large. It can be said that it is all the gold of the entire island, which has been collected by cows for the past 3 years and buried here. Under the control of cows, it began to soften, forming a strong gold lion majesty, which curled up a tree and tightened, and finally the tree broke with a click. This ability is similar to Magneto's superpower, except that cows controls gold. Ability is strong, but it is based on the presence of gold. He still can't make gold out of thin air, or convert an object into gold. He can only turn his physique into gold, or manipulate an existing range of gold. Even the Golden Emperor in the theater version, even if devil fruit has awakened, cannot make gold out of nothing. Perhaps it is possible to develop to a deeper level. Gold Lion Majesty seems to have life under the control of cows. Crawling and twisting on the ground like a snake, soft and boneless, it is not as hard as hardened. Now it is fluid and soft. As soon as he lifted his right hand, the Golden Lion Majesty stood upright and began to change, and finally hardened and compressed into a 3-meter-long square halberd. Cows held it in his hand and danced casually. The flying sand and the stone ground were easily torn. Flicking into the air, Fang Tian's painted halberd began to split into a golden long sword, erected on the mountain wall deep in the distance with the sound of breaking through the air behind cows. This trick is a bit like Gilgamesh's Treasure of the King. There is a long-range attack. When the armed color is awakened in the future, the offensive power will be even more terrifying, and the combination of experience and color means where to fight. After bombarding wildly for a while, Cows pressed all the golden swords with his right hand to rotate around his body. Amidst the collision of the golden horse and iron horse, several golden swords began to soften and merge into one, fitting Cows from head to toe. C's body spread to his head. With just 2 or 3 breaths, Chaos was impenetrable and put on the golden armor. It's like the Iron Man nano battle gear in Avengers 4. There is nothing wrong with walking 2 steps back and forth, just because the golden cows on his body can be soft if he wants to be soft, so there is no joint stiffness. Shoo! Disappearing in place and appearing 3 meters away, cows hit a tree trunk with a thick thigh with a punch, and the dense tree broke and collapsed with a crack. The gold on the back of the right hand squirmed and spread into a golden long sword, and when it struck the broken trunk, it easily split into 2 pieces. Long-range attacks, wearing golden armor, and the ability to change weapons at will are equivalent to offensive and defensive integration. No matter whether it is close combat or long-range combat, there are no special weaknesses. When wearing the golden armor, Cows himself can also become a little golden man. That would be a dual defense. In the future, if you learn Iron Body and Armed Color, the defense is definitely leveraged. The golden armor on his body began to shrink. Cows raised his hands and shook it, and then took a deep breath. Then a miracle happened, and Cows began to lift off from the ground, and finally stood 10 meters in the air and looked at the surrounding scenery. The corners of his mouth were cracked to the roots of his ears, and he was obviously in a good mood. Even if he has not learned moonwalk, he can still fly by manipulating gold. I thought that when I first came up with this idea, and I was going to practice, I accidentally fell freely from the air every day. It felt like walking a tightrope. Very silky. Boom! The wind and waves swept through Cows, speeding up, disappearing into the sky and coming to the back of the forest. It soared to the sky and stood above the clouds. Surrounded by white and boundless white clouds, Cows closed his eyes and opened his hands, as if embracing the whole world. The golden armor spread to the soles of the feet and finally formed a golden giant sword. Cows stepped on it and disappeared into the white clouds. It didn't take long before it sprang out from the white clouds in the other direction. For a while, the fat white cloud marshmallow thousand there were sores and pits everywhere caused by the flight of Cows. The legendary flying sword was achieved in this way. This is also the reason why Cows has the courage to go to sea, because flying can increase a lot of chances of survival. Can't fly, there is no sense of security in the sea. Wow! Cool! Cows laughed wantonly, this kind of free and easy flight, as if the bird had the feeling of the whole world. It was really cool. The golden giant sword began to soften and spread to the back. Cows landed freely towards the blue and magnificent sea, but 2 huge golden wings appeared behind Cows just 2 breaths, and as the flapping rolled up the wind and waves, Cows ups and downs in the air like a golden bird man. Once again, flying soaring into the sky and standing on the top of the cloud, the golden wings transformed into a palm-sized mini golden sword, which burst into the air like a bullet, and finally formed a golden torrent flying through the clouds. There was a small golden sword at each of Cows's feet, and the surrounding dense golden long swords circled in his heart, forming a storm winding and revolving. The sound of the collision of the golden horse and the iron horse couldn't stop people's enthusiasm. Recklessly developing in the clouds, Cows fell to the island in free fall almost an hour later, and it was not easy to exhaust most of his physical strength. 3 feet off the ground slowly fell to the ground, the golden armor on his body fell off and hit the ground. The weight was not light. But he has already adapted. It's a pity that there is only so much gold on the island, otherwise wearing and walking every day is equivalent to carrying heavy weight training. Sitting cross-legged on the spot and waving his right hand at the gold in front of him, he began to squirm into a little golden man with a height of 1.7 meters. Under his control, the little golden man turned into somersaults and jumps one after another, and also did a broadcast gymnastics. Golden Warrior. This is a golden clone made by Cows, inspired by Doflamingo's Shadow Knight string. Such as the golden armor, flying sword, treasure of the king, etc., are all based on the ideas of others, such as Iron Man, Magneto, Gilgamesh, and Doflamingo. Compared to the boring development of the original Tzalo, Cows is more diverse. For example, flying with swords, Tzalo didn't expect it. This is the gap between thinking and imagination. After all, devil fruit relies on imagination. As long as there is a little foundation, then some imagination will become real. However, some unrealistic, unfounded and basic ideas are just impossible to achieve in the mirror. Under the control of cows, the Golden Warrior sits in a variety of difficult movements, but if you observe carefully, you will find that it is not so coordinated, and it cannot be compared with Doflamingo's Shadow Knight string. When Cows develops this trick to be like himself, he doesn't need to go out in person to break into the sea. After the enemy desperately defeats the Golden Warrior, it turns out that this is only gold remotely controlled by Cows, and his face must be green by then. But this trick has a big disadvantage, that is, it is not very coordinated now, and it can't leave Cows for 10 meters, as long as it exceeds this range, it can't be controlled. It would be nice to see and hear if you awaken. Cows sighed. If he combines this trick with seeing, hearing, and seeing, how far away he can perceive seeing, hearing and seeing, it is estimated that he can control how far. Obviously, the soul was baptized because of the crossing, but he still didn't awaken in 3 years. This is still after the baptism. If there is no baptism, with the talents of the previous life, it will not be until the year of the monkey to reach the present achievement. Worry. The other is moonwalk. Even if Cows can fly through gold, Cows has made up his mind to learn. If one day loses the golden fruit, or there is no gold to control, he can also increase his survival rate with moonwalk. This is a matter of principle. Not only moonwalk, but Cows also wants to learn all the 6 forms, and even return his awakened life. The physical skill must not be let go. It is about resistance, resilience, endurance, physical fitness, and so on. Throughout the power system of Pirate World, physical skills are important. Chapter 5 The God Killer has finally left. Spring is going and autumn is coming, and the sky is falling with heavy snow. I thought that the merchant ship would come to the Goat Island in 3 to 4 months, but 5 months later, I didn't even see a shadow. Miscalculated. At this time, Cows was like a bald green pine, standing proudly on the highest mountain on the island, with snow-covered eyes, and only half of the mountainside and the foot of the mountain were there a lot of greenery. This is a very boring winter. He was practicing asceticism, with a pair of big pants all over his body, and his muscles were not so obvious. Combined with Cows's height of 2 meters, he appeared to be a little even and slender. In this pirate world with an average height of more than 3 meters, Cows is undoubtedly a disabled person. This is a very sad thing. Yab. Looking at the endless sea level, where a big ship was approaching the island, Cows looked very good, and did not see the pirate flag. It's a merchant ship. After waiting for 5 months, it's finally here. With a breath of mist coming out of his mouth, Cows jumped directly off the cliff. When he was 30 meters above the ground, his whole person suddenly hung in the air and flew towards the foot of the mountain as quickly as running in the air. Moonwalk, Cows successfully cultivated in these 5 months. The main thing is to succeed in the shaving practice. After all, moonwalk is strictly regarded as an evolutionary version of the shaving. As long as the shaving is successfully practiced, and then the master balances the relevant strengths, naturally moonwalk will be fully integrated. And not only moonwalk, but also other abilities. Now that he has achieved his preliminary magical skills, it is time to go to sea to write his legend. I have been here for 3 years and 5 months, and now I see the value of counseling. As he flew through a jungle, Cows grabbed the ground. A fist-sized gold floating in the air turned into a few mini flying knives. With the sound of breaking through the air like bullets, it hit exactly 20 meters away. Hare and pheasant finally flew to Cows with the prey. Nor did he bid farewell to Little Jaw, Little Tiger, Little Lion, and Cows could not wait to go home. Sakura stood in front of the flower tree and grabbed the ground. A large piece of gold broke out of the ground. In the end, the gold covered the whole body of Cows, forming the leggings and inner armor. Can't see the golden inner armor on Cows. This is Cows's trump card, this golden inner armor. As long as Cows is willing to become a murder weapon, it can also become a defensive shield. Offensive and defensive integration is a must-have for home travel and house robbery. And this set of gold inner armor material is the gold essence concentrated by cows continuously removing impurities. Entering the town, you can see that many people are purchasing supplies, and some leaders or guards are eating in the tavern. Generally, merchant ship supplies are when everyone makes a lot of money. It's also time for everyone to spend money. Carrying hares and pheasants, as well as a lot of dried animal skins, cows came to the port and looked at the giant ship about 30 meters long in front of him. There were many people carrying supplies. Just the size of the merchant ship, you can tell at a glance. There is some ability. Generally, pirate ships really dare not robbery at sea. Just the artillery fire on both sides of the merchant ship, as well as the guards patrolling around, some wearing armor, some holding fire guns, well-trained merchant ships of a certain kingdom or power. Nowadays, there are many villagers and people on merchant ships trading things on the shore, and everyone takes what they need. Many villagers greeted cows, and merchant ships will also collect the animal furs that cows carries. But this time cows didn't plan to exchange money or supplies, but wanted to exchange these things for a ride on a merchant ship. First, let's see if the merchant ship is going to the Four Seas or the second half of the Grand Line. It is best to go to the capital of Seven Waters or Sabayati Archipelago. The animal fur is here. A small steward of Merchant Marine looked at the animal fur that cows was carrying from a distance, with a smile on his face, just a little sly. He can tell at a glance that these furs are well preserved. Some wealthy and celebrities like this one the most. They only need to go to some wealthy countries or towns, and sell them for more than 50 times the profit. In this small village, he fudged whatever he wanted. Do you want to exchange supplies or sell? When cows came up with his fur, he kept quiet. There are several well-preserved tiger skins. The most important thing is those snow-white fox skins that are not stained with dirt. There are also many other animal furs, but they are not as valuable as tiger skins and fox skins. Excuse me, where will your merchant ship eventually stop? Which islands will it pass through? Chaos blinked, looking simple and honest. The final location is Sabayati Archipelago, and we will pass Alabasta, the city of Seven Waters, and some other islands on the way. The little manager didn't look up, and continued to observe the fur. You may not have heard of these islands before, and it's no use asking them. Is it for supplies or Bailey? Can these things give me a ride? I'm going to Sabayati Archipelago. Cows didn't hesitate too much, and just happened to look at the little steward who was raising his head. You sure? Yep. The little manager hesitated for a moment, meditated for a moment and coughed until I can let you on board, but these things are all used as the boat fare. In addition, I am not responsible for any pirates or dangers encountered in the way. Good. We will sail the boat in 3 hours. You take this thing. When you get on the boat with this, someone will lead you to your residence. The steward took out a ticket from his arms. It was really a ferry ticket. In the case of cows, every merchant ship will encounter it. Nowadays, there are many people on the ship, like cows, who boarded the ship on other islands and then went to the next island. In this era, small merchants or ordinary people use merchant ships to go to other islands. After all, it is a bit safer. It's the most stupid to set sail alone. What's more, here is the Grand Line. Like Luffy Pig's feet, he dared to drive a small boat out to sea at the beginning, but Cows asked himself that he couldn't do it. Can only be said to be the son of destiny in this world. If Cows had a model and went out to sea like this, he might not find the dead body, or it might have become a baba and merged with the sea. Cows, you want to leave? Several aunts and uncles nearby did not show any unexpected expressions. After all, everyone knew that Cows was a foreigner, and they were not surprised to leave one day. Yes. Chaos handed the hare and pheasant to the 2 aunts, and looked back at the town and the back mountain. He was still a little bit disheartened. After all, I have been here for 3 years and 5 months. After I become strong, I might come back here one day. This is my starting point, and the most important years of youth in my life are also lost here. After bidding farewell to the aunts and uncles, Cows got on the boat. With the help of a ferry ticket, led by a messenger, enter a room on the bottom of the cabin. It is small, crowded, and messy. It is a room the size of an ordinary bathroom. The only thing that is fair is that there is a window to sea. When it came to the sea, Cows lived alone. The key is that if you want to live with 2 people, you can't live. In the past, there were many rows of corridors in this kind of rooms. They were all occupied by people who had no money. Some wealthy people would live on the upper floor. The rooms were bigger and more luxurious. Cows didn't plan to change, just this kind of room is not bad. The wealth is not exposed, he still doesn't want to cause any trouble. 3 hours soon, as the merchant ship started moving away from the port. And on the snowy mountainside, 3 huge objects squatted on the ground and looked at the merchant ship going away, all of them relieved. This goddamn finally left. He didn't even say goodbye to them. No animality. Chapter 6 The Sea, You Are All Water. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, the eyes are full of endless waves. 1 day has passed since the merchant ship left the Goat Island. Early in the morning, Cows left the cabin and came to the deck. He took a deep breath of the sea breeze and couldn't help but think of a poem. What? You are all water in the sea. In the vast uncultivated sea, the merchant ship is like a flat boat. There was no pirate ship or other ships in 1 day, which made Cows' original desire to see the pirates suddenly fade. This is not the same as watching anime. When the sea breeze blows on the deck for a while, Cows is not good at practicing, so he has to return to his snail house. There are some entertainment programs on merchant ships, such as gambling. Cows is not interested in these. It is worth mentioning that he can sense a lot of gold, and this merchant ship is quite rich. Returning to the narrow snail house, Cows began to do push-ups and other exercises, which may have become a habit, which caused Cows to feel a little uncomfortable without practicing for a day. This habit is well formed. At noon in the practice, Cows pulled out gold the size of rice grains and went to the kitchen to change some food. Then go back to the snail house to lie down and prepare to take a nap. Continue to practice after waking up. But something happened to sleep like this. In a daze, Cows felt himself in the cradle, as if someone was whispering in his ear, as if he had been coaxed to sleep when he was a child. Somehow the drop flew out of the cradle suddenly, hitting the ground full of heart palpitations, opened his eyes and found that the entire merchant ship was shaking violently. Can vaguely hear the sound of gunfire and shouting and killing outside. Looking out of the basin-sized window, there is a huge pirate ship next door. With a skull flag flying, you can see many pirates who are licking blood and holding fierce spears or swords. Fire! Don't let them run. Such a large merchant ship must be rich in materials and money. Shoo! Grenades were shot from the pirate ship, and the merchant ship also counterattacked. The 2 sides greeted warmly as soon as they came up. Big surprise! Cows' face changed, and a grenade was shot at him, but he didn't panic. After confirming the look in his eyes, he would be fine even if he was hit by shelling. But still have to hide. Quickly opened the door and closed the door, and the action was done in one go. Rumble! A huge fire rushed from behind, and Cows held the door with one hand, looking at the panicked people in the corridor, slowly looking a little out of place. Run! The pirate is here. We will be safe. This merchant ship still has a lot of guards. Damn it, my cargo. That is all my property. Help! The various states of life are unfolding, and Cows prepares to take a look on the deck. Passing by some rooms, they were all shattered by artillery shells and burned with fire. You could see the sea swept by the waves outside from close at hand, and many of them were blasted into fragments. Various internal organs and stumps and broken arms were sprinkled on the walls, and blood flowed drippingly. The smell of blood and burning made Cow's frown slightly uncomfortable. It was the first time that he saw bloody human tissues so close. The bearing capacity is not bad, and there are no symptoms of nausea or vomiting. On the first floor of the cabin, many guards went back and forth in the corridor, either holding muskets or long knives. Even some guests were among them, very aggressive. Now it's a matter of life and death for everyone. Anyone who is in the wrong way will hold a weapon, which will increase a lot of security. There are also some people who only know how to scream and scream. One of the landscapes makes Chaos a little bit astonished. That is the ant with a tonnage of at least 300 kilograms. Wearing a chef's uniform, she should be a chef. At this moment, she is holding a 1-meter-long BG knife and ran outside with a fierce face. She is simply a human tank. People who didn't know thought they were going to kill pigs. Very shocking. Don't come out and make trouble, just let me in. Don't occupy the road, we will protect your safety. Block the dignity of my guards, everyone don't come out. The whole corridor was hot, 2 or 3 guards in armors shouted to everyone. It is a pity that panic is spreading, and many people have lost their composure. Outside, the originally calm sea was completely turbulent, the pirate ship and the merchant ship were very close, and some fierce pirates and guards had been fighting on the 2 ships. Both the pirate ship and the merchant ship were shaking violently now, and the sea water that was tumbling due to the explosion lifted up on the deck, a blood red. Many pirates and guards lay on the deck wailing or turning into a corpse. The stumped arm and the shocking wound were disgusting just to look at. Bullets with short eyes also flew everywhere, and the cabin walls were beaten to pieces. Haha! Kill these damn guards! Brothers are looking for a woman. It's been a long time since I started eating meat. Finally encountered a merchant ship and couldn't let him escape. We are the Fang pirates. If we give up resistance, we can spare your lives. Our captain is offering a reward of 8.7 million Bailey's fangs, and Grand Line even Marine has to give face. Shoot! Save me, I was shot. Go to hell. Cows walked out of the cabin and looked at the chaotic deck. The pirates were laughing wantonly, and some were screaming and wailing. The bloody level was like on the battlefield, and they would die if they were not careful. Call out! A bullet passed by, breaking a hole in the wall on the spot. Cow's eyelids beat, and his heart beat faster. The merchant ship can't sink, he has to use the merchant ship to go to the City of Seven Waters or Sabayati Archipelago. Right in front, a guard was fighting with a pirate with a long knife. I don't know if it was the reason for the weak body, and it was obviously not the pirate's opponent. Just a moment, his arm was cut off, lying on the ground screaming. With a slight movement of Cow's finger, the golden inner armor split into a piece of gold and quickly turned into a nail. With a sloshing sound, like a small lightning, it passed through the back of the pirate's head in one fell swoop. There was no obstacle at all. The pirate held a long knife and slammed it on the ground. The blood on his forehead was mixed with brain plasma, and his body twitched from time to time and quickly lost his breath. Cows didn't feel much about killing a pirate easily. Looks like it is no different from squeezing a chicken to death. The guard who had originally thought he would die turned pale with a stunned face while he was holding his broken arm. He crawled around and quickly found the bunker, sweating and hiding. Death, everyone will be afraid. Cows had been standing at the door of the cabin, 4 golden nails appeared again in his hands, and then under the covert manipulation of Cows, he harvested life like Shinigami. This is equivalent to putting a cold gun, faster than a bullet, and simply can't avoid it. Still in such a chaotic situation. Wherever the 5 golden nails went, the pirates fell like wheat. Some powerful pirates perceive the danger and can subconsciously roll on the spot or hold obstacles, thinking that they can avoid them. But the key is that these golden nails can be turned under the control of Cows. With a scream, many people noticed something was wrong. Damn, there are strong men on this ship. Defense. Notify the captain. A corpse was left behind, and the pirates and the guards were left at a distance, slowly forming a defense and staring at all the guards, but the two sides were still shooting cold guns. The atmosphere fell into seriousness for a while, and the minced meat viscera on the deck that was soaked with blood was exposed, very miserable and bloody. Chapter 7, So I'm Very Strong. Boom. A huge body of 3 meters high jumped from the pirate ship to the deck of a merchant ship. A burly man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and sharp teeth, wearing an open-chested overcoat, with a beard and 3 pistols pinned to his waist, held a hand in his hand. Hang on Lingling's machete. A fierce aura hits his face, with a strong sense of oppression. Many guards held their weapons nervously, even the captain of the guards had a heavy expression at the moment. Fang, the captain of the Fang pirate group, offers a reward of 8.7 million Baileys. This kind of reward is placed 20 years later, at least more than 40 million, and it is not the kind of parallel imports that only knows to kill ordinary people. Who is the matter? The 2-meter-long machete hammered on the ground, and the fangs looked at all the guards fiercely, and the depths of their eyes were full of playfulness. I'm. The captain of the guard was wearing armor and holding a spear weapon in his hand. He stood vigorously and looked at the Fang. As for the captain, hiding behind these guards did not dare to come out. He is only the captain of a merchant ship, not the captain of the pirate regiment. He has no other ability besides being able to fire a few shots. He may be a little bit old. This situation can only rely on the most powerful captain on board. Hand over your treasures, women, and goods, and I can spare your lives. Fang's gaze was full of danger, looking at the captain and surrounding guards who were dignified, full of disdain. Don't think about it. The captain did not hesitate at all. He traveled north and south for so many years, knowing the greed of these pirates. If all the treasures, women, and goods are handed over, it will not only affect the reputation of their merchant ships, but these pirates may also turn back and give everything to the pirates. In this boundless sea, they will definitely hold on for less than 3 days. Unless it is very close to the nearest island. However, according to the nautical chart, they are still 2 days away from the nearest island. During this period, it is not ruled out that they will encounter severe weather such as storms. The weather on the Grand Line is changeable. At the first moment, it was cloudless, and the next moment it might rain down. All kinds of weird weather can't be prevented. Handing everything to the other party is no less than waiting to die. Hey! The women stay, the men are all killed. Fang snorted coldly, he just observed it. The captain is the strongest right now, and the other guards and ordinary people are not mentioned. As for the strange things reported to him just now, it may be caused by some cold shots. Even if there is a strong secretly, he is not afraid. Fang is very confident in his own strength. Kill these pirates. Rush. Kill. The melee began again, this time more ferocious and brutal than before. Cows was still standing at the door of the cabin, with his index finger lightly picking. The blood-stained golden nails that had been scattered in the corners once again reaped their lives with the sound of breaking through the air. Ah! Captain, there is a sneak attack. The screams stopped abruptly. A pirate's temple was penetrated, fell to the ground and twitched a few times before stopping. Damn it, it's a sniper. Find the location of the sniper. Yes. Kill. Stumped limbs and broken arms and hot blood are constantly splashing, one by one cold gun bullets. Whether the battle is the most central Fang and the battle between the captain is more pleasing to the eye. Chaos was reaping his life while watching the battle between Fang and the captain. The Fangs were playfully abused, holding a machete like a cold light sweeping across the army. The captain leaned back in an emergency, and a cabin behind it was shattered like tofu. Cows was a little surprised. Is this a slash? The captain of the field supported the ground with one hand, and Lion Majesty held the spear in his right hand, stabbing it out, and the target pointed directly at the heart of the fangs. It's a pity to be hidden by Fang. With this strength, I dare to resist me. The fangs leaped high, and the speed of holding the machete tightly in both hands was not slow at all, and the momentum was as fierce and powerful as a beast rushing to eat. The captain was very calm and calmly responded. Although he is not an opponent in strength, his speed is dominant. You come and I go between the two sides. The collision of the machete and the spear was filled with sparks, and the surrounding wind swept away some corpses and wooden barrel debris. Ding! Sparks flew, the team's long spear was blocked on the head, his complexion flushed and his feet were deep in the deck. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Die! With the grinning fangs, his right hand suddenly pulled out the pistol pinned to his waist, and shot the captain close at hand. Even if the captain tilted his head at a critical juncture, the bullet still slashed across his face with a piece of flesh and blood. At this time, the fangs were sideways and kicked heavily on the captain's chest. Hot blood spurted out of his mouth, and the captain flew out and smashed a chain of supplies, lying in the armor with blood stained and his face pale. Ha ha! Fang succeeded in the sneak attack, but he didn't get complacent. Instead, he rushed out in the first place, trying to beat down the dog to kill the captain in one fell swoop. As long as this guy is killed, the entire merchant ship is in his bag. Treasures, food, and women will be his choice at that time. Chaos, who had been watching all this, sighed. Originally, Fang was slightly better than the captain, plus enough cunning and insidious. It is not surprising that there is such a result now. Can't continue to wait and see. The golden inner armor on his body softened and flowed out from the trousers, turning into a huge golden sword. Following Kao's finger, it shot out towards the fangs with a breaking sound on the spot. Hoo! Fang was very vigilant, and he noticed the sound of breaking the air and placed the machete in front of his chest for the first time. Just as the golden giant sword shot, the huge power surged back and forth, and almost fell into the sea. Found it! Kao's obviously couldn't conceal such a move. Many pirates around looked over for the first time, and they all began to rush or shoot fiercely. The skin under Kao's clothes quickly turned into gold, and he pulled the golden giant sword between his hands and quickly differentiated into thin golden needles, which fell densely in mid-air. All the pirates stopped and swallowed while looking at the golden needle in the air. Fall! Pressing down with both hands, the thin needle was like rain. And in a panic of crying fear, it broke through the pirates into a sieve. Go to hell! With bloodshot eyes, the fangs rushed up holding a machete. At the moment, Kao's disappeared in place with a shave, appeared on the side of the fangs with a heavy foot, and with a scream of fangs, it turned into a cannonball into the cabin and caused a scream. Some people hiding inside fled one after another. Kao's looked calm, and the golden needles that pierced the deck with a move of his right hand began to float in the air, recombined into 5 golden long swords and stood on top of his head. Pirates all around were already lying on the ground. After all, the guards didn't just watch, they all took the opportunity to fall into the pit and catch them. You angered me! A fierce voice came from the cabin. Fangs dragged the machete to spit out the blood from his mouth, and his face was full of fierce looking at Kao's. 5 golden long swords were aimed at the fangs, and Kao's sneered. Boom! Fang rushed up, holding a pistol in his left hand and shooting 5 bullets in succession. With the thought of Kao's, a golden long sword fell down and transformed into a shield, suspended firmly in front of him, and the other 4 golden long swords flew out. Ding ding ding! The fangs roared, the machete actually pushed away the 4 golden long swords, and came to Kao's, holding the machete high, and came to a breakthrough. Kao's didn't panic at all, the golden shield changed its growth sword again, and his right hand grabbed it on the top of his head. As the force pressed down the deck, a crack was created, which blew Kao's coat. I thought how powerful the opponent was, but now Kao's found that he could sling the opponent. Actually I am very strong. Chapter 8 Learn from the Flathead Brother and Die. Cows squeezed the gold with his left hand, and dense golden spikes appeared on it, each sharp flashing cold light, punching at the fangs. The latter's complexion changed quickly and quickly drew away from the distance and escaped dangerously. But Cows used the shave to get close, jumped up and swept his right foot across the face of the fangs. With the teeth and the splash of blood, the whole face of the fangs was deformed and painful, and it flew away with the sound of breaking. The wood chips, lying at the end, dizzy and almost unable to get up. Cows landed and raised his hand, and 5 golden swords flew out one after another, each shining golden light in the sunshine, but now it is a deadly weapon. Fang struggled to get up and rolled on the spot, too late to think about the image. 5 golden long swords fell into the deck, only the hilt was exposed. Cows is like a cat playing with a mouse, using fangs to test the moves developed by golden fruit. The metal collided with sparks, and the 5 golden swords split into dense golden needles, aiming at the fangs with sharp edges. Damn it! Like the sound of a swarm of bees shooting, the fang's white face was full of panic, and he quickly found a cover to hide behind and gasped. Devil fruit, that guy is demon fruit power. Some common sense fangs are still known. After all, there is a reward of more than 8 million yuan, and he is still a small, famous, innocent pirate in the surrounding seas. I have heard of the secret treasure of the sea more than once, but I didn't expect to encounter it today. The lock of the sky. The 3 golden long swords collided and merged and turned into a golden chain, as if a python curled toward the fangs. Even if the fangs fired several shots or the machete was useless to resist. The chain will not only evade, even if it is cut off, it can be reconnected. His hands were entangled one after another, and the huge body of fangs was abruptly lifted up in the sky. The chains on his body became tighter and tighter, and even the bones seemed to be broken. Cows raised his hand with a wave, and the remaining 2 golden long swords turned into spears, standing behind them at any time to fall and nail their fangs in midair. Spare, spare. I can be your subordinate. The fear of death envelopes the soul, and his fangs are full of blood, begging for mercy with fear on his face. He doesn't want to die. Cows looked around, and the captain and some guards in the distance, as well as many people peeping from the cabin, all looked at him. As for Fang's subordinates, most of them are dead. The remaining small part has been tied up, and the next fate may be to be killed or sold as a slave. Generally speaking, this is the fate of the pirates. Puff! The golden spear pierced through his heart, his Fang's body shook his nose and mouth, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. With the death of the Fangs, the golden spear and golden chains floated in the air to throw off the bloodline above, and finally entered the cuffs of Cows and turned into the inner armor again. Killing the Fangs was considered a shock, not to mention how much blood this guy had on his hands. He could also be regarded as walking the way for the sky. It would be nice if it were stronger, and perhaps it could be taken as a subordinate. It's too weak. Thank you for saving us. The captain and the captain came forward, all thanking Cows. If it hadn't been for Cows, they might have been buried on the bottom of the sea. The little steward who had given the ticket to Cows before now opened his mouth in amazement. It's misleading. This is not an Orion, but a strong man. It's okay, it's easy. People's hearts are separated by the belly, and Cows doesn't know whether these people are really grateful or false. Anyway, he is now the most powerful on this ship, and he is not afraid of any moths. Magic Valley Town, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is a small town where pirates gather for spending money. It can be said to be a paradise for pirates, and it is very prosperous. There are gambling, red light districts, and taverns above. It is not so much a small town as a small country, a gathering place for pirates. There is no such thing as ordinary people, because everyone's hands are covered with blood. There are people coming and going in the center of the town. Everyone who comes and goes has knives or guns around his waist. Perhaps it looks like a weak girl with several lives in his hands. The possibility of a big fight will happen at any time. If you are not vigilant, you may not even know how to die. On the sea horizon far away from Mogu town, a merchant ship docked far away at this time. Looking from the bow of the merchant ship, you will find that Magic Valley town is just a black spot the size of a sesame. Mr. Cows, are you sure you want to go to Magic Valley town? On the deck, the captain, a group of guards, and many others looked at Cows. Yes. Cows looked at the black spots there. The Fang pirates that was settled the day before yesterday was the first time he had fought against people in the past 3 years. Although he could solve the opponent without any effort, Cows felt that he could still improve, such as the speed of gold manipulation and flexibility. In addition, fighting with people and fighting with animals are completely different things. Although this battle was easy, Cows's thoughts and insights have improved a lot. Sure enough, you still have to fight with people. Some things can only be better mastered and run in through battle. Therefore, Cows intends to learn the life creed of Pingtu, and do it if he refuses to accept it, either in a fight or on the way to a fight. Made to the death. It happened that the town of Magic Valley was in the surrounding waters, and the merchant ship was also willing to send him a ride. After they were rescued from Cows, their treatment was very different from before. The arranged rooms are the most luxurious, and they also automatically offer the treasures of the Fang pirates, but Cows only needs gold, which is refined to be integrated with the golden inner armor. This is the change brought about by strength. As long as you have strength, wealth, fame, power, and women are all at your fingertips. In addition, Cows still remembers that Magic Valley town is part of Sky Island, which means that Sky Island is just above this island. He plans to try his luck to take a look and see if he can find Thunder Fruit. Even if you can't find the gold on it, you can store it first, and it will be very useful in the future. And Sky Island is very suitable as a base camp, it is a rare refuge. The town of Magic Valley below is also a very good place, where various Jiki snake gods and pirates gather. Just for exercise. So I want to go to Cows and plan to stay in Magic Valley for a while, and don't worry about going to the City of Seven Waters or Sabayati Archipelago. But Demon Valley Town is a small town where pirates gather. There are many powerful pirates on it. Gone. Cows beckoned, without giving everyone a chance to speak, and controlled the golden inner armor figure to hang in the air like a cannonball and flew out towards the town of Magic Valley. Let's leave this sea, too. The captain was a little anxious, because it was too close to Demon Valley Town, and it was possible to encounter the pirate group at any time. As the merchant ship quickly turned around, it disappeared on the horizon in a short time. At this moment, the figure of Cows landed in the jungle on the back of the island, and did not swagger into Magic Valley Town from the front, which seemed a little low-key. Demon Valley Town can only be said to be a pirate town that spends money like the earth, and it still maintains an extraordinary influence even after 20 years. Basically, some pirates with a higher heart than the sky or self-confidence will deliberately come here to check in even if it is a detour on the Grand Line. After all, it is easy to be famous here. As long as you are famous on this island, you can quickly spread to the Grand Line, so the town of Magic Valley is one of the good places to gain fame. The premise is hard enough. Chapter 9, he wants to become the richest man in the world. Cows walked out of the jungle and looked at the contiguous buildings along the coast. He could hear the voices of people even far away. Looking up to the sky, white clouds surrounded the sun, and just above this 10,000 meters, an island full of magic and gold was there. Boom! A burst of gunshots and shouting to kill caught the eyes of Cows. In the open space outside the town, more than 30 pirates fought together. It was a life and death battle. There are many other pirates around making a fuss, and they are actually buying to leave their bets. Chaos, violent, and bloody. I saw a good performance as soon as I came up. Just 5 or 6 minutes after the battle, someone automatically came out to move the corpse. If it weren't for the bloodline and some minced meat on the ground, who would have thought that more than a dozen people would have died in such a short period of time? The winner gets cheers and money, but the loser only has death. These pirates are completely crazy. After all, no one knew when he would die after licking the blood with the knife's mouth. That tight spirit had already been corroded and became abnormal. Cows passed by and entered the town quietly. On both sides of the street, various taverns, red light districts, gambling shops, and shops lined up. Death Carnival. To open a shop here, you must have guns around you, or you are not afraid of having a backstage behind you, otherwise you will not be able to stand. Drunk pirates can do anything. Some people who look like old and weak women and children are not ordinary people who are helpless. They are probably retired pirate thugs, all cruel masters. Of course there are some real ordinary people, but most of these ordinary people are the offspring of retired pirates, and ordinary people from outside cannot survive here. Here, I am embarrassed to go out without any blood on my hands. If you have not killed anyone, you can see at a glance if you have been in the way. For example, now, Cows has been spotted. Boss, this guy is new at first sight. Still alone. 5 lunatics carrying long knives or muskets, grinning and surrounded Cows in the middle, apparently eyeing Cows as soon as he entered the town. Boy, hand over all the money you have, otherwise you won't be able to leave. The first man with a big beard, picking his nails, was a little careless. With his rich experience, it has been determined that this is a soft persimmon. It stands to reason that the Lone Ranger dared to come to Demon Valley Town. He must have the brush in his hand, and it is best not to provoke such a person. But the guy in front of him knew at a glance that there was no smell of fireworks on his body. It's the first time to enter a prosperous city with the country folks. Isn't it someone who is not easy to provoke? He can smell the smell even far away. As for why the cheeks dare to rob here in broad daylight, it is naturally dependent. Backed by the Lion King pirates with a total reward of 76 million, the Captain Lion King Gappa is offering a reward of 53 million Baileys, which is demon fruit power. It may not be in the ranks of the Lion King pirate group in Demon Valley Town, but it also has a little reputation. Robbery like this can only bully novices or single-handed businesses, and those powerful pirates simply disdain it. Haha, another immature guy has been spotted. Kill him. Betting. I guess he can't hold on for 5 seconds. Lousy, bet him for 10 seconds. Isn't this a beard? The dog legs of the Lion King and pirates. It's boring, so I can only bully newcomers. The Lion King Gappa is a bit capable, and he got the treasure of the sea devil fruit after taking the shit, and he is still in the form of Zoan cat fruit male lion. Let's go, this guy is dead. Just like that, more and more people watched the excitement, and most of the pirates thought that Cows was dead. Some pirates who float at sea all year round and lick blood with their swords have a special temperament on their bodies. Cows obviously doesn't have that temperament yet. It's more chaotic and crazy than I thought. Cows came to Demon Valley Town and expected such a thing to happen. The scene now is the real pirate world, and it may be a battle of life and death with just a glance. Robbery like this is as normal as drinking water. This is exactly what he wants. Only by staying in a madman's den for a long time can you blend in and not look out of place. Some excitement. But what Cows played was the heartbeat. He wants to become the richest man in the world. Boy, did you hear me? Hand over your money, or you will be killed. The mob with a musket spear poked Cows in the forehead, a vicious threat. Many people around were all joking, thinking that Cows was scared and stupid. Please don't poke me. Cows tilted his head back, not angry. After all, these guys are dead in his eyes. He didn't come to Demon Valley Town for low-key fun, but wanted to hone himself through battle. There must be danger, but Cows is not afraid, on the contrary, he is looking forward to it. Some are dead. Haha, my temper is not small, I will poke you, poke you. The thug laughed loudly. There may be a backstage, so he was unscrupulous. It's not that IQ is in a hurry. Puff. The barbaric laughter stopped abruptly. The mob's eyes protruding out of fear, his hands clasped his throat tightly, and the blood was splashing back at this moment. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but only hiccups. Cows's index finger and middle finger were brought together, and blood was dripping on the ground. Finger pistol, Cows didn't know if he had successfully cultivated. Anyway, he can leave fingerprints on the tree without goldization, if goldization can pierce it. This is true even for rocks. It is still unable to shoot the finger pistol like the original CP9 and the underground King Strazy, like the kind of air bullets. The noisy atmosphere quieted down, but it only lasted for 3 seconds, and then it became more lively. This guy dared to do it. It's a stubborn thing. Finally there is a play. Kill them, Lao Zi presses you to win. Boy, I am optimistic about you, kill these guys. Laughing endlessly for fear that the world will not be chaotic. The smell of blood can arouse the madness of these thugs and pirates. Look for death, kill him. With a gloomy face on his cheeks, he greeted the few remaining men who had already regarded Cows as a dead person. Go to hell. A mob with a long knife slashed at Cows fiercely. But Cows just moved a step sideways, his body turned and his right foot swept across the mob's head with a sound of breaking through the air. With the twisted face and blood, the mob's entire head was kicked and exploded. The headless corpse tumbled to the ground. And the bloody neck was constantly blasting blood, which once caused the surrounding atmosphere to climax. Haha. That's it, kill them all. Amidst the roar of the attendants around, a mob held a firearm, dripping with sweat on his face and fired. Cows disappeared in place and appeared in front of the mob in a blink of an eye. He pinched his neck with one hand and lifted it in the air. With a harder, it was like pinching a chicken's neck and dropped to the ground with just 2 twitches. Screamed. Puff puff. With the sound of several sharp weapons piercing into the flesh and blood, Cows killed the remaining thugs like lightning, and looked at his beard with blood dripping from his fingers. Chapter 10. You can be a little arrogant. Boy, you are dead. I'm doing something for the great pirate Lion King Gappa, who is offering a reward of 53 million. You kill my men now, you won't just forget it. Huo had a sullen face, and cold sweat dripped on his forehead when he pulled out the long knife from his waist. He looked away. This guy had just disappeared suddenly, and he didn't even see it clearly. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of Cows's mouth. These guys are very strong for ordinary people, but they are just a little bit for him. He is very interested in this Lion King pirate group. He has offended him anyway, and he doesn't mind getting it done. With a reward of 53 million, it should be very suitable as a whetstone. In this era, a reward of 53 million is offered, which is not a small amount. Just now he heard someone say that it is a Zoan ability person. This kind of meat shield couldn't be more suitable. Call out. Cows disappeared in place, appeared next to the beard in the blink of an eye, kicked out like this with a heavy kick. The beard is still a little capable, and at the critical moment, he even blocked the long knife in front of him, but the power of Cows's kick was a little bit powerful. For this reason, the beard's face was flushed and he only insisted on 2 breaths and flew out. The people watching the play quickly backed away, all yelling and roaring. More excited than the 2 fighting. They yearned for the smell of blood, eager to fight scenes, and even more eager to hear screams and wailing. Ahem. 10 meters away, he was lying on the ground, his mouth and nose could not stop vomiting blood, he could barely get up with just 1 foot, his chest was painful like a living tear, and his bones were probably broken a lot. Cows looked miserable, with a horrified beard on his face, and suddenly lost interest. This guy is a silver-like pewter spearhead, which is not to be used. Just save 1 life to inform the Lion King and pirates. This pirate group will become the first chicken he kills based on the town of Demon Valley. Cows turned and left, planning to find a tavern to live in, but the next days may not be so leisurely. You kind of leave a name. Cows stopped, turned his head and looked at Loha for a moment. Anyway, it's here to do it, so it can be a little arrogant. It has been 3 years and 5 months, and now that he has the ability to protect himself, it is time to make a high profile and spread his reputation all over the world. Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos. After leaving behind a line with the name of Chaos, a group of pirates who watched the show yelled at them, and then they dispersed. As for the beard, he looked fiercely at the back of Chaos leaving, clutching his chest and leaving slowly. Tropical Hotel. More than 10 minutes later, Chaos stood in front of a large hotel. Before entering the door, he could hear the noise inside. Many pirates were drinking. What do you need? As soon as Chaos entered the door, a 5-year-old, 3 thick and 4-meter high waiter stepped forward, carrying a mace in his hand and a gun on his waist, looking down at Chaos. Who would have thought that this guy would be a waiter? Generally speaking, the waiter should be the kind of beautiful and charming beauties, which is simply a beast. Spacker, you idiot, I want a case of rum here. Not far away at the dinner table, a few pirates were yelling at them. A hole. Didn't you see Laozi entertaining new guests? Give it to Laozi. Spike turned his head and cursed in a louder voice, then continued to look at Chaos with a little impatientness. Boy, eat or stay at the restaurant, hurry up. Stay in, eat too. The corners of Chaos's mouth were smoked. The hall was mixed with all kinds of smells of sweat, tobacco, and alcohol, and food. It was as hot as a pigsty. The most luxurious room, 100,000 Baileys a day. The second luxury room, 50,000 Baileys a day. Single room 10,000 Baileys a day, go to the counter with Laozi to pay the deposit. Spike dragged his mace, turned around sharply and walked towards the counter. The person who collected the money was an old man who smoked with a cigarette stick, and the owner of this restaurant. He looked demented and dizzy. He used to be a pirate. He heard that the reward amount almost exceeded 100 million. In addition, many pirates are unwilling to provoke the acquaintance of other business owners in Magic Valley Town. Bringing Chaos to the counter, Spike yelled and went to move the wine. Very rude. What's the price for a room? The smoking boss turned over the account book in his hand without raising his head. The most luxurious. A lump of gold appeared in Chaos's hand, about the size of a fist. This time the smoking boss raised his head. The turbid gaze suddenly became sharp. You can only stay for 5 days. The food is counted separately, and the damages are 10 times the compensation. If you have any trouble, you'd better go out and solve it. The smoking boss tossed gold, put it in the counter and took out something similar to a room card, and then explained the rules of the shop. Chaos took the room card and nodded. Trace. Trace, where did you die? Take this guest upstairs, the most luxurious room. The smoking boss yelled at the hall. Boss, you must die in front of me. Remember to give me the property when you die, or I will throw your body into the sea. A loud voice caught Chaos's gaze. A 3-meter-high, bloated, and murderous weapon was turbulent, with a centipede scar across her face, wearing nondescript overalls, a gun on her waist, and a big axe on her back. She came over, unceremoniously hoping that the smoking boss would die sooner. She is good to inherit the inheritance. A whole Tracy, I will definitely live longer than you. The smoking boss burst into anger. Humph, see who persists longer. Tracy turned her head to look at Chaos and waved follow me. Following this tonnage, Chaos could still hear the muttering curse. On the 5th floor, the most luxurious room is as tall as it is said, but it is actually a daily room with a separate bathroom, a larger area, and a matching sofa. There is a balcony on the side, overlooking the sea and the back mountain. It costs 100,000 Baileys a day, without food, and can only be said to be a pirate island that is drunk and fanciful. But Chaos lacked everything, just not money. I looked around the room, settled down a little bit, and then went downstairs again to have something to eat. There is no door-to-door service here. If you want to eat, go downstairs to the lobby. As for Tracy, who took Cows to the door and left, she was very busy. There are only 4 people in the entire hotel: the smoking owner, 2 heavy tonnage waiters Spike, Tracy, and the chef Bud. It is hard to imagine that such a large restaurant will be revitalized by these 4 people. There is no doubt that the 4 of them were once pirates. I just don't know why I settled down in Magic Valley and retired. Returning to the smoky hall, Cows was still somewhat uncomfortable, but still within the range of tolerance. Aside from other things, this noisy atmosphere is pretty good, and it's easy for people to forget unhappy things. What do you need? Spike was still dragging his mace, beating and scolding with other table pirates fiercely and violently, thinking that he was the guest if he didn't know it. The other pirates are also cursing, or else laughing like crazy. None of these are normal. P.S. QQ Reading, 10,000 rewards for old readers, Islands Under the Sky, love you. The kind that wants to fit into the body. Chapter 11. He is a principled pirate. Your signature dish, first serve 20 people. In addition, 2 bottles of the most expensive wine. Wait. Spike didn't even look at Cows, so he recorded his voice to the kitchen, then brought Cows to 2 bottles of red wine and went to the other table. I'm not afraid that Cows can't afford to pay after eating. After all, Cows had only one end at that time, and that was being sold as a slave by this restaurant. Simple and rude rules of conduct are very effective. Cows was tasting the red wine while listening to the bragging conversation of the pirates in the hall. The pirate in the sea has become famous recently. What about Marine? All kinds of news and trivia are very interesting. The most important news is the news of Roger Pirates, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lonely Red, Iron Fist Garp, and Sengoku of Buddha. There are also many rookies or sharp-edged people. After listening to the information, Cows didn't feel bored, and the food came quickly. Right here. At this moment, more than 30 pirates stood watching the hotel plaque. The head was a man wearing an open-breasted coat with lush chest hair, thick eyebrows, and a few scars on his big eyes, and a 3-pistol pin to his waist. The fluffy lion-like hair is extremely eye-catching. Tropical hotel, a bit uncomfortable. Yes, we have already investigated that guy. He only came to the island today. There are no other accomplices. Someone saw that guy enter this restaurant and never came out. A buck-toothed pirate next to him spoke, and at a glance, he knew that he was engaged in intelligence. Master Gapa, you must avenge me. The previous beard was wrapped in bandages, and his face was pale and sick, and he had moved the backstage out. That guy must die today. Go and ask the kid to come out. Although this guy is just a dog, it's also covered by lousy. Gapa snorted. What he cared about was not being beaten on the cheeks, but about beating the dog without looking at the owner. In Demon Valley Town, he is still a bit famous. If this spreads out and is beaten by his subordinates, and he is indifferent, how will he be mixed up in the future? How do those subordinates follow him? When you come out, you want face. But Gapa is not stupid. He knows that there are many pirate groups or strong men in Demon Valley Town that he can't afford to offend, so he sent someone to investigate in advance. Yes. A pirate ran into the hotel, facing the smoky hall with a voice. Who is the Golden Emperor Gaia Cows? Our Captain Lion King Gapa is looking for you. The pirate swept across the quiet hall arrogantly, with arrogance and disdain in his eyes. Lion King Gapa? The one offering a reward of 53 million. Who is the Golden Emperor? The title is quite arrogant. Never heard of that. Is it famous? The hall, which was quiet for a few seconds, suddenly became lively. All the pirates had a look at the play. Who is Golden Emperor Gaia Cows? I won't be surprised to hear our captain's name. Seeing no one responded, the pirate's face was full of disdain. Whoever is the one he is looking for, consciously point out to solve the problem, and don't disturb Laozi's business. Although the smoking boss on the counter was speaking to the whole hall, his eyes remained on Cows at last. Only this guy is the most suspicious. Cows slowly swallowed the food in his mouth, then finished the red wine in his glass, put his hands in kabuto, stood up and walked towards the pirate. The story goes that the pirate glanced up and down at Cows. His appearance was similar to what he described as a beard. The guy they were looking for. Boy, dare to provoke our Lion King pirate group, and be prepared to be crushed by our captain. The pirate sneered again and again, as if he had seen the tragedy of Cows being pinched to death by Gapa. Without a glance, Cows passed by the pirate who passed the story, walked out of the gate and looked at the number 30 pirates outside, and there were a lot of spectators around him. Are you the Golden Emperor Gaia Cows? Lion King Gapa coldly smirked and grinned cruelly. The name is quite arrogant. Those who dare to kill me will look for death. Are you famous? Cows put his hands on his shoulders, his contemptuous eyes made Gapa angrily grinned. Boy, there is a way to keep up. Gapa turned around and left after speaking. He is a principled pirate. Fighting here will suffer a lot. If something breaks something, those greedy guys will surely make him pay 100-fold, and the gain will not be worth the loss. If you were to be a powerful pirate, you wouldn't care about these at all, and you would fight there if you want to fight. And those greedy guys dare not even fart. Cows looked around, looking at him with a lot of playful eyes. In such a circumstance of the audience's attention, the figure of Cows soared into the sky, passing directly by the Lion King and pirate group and leaving the town first. Now the whole street is a little quieter. The Lion King Gapa is still standing in his footsteps. Flight. It's not like Marine 6 Styles moonwalk. It's probably also demon fruit power. Looking at it, the Lion King Gapa may have kicked the iron plate. This is more interesting. Catch up. This guy called the Golden Emperor is a bit high profile. Is there any high profile strength? I'll know right away. This hand of Cows really made many people put away their previous contempt. The strong are always high profile. How else would others know if they are strong? But high profile is easy to attract hatred, but Cows' fruiting ability is destined to be impossible to low-key. Everyone came out for power, wealth, and fame. Now Cows initially has the strength to match the high profile. I spent more than 3 years before, isn't it just for the high profile life in the future? Not to mention, it's cool. But be careful of being beaten to death. Falling from the air, Cows finally stood on the ground 3 feet off the ground. Looks handsome and free and easy, with a kind of inexplicable sense of heroism. Cows may not be very handsome, but it is definitely the kind of look resistant, wearing a white shirt, a grey jacket over the outside, a pair of black trousers on his lower body, and his shoes shiny and shiny. The hair is neat and tidy on one end, a bunch of bangs are left in front of his forehead, but the sunshine is a bit harsh. For almost 2 or 3 minutes, the Lion King Gapa brought more than 30 subordinates, followed by many pirates watching the show. Gapa didn't counsel him either. He took off his coat to reveal his majestic chest, and his muscles walked up to Cows with his bare hands, and there was a clicking sound from moving his neck. Buy it. The Lion King 100,000 Baileys. Lao Zi bet the Golden Emperor with 300,000 Baileys. With the ability to fly, he can definitely be invincible. I think it's a parallel import. Lao Zi bet the Lion King to lose. A group of poor ghosts. Lao Zi bet 500,000 Berry Lion King. Then Lao Zi bet the Golden Emperor. Before the battle started, some of the pirates who watched the show began to bet their bets. Generally speaking, there are more betting on the Lion King. After all, everyone has heard of the Lion King in Demon Valley Town, but Cows has no reputation. If it hadn't missed his flying ability, there might be fewer people holding him. In the field, Gapa's body swelled suddenly, his hair grew, his physique continued to grow taller, and he became a human-shaped lion as he roared. The limbs are strong and sharp claws ling-ling, buttocks flicks a tail, billowing beast breath rushes toward his face, and the surrounding sand is majestic and majestic. As soon as he came up, Gapa entered into a semi-beast type. Although he was disdainful of cows on the surface, he was already wary in his heart. P.S. Extremely deep deduction, shamelessly invincible, 5,000 starting coins, love you. Chapter 12, Either you killed me or you are killed by me. Appeared, Zoan cat fruit male lion form. Is this the ability of devil fruit? Zoan may be able to increase various defenses, offensive powers, and resilience, the situation is hard to say. This golden emperor may also be demon fruit power, most likely paramecia. With Kobo's transformation like this, it caused a lot of uproar. You must know that the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit, has a price but no market. Even the most trash can be auctioned for more than 100 million baileys. Not everyone can afford it. That is a very luxurious fruit. Some people may never know what devil fruit is the secret treasure of the sea. But what is certain is that as long as you eat a devil fruit, you can immediately have power beyond ordinary people. This is an important shortcut to gain strength and change destiny. Boy, I want to tear you apart. In the field, Kobo looked at cows condescendingly, his ferocious and cruel face, like a shadow covering the sun. Cows felt a little bit of pressure. His guess is correct, only this kind of strong can make him progress, like the fangs and beards before, it can't make him feel strong at all. Either you beat me to death, or you were beaten to death by me. Cows fluttered his head vertically, and his hands were cold and proud. Very arrogant. Complete you. The fierce roar pierced the eardrums, and Gapana's right paw, which was thicker than the thigh, struck like lightning and pointed directly at Cows's throat, which was obviously going to kill with one blow. Cows, who was already tensed and ready, made a fist with his right hand for the first time, and blasted forward without dodge or hide. There was a huge collision, and some cracks were torn in the ground under the feet of the two. Cows couldn't stop backing 2 steps, and he could feel the pain in his fist. Gappa's huge mouth was full of sneers, and his strong legs didn't move. Hey! The sound of breaking through the air slammed into the air. Kobo struck forward and swept across the army with his right foot. Cows leaned back, but Kobo was faster, turning around with his 5-fingered claws like a sharp sickle, grabbing Cows's chest in one fell swoop. Go! Cows moved very fast, so he leaned back and rotated 360 degrees in midair to avoid him, and then he supported the ground with his left hand and closed his feet, like a cannonball blasting into Kobo's chest. The dull collision was even bigger than the last time. Giappa's elbows were ruggedly blocked in front of his chest, and his feet were sunken in the ground and moved horizontally, leaving 2 traces. Cows stood up, and appeared in front of Gappa across a distance of 5 meters in the blink of an eye, hitting a left uppercut that shook the air. Kobo's eyes were full of sorrow, and Cow's speed was beyond his expectation. He didn't expect it to be so fast. However, Kobo is not muddled. At any rate, he also offered a reward of 53 million. With the blessing of Zoan, the reaction ability is absolutely very fast. Kobo stooped and dodged at the first time, and at the same time came a sweeping leg. Although Cows jumped and avoided, Kobo was prepared, clenched his fists and punched the defense made by Cows with his arms folded. Cows couldn't help but withdrew following a wind and wave, and fell into a disadvantage. Hey! Cows breathed a sigh of relief, and he learned a lot from these 2 or 3 tricks. The opponent's fighting ability and reaction ability are better than him, it is a perfect whetstone. This makes Cows's fighting spirit more exciting than ever, and he will definitely grow after this battle. Using the shave to disappear in place, Cows took the lead in launching an attack, intending to fight Kobo. Come on, Captain, I bet all the money. Kill that guy who doesn't live or die, dare to provoke our Lion King pirates. Many pirates on the periphery are making noises. Now the Lion King Gappa clearly has the upper hand, suppressing the Golden Emperor one after another. The latter can only passively defend and is losing ground. Many pirates think that Gappa is set to win. Interesting newcomer. However, there are also pirates with sharp eyes. For example, in a house not far away, a middle-aged man in casual clothes is wearing a round rubber cap and 2 sickle weapons hung around his waist. Looking at the almost suppressed battle in the field, a touch of surprise was revealed. "Reaper Tesses, can you see it too?" There were also many pirates standing on the other houses. One of them, a fat man in a black suit and smoking a cigar, turned his head to look at Tesses. "This guy is offering a reward of 93 million, and he is also a Paramecia Scythe Fruit ability, a Lone Ranger. Prodonite did not expect to meet here. Bloodthorn Pridonite, a reward of 89 million yuan." Tesses looked back at the fat man, and he could see the identity of him at a glance. This fat man is a cruel master. He is Paramecia Thorn Fruit ability. I heard that he killed a Marine colonel some time ago. He was being chased by Sakazuki Rear Admiral, one of Marine's 3 Logia monsters. He did not expect to appear in the Demon Valley town. Do you want to gamble on who will survive?" Prodonite flicked his cigar ashes, leisurely pointing at the battle between cows and Gapa in the field. "Didn't you see it? I believe Madara Horsekiller Barks and Camel Tepiru can also see it." Tesses the Reaper folded his shoulders and looked at the other 2 people on the roof. One is a man in a black and white striped jacket, and the other is a man in long shoes. Madara Horsekiller Barks, offering a reward of 81 million, Zoan Horse Fruit Madara Horse Form. Camel Tepiru, with a reward of 79 million, Zoan Horse Fruit Camel Form. Unexpectedly, it was just a very ordinary battle that would lead to these 4 powerhouses. That kid is actually practicing with the Lion King Gapa, which is very interesting. Camel Tepiru sat on the roof with Erlang's legs tilted, and his face coldly pointed out the battle between cows and Gapa. "Too weak." Madara Horsekiller Barks looked arrogant, with contempt in his eyes. In his opinion, whether it is the Lion King Gapa or cows, they are too weak. Haha. It is said that the Madara Horsekiller is arrogant, as expected. Tesses, the Reaper with the highest reward among the 4, looked at the Madara Horsekiller with a playful look. "You can't beat the guy named Golden Emperor in the end." "Humph, I don't mind killing you now. I believe Marine would be happy to receive the Reaper's head with a reward of 93 million. This is the pirate realm, which fills the air without the smell of gunpowder at all. I'm not teasing you. You can try it after this battle is over. If you can kill the Golden Emperor, I will give you 50 million Baileys." Tesses shrugged, calmly, not irritated by Madara Horsekiller's words. "I like this bet, don't mind if I bet Madara Horsekiller to win." "The same as 50 million. Bloodthorn Prodonite interjected with smoke rings. "Madara Horsekiller, 30 million. Even Camel Tepiru spoke, with a cold expression on his face. 50 million, I laughed at it." The Madara Horsekiller glanced at Tesses, and then looked at the scene of the battle with a fierce look at the corner of his mouth. This is the law of the jungle of the weak and the strong. Cows didn't know that he was being targeted, or in such a few words, he had never even heard of Madara Horsekiller and others. There was no grievance between the 2 sides, but the 4 determined the future of cows just like watching a play. Chapter 13. There is a sense of sight of swordsmanship. Boom! Cows moved his feet deep into the ground, panting heavily after leaving a 10-meter mark, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. There was hot sweat on his forehead, and he looked a little embarrassed. The face of Gapa on the opposite side was very embarrassed. He found that the opponent's defense was a bit scary, even more terrifying than him. For example, the place where the shirt and trousers are wrapped, seems to be wearing steel, and there is no sensuality in a punch on it. The only weakness of the other party is the head and the exposed double fists. Gapa didn't feel wrong, because it was the golden inner armor. Tui. Cows spit out the blood in his mouth and beckoned to Gapa provocatively. From the beginning of a little rush, now he has mastered some rhythm, and he is growing through battle. 2 snorts from the tip of Gapa's nose, anger soaring, and his claws gleamed with cold light. The sharp claws of almost a decimeter are like sharp knives, which can easily snatch a tree with a thick thigh. He became a little impatient. It was a great shame that he hadn't taken the opponent down after more than 10 minutes. Boom! With continuous attacks, Gappa's claws slashed back and forth, and Cows kept turning back and flipping to avoid it. From time to time, he disappeared with shaving. But Gappa's reaction ability is very strong. It is possible that animals are naturally aware of danger, so cows there are some limitations to OSS shave. The main thing is to shave and not cultivate home. If you switch to Garp, Gappa might die without knowing how he died. Smelly mouse that can only avoid. Gappa looked fierce. After swiping both paws one after another, he kicked Cows's chest. With the dull sound, Cows couldn't help but withdrew, but his face was not flushed or breathing, and he was not affected at all. Booming! The ground shook and the mud splashed, and Cows used the shave to disappear in place, and Gappa appeared in the next second, and the whole lion's right arm went deep into the ground, looking at Cows viciously like an angry lion. The opponent is like a cunning loach, slippery. Cows is not the kind of passive defense, disappearing one after another and suddenly appearing behind Gappa, with a thunderous voice on one foot. The dull collision sounded, and Gappa's tail, which had never been used, suddenly swept around Cows's big feet, and quickly lifted Cows to the ground. Cows's face changed, his hands clasped his head and exploded, and a pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared on the ground, but this was just the beginning. Gappa laughed wildly and kept carrying Cows back and forth, his tail entangled like a whip. Boom! For a time the dust was flying, and the surrounding ground quickly cracked and sank, and a lot of mud splashed out like bullets. A few back and forth made Cows a little dizzy, and he couldn't stop the bleeding in his mouth and nose. He was careless. Now we have to use capacity. However, Cows did not choose to gold, but stretched out his right hand to spread out a golden long sword, which quickly formed and cut towards Gappa's tail. Ah! A miserable and painful voice came out of Gappa's mouth. The thick tail was not too hard, and it was cut off and fell on the ground. Bloodline Madara Madara. Gappa looked away at his broken tail, his eyes began to be bloodshot. And the lush hair on his neck exploded. Ahem! Cows knelt on one knee with the golden sword, wiped off his nosebleed and wiped it to the ground, stood up and looked at Gappa coldly. This guy actually forced him to use the fruit ability, but it didn't matter. Anyway, his melee combat ability has been tempered almost, so he needs to find a stronger enemy. The value of Gappa is not as important as it was at the beginning. Now Cows is more certain, in fact, he is not weak. What is missing is the combat experience. You are also capable. Gappa's voice was hoarse, and he could feel the intense murderous intent. The pirates who watched from the periphery were also taken aback. No one could see how the golden longsword in Cows's hand appeared. Turn a bit faster. They can see clearly that there is no place where Cows has hidden weapons. This golden longsword is at least 1 decimeter wide and 1.3 meters long. It can be said to be a golden giant sword. If there is such a big sword hidden in his body, it is impossible not to see it. It should be Paramecia. The 4 Madara horse killers on the roof eliminated Zoan and Logia in the first place. Only Paramecia has so many weird abilities. What it is, it needs to be observed. Cows didn't speak, but looked at Gappa coldly. Even if you are capable, you must die. Gappa was completely enraged and became violent, and his momentum increased. The mud under his feet splashed like an arrow from the string, and the speed was faster than before. Cows took a step backwards, the golden giant sword suspended in front of his chest, his hands were pulled into 5 small golden long swords, and then they slammed out with the sound of howling, with a sense of sight of swordsmanship. Gappa's pupils shrank when he rushed out, and the time around him seemed to be slow. Zoan's dynamic vision increased to ultimate. Gappa dodged between the electric flint and flint, evading 4 golden swords. But the 5th one was still injured, and a bloody wound appeared on his right cheek. If you look closely, you will find that the wound is slowly healing. It's just that some can't be seen. For this kind of injury, it only takes half an hour to give Kobo, to ensure that even scars will not be left. If I change to an ordinary person, there will be no half a month or a month to stop thinking about healing. If Kobo develops this fruit deeper, or even awakens, maybe 2 or 3 breaths will resume as before. It is obvious that Kobo has not yet developed to that level. Puff. Kobo escaped the 5 golden swords, but cows would not stand stupidly, and immediately appeared in front of Kobo with a shave. His right foot was heavily kicked on his chest. The next moment Kobo showed pain on his face. Tumbling constantly on the ground and finally hitting the end, Chnin couldn't help vomiting blood. Obviously this kick is uncomfortable, thanks to Zoan's bonus resistance. Kobo did not have time to breathe, and quickly rolled on the spot, and 5 golden long swords fell behind one after another, and only the sword target was left outside when he went deep into the ground. Cows chased after victory, leaned back with his right foot and rolled up a large piece of dirt and kicked Kobo's head. Kobo covered his head with both hands in the short run, and then flew out again with great power. Shoo! The 5 golden long swords lifted and swung like bullets as cows lifted them. And at the same time they kept using shavings to approach them one after another, which was not giving any breathing space. Ding ding ding! The golden sword kept bursting into the ground, and Kobo could only evade in embarrassment. With his defense, he could not resist the sharp edge of the golden sword. Puff! Dodging the golden sword but not the big feet of cows, Kobo spurted blood and pain in his mouth as the bones squeaked, leaving a trace again rolling on the ground. Now the child can see that Kobo is not an opponent of cows. If it was said that Kobo pressed cows before, then as cows used his abilities, the situation had been reversed. Shoo! The sound of shooting suddenly sounded outside the field, and 1 bullet shot at cows, making cows forced to stop the attack. It is a member of the Lion King pirate group. P.S. Extremely deep deduction, sweeping the world and the new 100,000 starting currency rewards. Lao Zi loves you to death. I owe you 10 more, let me make up for it. I lost the nut. Chapter 14 Fancy Ability. Kill him. Rush. These pirates were in a hurry, and even shamelessly put down their guns, and were ready to bully the less. Cows is very calm, just need to be careful of his head, even if 1 or 2 bullets hit his chest, it is useless. There is still a part of the golden inner armor, but it is a little thin. But the gold was refined by cows, and the bullet shot on it did not even leave a mark. Cows raised 5 golden long swords in the air with his right hand, and as the voice of the golden horse and iron horse quickly differentiated, forming golden needles 1 decimeter in length, all the pirates who had rushed forward stopped and their complexion changed. Panicked. Run! I don't know who screamed, and more than 30 pirates disappeared. But with the pressure of Cows's right hand, the hundreds of golden needles fell indiscriminately like rain with a dense cracking sound. Ah! Help! It couldn't be resisted at all. Some people had pinholes in their heads, and they didn't even feel the pain for the first time. They all screamed and wailed as the blood and brains overflowed. Maybe the wound was relatively small, so there was no immediate death, but a lot of torture. The original pirates who watched the show had long since ran away. Now when I look back at the pirates who are wailing on the ground and the surrounding ground is full of tiny pinholes, all my body trembles. Among them, those with intensive phobia are even more terrifying. Go to hell! At this moment, Kobo appeared behind Cows, and the right claw hand grabbed the back of his neck in one fell swoop. His face was filled with a fierce grin of success. But the next moment Kobo's face became stiff, and a piece of gold suddenly rose up behind Cows, firmly shielding the entire head, and the sharp claws splashed sparks on it, and even left scratches. But no blood appeared. Puff! Kobo's body was bent into dried shrimps, his entire face quickly turned red and purple, his eyes turned white, and his mouth continued to spurt blood. After a single blow, Cows kicked deep into Kapa's abdomen. With the huge force, it turned into a cannonball and flew out. A large piece of mud exploded again and again. Cows raised his hand to the ground, and the golden needles deep in the ground all rose into the sky and quickly merged into one again to become 5 golden long swords, leaving 5 beautiful trajectories in the air and quickly shooting towards Kapa. What? A miserable and painful wailing roared from Kapa's mouth. He was embarrassed and avoided the first 4, but the last one nailed him to the ground. Hot blood stained the ground, and Gapana's blood-stained face was full of fear of death. The 4 golden long swords inserted into the ground stood on top of his head again, not even giving Kapa a chance to beg for mercy. With the light pressure of Cows's right hand, the 4 golden long swords fell and Gapa's chest was nailed to pieces. Ns. Hey! As Kapa gradually lost his signs of life, Cows took a breath. This battle consumes a lot of physical strength. Also injured, but not seriously injured. The danger came in vain. Cows didn't even want to stop him with his right hand. With the sound of a whip leg breaking through the air, he only felt a heavy truck hit, and the huge force caused his arm to hit his face in the opposite direction. I feel that the bridge of my nose is broken. Flying out and hitting the ground constantly rolling, Cows resisted the pain and quickly climbed up. A figure appeared in the original position without knowing when, and his right foot was still in an attacking position. This is a very thin man, wearing a black and white striped jacket. His face is full of playfulness and disdain. Responsiveness is good. It was none other than the Madara horse killer Barncase who made a bet against Cows. The reward is 81 million, far more than the reward of the Lion King Kapa. That seems to be the Madara horse killer Barnes, who is offering a reward of 81 million. Why did he suddenly attack the Golden Emperor? Many pirates in the distance exclaimed, apparently recognizing Barncase. This is a pirate who is higher than the reward offered by the Lion King Kapa. The good show is not over yet. The Golden Emperor has to fight with the Lion King, and his physical strength must be consumed a lot. The Madara horse killer and the Lion King are not at the same level. I think the Golden Emperor is in danger. The Golden Emperor is dead. No pirate is optimistic about Cows. The strength gap lies there, and the battle with the Lion King must have consumed a lot of physical strength. To put it bluntly, who knew Cows before killing the Lion King? Now kill the Lion King. The name of the Golden Emperor is considered a fledgling, but it is about to die soon. The Golden Emperor, this name is a bit arrogant. I bet the 3 Reapers, he said you could kill me. I don't believe it. The Madara horse killer folded his shoulders and tilted his head to the roof in the distance. It was the 3 guys watching the play, Tessies the Reaper, Pridinit the Bloodthorn, and Camel Tipiru. Cows looked gloomy, looking at Madara horse killer's black eyes with coldness. The golden long sword inserted into Gapa's body was suspended in the air. The body of the sword was dyed red and dripping with blood, standing beside Cows and aiming at the Madara horse killer. It seems your ability is to manipulate some metals. Being pointed at by 5 bloody golden swords, the Madara horse killer didn't panic. Instead, he began to analyze the capabilities of Cows. From the battle to the present, Cows has never converted his physique into gold, but only manipulates the golden sword split from the inner armor of the gold, which is quite misleading. At least now, many pirates think it is the ability to manipulate metals. It is hard to think of golden fruits for a while, unless there is a pirate who has heard of the existence or function of golden fruits. Devil fruits' abilities are ever-changing, with all kinds of weird abilities. This is also in the town of Devil Valley. There are many pirates traveling north and south. If they are replaced with a more remote island, they may not even know what devil fruit and the sea treasure are. The pirate who is watching the play now is only in decimals after all. The real bosses in Demon Valley are not interested in watching this kind of low-level battle. Facing the speculation of the Madara horse killer, Cows listened to the exclamation of the pirates outside, and hummed down the donkey. Cows lifted his shirt to reveal the golden inner armor inside. With a move of his mind, all floated in the air and quickly split into 10 new golden swords, aiming at the Madara horse killer along with the 5 blood-stained swords. The atmosphere began to become depressed. As a gust of wind blew Chaos's vertical hair, 15 long swords flew out like bullets at such a speed that even the air was torn apart. But Madara horse killer is very indifferent. When the first golden sword approached, the Madara horse killer took a step to the left, as if he had expected it. He turned sideways or stepped one step after another, and hid the remaining 14 golden swords. Very dreamy and incredible. This evasive ability is easy and impartial. Chaos narrowed his eyes slightly, guessing a possibility. 81 million and 53 million are really different, and every 10 million is a gap. It can be said that the treasure of the King of Chaos, that is, the technique of turning into a golden sword, golden needle, or other 18 weapons to shoot the enemy like a bullet, Chaos is collectively referred to as the treasure of the king. After all, these moves were all learned from Gilgamesh. The opponent's evasion ability can be said to have weakened the king's treasure by more than half. No matter how powerful the move is, it's useless if you can't attack the target. Chapter 15. You must catch him alive. Seeing and hearing color. Chaos' voice trembled a little. Looking at the Madara horse killer was like looking at a peerless treasure. Somewhat knowledgeable. Madara horse killer is very proud. You have to know that not everyone can have the sight and taste. If there is no haki in the pirate world, even if devil fruit is strong, there will be weaknesses. It's okay in the grand line, but if in the new world, haki is a standard feature that every powerhouse must equip, otherwise it won't enter the market. But it was too difficult to awaken haki. Chaos has been cultivating for 3 years and 5 months, and even though his innate body has been strengthened by his journey through, he still hasn't awakened haki. One can imagine how difficult it is to want master haki. This is the existence of panacea. If you want to be famous in the sea, haki must be a master. Since the Madara horse killer has seen and heard the master, it shows that the talent is very good. It is not unreasonable to be able to offer a reward of 81 million Baileys. Chaos has been looking forward to meeting the pirate who will meet haki, but he didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Must catch him alive. Chaos suddenly became greedy, making Madara horse killer frowning slightly. He is a hunter, but how can he feel like a prey now? Ding ding. 15 golden long swords lifted into the sky, quickly encircling Chaos from toe to head and transformed into a golden armor, all in one piece of gold under the shining of the sun. At the same time, the body under the golden battle armor is all golden, with dual defenses on the outside and the inside, stacking the last armor, resisting the most venomous attack. He has exhausted a lot of physical strength now, and he must solve the opponent as soon as possible. Chaos wanted to use injury for injury, and unexpectedly severely wounded the Madara horse killer. I have to say it's a bit spicy. Chaos disappeared in place, and appeared in front of the Madara horse killer with a series of flashes. The golden feet carried a violent wind, vigorously and mightily. Speed and flexibility are not hindered in the slightest. This is the most terrible. Faced with such a rapid attack, Madara horse killer's face changed slightly. His right hand only had time to stop in front of him. The next moment a huge force struck. His arm could not resist the reverse bombardment on his face, and the ground under his feet exploded and turned his whole person into a cannonball. A large piece of mud and dust was rolled up. Shoo! 5 1-decimeter golden long swords were stripped from Chaos, and they chased out like arrows. At the same time, Chaos kept flashing and quickly approached. Madara's horse killer moved quickly. He jumped up with one hand and changed on his body. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth and went backwards one after another. The ground in front of him was penetrated by 5 golden swords like tofu. Boom! The golden fist collided with the black and white striped hoof, and a gust of wind appeared for the first time, and the ground under the feet of the 2 people continued to crack and spread out from the cracks in the spider web, with great momentum. Chaos looked at the human-shaped Madara horse close at hand. It was really a Madara horse killer. At first glance, it is known as Zoanma horse fruit Madara horse form. Boy, you are dead. Madara's horse-killer's egg-sized horse's eyes were full of anger, and it was a shame to not notice that he even vomited blood. What was ushered in was the golden left fist of Cow's, and it was covered with golden needles. Boom! Fist strength formed an impact and continued to roll around the ground. Both of them turned into shadows and attacked, and they were evenly matched in strength. And Madara's horse-killer's hooves were very stiff, and the golden needles on Cow's fists couldn't break the defense at all. The dull explosion continued to sound, a sunken hoof mark appeared on the left face of Cow's head, and a wound appeared on the chest of the Madara horse-killer, dripping with blood. Cow's can quickly turn into a weapon all over his body. If Madara horse-killer is not a good one, he may be already riddled with holes. The golden feet stretched out to form a javelin, and Cow's violently kicked out the Madara horse-killer, who had a fierce face and easily escaped. But Cow's attack did not end. 5 golden-inch swords flew up into the sky from the ground, specifically targeting the lower body and eyes of the Madara horse-killer. In an emergency, the Madara horse-killer jumped back and forth, and his face was very ugly after dodge one after another. Despicable and shameless guy. He is very annoyed, the opponent's ability is too difficult. Melee combat is like a hedgehog. He is a Zoan-capable person and does not have long-range attacks, but the opponent has. With the cooperation of melee and long-range attacks, the opponent has no weaknesses. He seriously underestimated the opponent, and now he plays to know what the Lion King Gappa faced before. Haha! The golden-inch sword was interfering, and Cow's descended like a tiger, and at the same time spikes appeared on his golden armor, completely ignoring dodge and only attacked. Damn it! The Madara horse-killer is a little rushed even if he has seen and heard. Not only must he be careful of the golden-inch sword, but also be careful of being approached by Cow's. This guy has spikes all over his body, so he can't put his mouth down. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh and blood, Madara horse-killer slammed Cow's forehead with a hoof, but Cow's didn't even want to hide, his right fist spread out half a meter of golden spikes, and he stabbed Madara horse-killer's chest abruptly. It's just that the other party's fur is very thick, and it just stabbed in 5 centimeters, avoiding the critical moment at the critical moment. From this defense alone, we can see the gap between Madara horse-killer and Lion King Gappa. You know that Zoan carnivorous type is better than herbivorous type. Damn it's kid! The Madara horse-killer roared under the blood stimulation, but Cow's suddenly appeared 5 spikes in his chest, which didn't give the Madara horse-killer time to retreat. In one fell swoop, he left a Madara blood hole in the Madara horse-killer's chest. But none of these hurt the vitals. Cow's needs a live Madara horse-killer, not a dead one. The lock of the sky. The 4 golden-inch swords are intertwined and turned into chains. At the same time, the golden armor of Cow's spreads to the Madara horse assassin like liquid. It is integrated into a golden chain like a giant python is constantly entangled, and the Madara horse assassin is directly entangled. Bundled into Zongzi. The key is that there are tiny barbs spreading inside the golden chain, which rotates into the flesh and blood like a gear, and it only takes a moment to see the blood flowing from the crevices of the chain. When the golden armor left his body, Cow's also restored his golden physique to normal. The Madara horse-killer was struggling, unable to even scream. But these golds are the essence refined by Cow's. The strength of the Madara horse-killer is obviously not enough to break. The key is the barb inside the chain. The Madara horse-killer struggles, the more painful it becomes. This trick is a bit vicious. But the victory has a miraculous effect. The remaining golden-inch sword split into 2 1 foot off the ground, and Cow's jumped up, holding the golden chain in one hand, and flew into the sky, quickly disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Many pirates who watched the show were all dumbfounded. Wasn't they evenly matched a second before the battle? It's over in a blink of an eye. The key is that Madara, the horse-killer Barnes, who offered a reward of 81 million Baileys, was defeated. How is it possible, that is the Madara horse-killer who offers a reward of 81 million Baileys? Many pirates couldn't believe it. "Remember the Bailey you owe me." Reaper Tesses retracted his gaze from the horizon, looking at the two bloodthorns and camel te Piru. His faces did not have the joy of winning, but a little solemn. He didn't expect Madara Horsekiller to lose so soon. Although it was the Golden Emperor who took it by surprise, defeat is defeated. In addition, the Golden Emperor's ability is difficult to entangle. Putting aside the Devil Fruit ability, the Golden Emperor will definitely not be the opponent of the Madara Horsekiller. This time the Madara Horsekiller lost. It was the opponent's Devil Fruit ability, not the others. What is certain is that the name of the Golden Emperor will soon spread to the town of Magic Valley. After all, it is the Lion King and Madara Horsekiller. Chapter 16 The Toad Can't Lose His Dream. Deep in the mountains and old forests behind Demon Valley Town. People here are also rare. Although Magic Valley Town is only a part of Sky Island, the area is still very large. Cows flew across the sky with the Madara Horsekiller, and finally fell in a waterfall and mountain stream, which was a pretty good place. Cows is very excited. The Madara Horsekiller is related to whether he can successfully cultivate his experience. In fact, Cows is very talented because of the crossing, but why can't he touch the threshold of seeing, hearing, or armed in such a long time? That is one direction, a clear guide. Like 6 techniques, Cows has an exact direction. Shave more than 10 times in 0.36 seconds, Iron Body is beaten, Paper Arts is dodging, Finger Pistol is constantly poking, and Tempest Kick is constantly kicking. Following these directions, when you reach a critical point, you will naturally succeed in your cultivation. But Haki is different. This thing is equivalent to the internal force in martial arts. You don't even know how to practice the secrets and the 8 meridians of the odd meridian. A very simple truth. Just like window paper, you will never know the outside world unless you pierce it. What Cows lacked now was that someone led him to pierce the window paper and guide him in the right direction. At that time, Cows only needed to keep going in that direction, and eventually he would reach his destination. If there is no sense of direction, Cows may have been circling on the spot all his life, let alone reaching the end. The golden chain turned, and Madara's Horsekiller's head was exposed, blood-stained, and it looked miserable. "Damn BD, what do you want to do?" Although Madara Horsekiller was angry, he did not lose his mind. This guy didn't kill him in the first time, so there must be value in him, which means that he has the possibility of surviving. This time I was careless. No one is an idiot who can get the price of 81 million pirates. Otherwise, he would die early. Cows looked calm and didn't speak for the first time. The whole body is tight and has been vigilant. This time he grabbed the opponent entirely by tricks. If it weren't for the surprise of Jin Jinguo, he really is not this guy's opponent. The current 81 million is equivalent to 100 million or even 200 million in the future, and the combat effectiveness is real. Although it was a trick, Cows was already a genius for being so strong in just 3 years and 5 months. But compared to those predecessors who have cheats, Cows is really just a scum. For 3 years and 5 months, they are estimated to have been fighting 4 emperors, crushing Marine Admiral, and unifying the world of pirates. Even Luffy is better than him. They have been clashing with 4 emperors for 3 years. I want to know how you awakened to see and hear. Cows was silent for a moment, without turning around, staring into the eyes of the Madara Horsekiller. Haha, do you want to get away to practice seeing, hearing and S*X from me? The Madara Horsekiller was taken aback first, then laughed. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you have value, you can buy time. Although he is arrogant, it does not mean that he has a flawed IQ. The desire to survive is still very strong. If I can practice successfully, I will let you go. Cows coldly ignored Madara's Horsekiller's laugh. He only valued seeing and hearing. The Madara Horsekiller smiled and became silent, and at last he was silent with blood on his face. I don't want to force you to speak through torture. You tell me everything about seeing, hearing, and s*x. If I succeed in cultivation, I will let you go. Everyone will get what they need. It's a very good deal. It can be seen that when SE is not awakened by anyone who wants to awaken. What if you can't awaken for a year, 10 years, or a lifetime? The Madara horse killer didn't want to be tortured, and he didn't hate Cow's straightforwardness. 1 year, if I can't wake up within 1 year, I will still let you go. Cow stretched out a finger, sonorous and confident. Keep your word. The Madara horse killer stared at Cow's, as if he could see through Cow's heart. Do you have a choice? Good. The Madara horse killer also knew his situation, and really had no choice. But as long as there is a chance, he will seize it. In other words, Cows will do the same. Aren't you going to untie me? Cows just watched the Madara horse killer silently, but the barb in the golden chain disappeared. This made Madara horse killer look sarcastically. He didn't know whether he should be happy or cry when the other party was so wary. Actually, I haven't been awakened for a few months, just a preliminary master. You just need to tell me what you know, what you feel, what you hear, what you feel when you awaken, and so on. All right. Madara horse killer is despised in his heart. Is it so easy to awaken when he sees and smells? It was a coincidence that he only awakened when his life was in danger. He was sure that this guy would definitely not be able to awaken in a year. That was 6 months ago. Madara horse killer began to fall into the memory. This memory is a whole afternoon. During this period, Cows kept asking all kinds of weird questions, such as how much the heartbeat was at the time, how fast the blood flow was, whether he was excited or not. 5 flowers 8 gate keeps Madara horse killer black because this guy has too many problems and too long-winded. Some insignificant things, even breaking the casserole to ask in the end, almost asking him what color of shit he pulled, what underwear he wore in the past 6 months, and how many pairs he had changed. As night falls, the bonfire is burning. Cows shot a few prey, just roasted them to feed Madara horse killer enough, but not hungry. You baked it so bad. The Madara horse killer looked disgusted, and the wound on his face was recovering faster every moment. Cows ignored it, just sat cross-legged in front of the campfire thinking. Boy, are you going to tie me like this for a year? How about I amputate your limbs? Cows recovered from his thoughts, with an expression on his face that I am willing to help you, if you want, I can help you. Then I don't need to tie you up. Forget it then. The Madara horse killer snorted coldly. This guy is a cruel master, and he has to find other ways to get out. Being tied up for a year like this, I shudder when I think about it. The bonfire crackled and burned, driving away the night and bringing warmth. After the Madara horse killer shut up, Cows continued to frown and think. According to the explanation when Pluton Silver Rayleigh taught Luffy, whether it is armed color or seeing and hearing color, all human beings have the potential power, and this power is an innate ability. Exist as instinct. However, most people do not realize this kind of power, or want to exert it but cannot exert it in their entire life. Everyone has this power, what is missing is how to perceive that power and then guide it out. Use it again. Seeing and hearing color is different from armed color. It can be said to be a spiritual extension, amplifying and extending the ability to perceive the external environment. Just like Rayleigh said, the power that can strongly feel the opponent's sound is observation haki. Once this power is increased, the position and number of enemies out of sight can be read, as well as the actions that the opponent will take in the next instant. It also has a lot to do with psychology. It requires calmness to ensure the use. Observation haki cannot be used when emotionally or irrational. As for the function of observation haki, there are a lot more. The most basic perception of attack, prediction of the opponent's next move, perception of the strength of creatures, perception of the position and number of objects outside the field of vision, these are the ability of seeing, hearing, and color. The intensity varies from person to person. These functions are the most basic. Chapter 17 It's just crazy. On top of this, there are also a few great characters, who are born with or simply develop their knowledge into several fields of ultimate. That's really awesome. For example, Roger's listening to the sound of everything. Everything in the world is alive in his eyes, even flowers, trees, stones, and air. The controlling emotions of Princess Oto him of Mermaid Island. Charlotte Katakuri's foreseeing the future. Lonely Red reads the mind or modifies the memory. Fujitora smiled all weather and could perceive the existence of meteorites in outer space. There is also the heart network combined by Enel through Thunder Fruit, but none of them is as clear as the above 5. Either one is 1 in a million. If Conquerors only has 1 in 1 million people, then these 5 major sightings will only appear in a billion. Cows is very greedy. These 5 abilities of seeing, hearing and color have been greedy for a long time. Even if one of them is awakened, it is equivalent to a little cheat. At present, these are too remote and impractical for cows, and even the most basic experience has not been awakened, so I really think a lot. But the toad can't lose its dream. What if it finds a white swan someday? After all, his talent has improved a lot because of his traversal. For half a month, Cows and Madara Horsekiller stayed in the mountain stream for half a month. Chaos has been thinking about it for the past half month, and he has blindfolded his eyes with gold, and lives in the mountain stream. This kind of training has actually been trained in Cows, the island of goats, and it can be regarded as a familiar road. But this time is obviously different, at least the perception is very different. Within a certain range, Cows could perceive the existence of animals, but it was very vague, and he would know some road obstacles, etc., and that layer of window paper became thinner and thinner. But it can't be broken. Always feel a little bit so. With the words of Madara Horsekiller inadvertently, Cows's inspiration flashed. He knew what he was missing. Death threat. Only when a person is on the verge of death will he burst out of his body's potential. So the next step is simple. Cows gritted his teeth and decided to go to Demon Valley Town to die. He will no longer use the Golden Fruit ability, unless his life hangs by a thread. In order to awaken the sense of sight, he tried it. Give it a try to turn a bike into a motorcycle, and lose it will kill you. However, there is no such thing as a fate, he will definitely run away for the first time when it comes to such a severe moment. How dignity matters. He wants to become the richest man in the world, and his high profile and luxurious life has not yet begun. How could he die? As long as his life is still alive, he will have to grind out what he has seen and heard. The big deal is to spend a little more time. Hey! Is there any mistake? You are planning to put me here like this? On the half wall of the mountain, Cows got out of a hidden cave during this period of time. Now the Madara Horsekiller is looking at Cows with anger, with the expression that you are teasing me. You are a Zoan-capable person. You should be able to last 10.5 days without eating or drinking. I will be back within this period of time. The Madara Horsekiller is still tied with gold, with only one head outside. A closer look will reveal that there is still a pile of gold in the cave. This is what Cows perceives from the forest in the past half month, and the amount is still quite large. It can only be said to be part of Sky Island. There are many herbs on the other side of the wall. If a doctor is here, they will recognize them. These are herbs that stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, and speed up healing. Cows is obviously not a doctor, but these herbs are indeed specially prepared by him. Moreover, these herbs were learned from Little Jaw, Little Lion, and Little Tiger. Those 3 guys often look for these herbs when they are injured, and they know each other when they go to Cows. And in that short period of time, it is often used. He is preparing in advance. Cows raised his hand with a gentle move, and most of the gold began to squirm into a gold coffin with a thickness of at least 1 meter. It is conceivable how much gold Cows currently has in the master. Damn BD, it wasn't enough to tie me up, he even put me in a coffin. Madara's horse killer's face was green, and this guy was really worried about him. It was crazy. Cows didn't bother to pay attention to this guy's wailing. The gold chain on his body continued to spread around his head, leaving only the nostrils and mouth, and then entered the gold coffin, and then the gold wriggled the coffin as one, leaving only the size of 2 thumbs. The hole allows the air to circulate, so as not to suffocate this guy to death. In the coffin, the Madara horse killer was still yelling, but his voice was much lower. Settling down the Madara horse killer, Cows looked at the small pile of gold, hesitated or beckoned to form a slab so close to cover his lower body, in case his life is really in danger. This is his guarantee of escape. The rest flew to the coffin and merged into one body to increase the thickness. With all preparations, Cows stepped on the moonwalk and flew quickly to the town of Enchanted Valley. After half a month, there was no change in Magic Valley town. There are pirates leaving and new pirates landing on the island, still chaotic and prosperous, and bloodshed will occur from time to time. The title of Golden Emperor was still discussed 10 days ago, but it is rare now. After all, there is no shortage of news in Magic Valley town. Today, the millions of pirates were killed. Tomorrow, tens of millions of pirates will land on the island. Who will remember what happened half a month ago? But soon some pirates will remember the Golden Emperor. Boy, you are not dead yet. The room has expired. I want to continue to live and pay. At Tropical Hotel, the smoking boss on the counter was a little surprised when he saw Cows. Do you not provide information here? The reason why Cows came here was to see if he could get any news. Those who open restaurants must be well informed. A message, 10 taels of gold. The smoking boss tapped a cigarette. I want the location of the Reaper Tesses, Bloodthorn Prodonite, and Camel Tepier Rue. Cows put a fist-sized piece of gold on the counter, as if it were a stone. You are very lucky. Those 3 guys haven't left the town of Magic Valley. Camel Tepier Rue, you turn left and walk out. There is a tavern, the Reaper, and the Bloodthorns. After determining the location of the 3, Cows turned and walked out of the tavern. Obviously his eyes were blindfolded, but none of the tables, chairs and benches on the road touched him. Just like a blind man who has been blind for more than 30 years, he can detect some obstacles. To be sure, this is not the color of seeing or hearing. It is equivalent to a feeling, but it is the same way as seeing, hearing and color. It only takes a little bit. As long as you pierce that little window paper, the seeing, hearing and color will become watery. This guy disappeared for half a month and thought he was dead. Spike and Tracy didn't know where they came from. Half of them leaned on the counter and looked at Cows who disappeared in the doorway. It's very interesting, isn't it? I thought of this way to practice. The smoking boss tapped his cigarette, then turned around and yelled, You 2 bastards, you are actually being lazy during working hours. I went to the corner of the street to find an old fortune teller to do the calculations. He said you would die in 3 days, and then I will be able to inherit your inheritance. Tracy still missed the smoking owner of this restaurant. That old thing has been telling you this 10 years ago. You have believed in it for 10 years, but Lao Zi is still alive. The smoking boss looked disdainful. Damn, I'm going to find him after get off work to settle accounts. Tracy was furious, and she felt that she had been deceived. But you always went to him in a rage, but in the end it was nothing. Damn it, I must punch him this time. You say that every time. At this time, on the street, Cows followed the smoking boss's guidance to the corner tavern. Along the way, many pirates greedily looked at the gold that Cows covered his eyes, but they didn't do anything. Maybe Cows swaggered through the market like this, which made these pirates more or less undecided. Chapter 18. When he walked into the tavern, Cows looked around and felt all kinds of auras. Camel Tepier Rue, I'm here to take your dog's life. I was waiting for you at that place half a month ago. If I'm afraid, I won't use it. After talking about Cows, he left. He really couldn't tell who was Camel Teepeer. The entire tavern was quiet, and almost all the pirates looked in the same direction, the Camel Teepeer who occupied a table alone. That seems to be the Golden Emperor who defeated Madara Horsekiller Barnks half a month ago. It really is. Look at the Camel Teepeer going out with a sullen face. Go and see. Many pirates are a little excited, and there is no show in Zhengzhou. In the end, I didn't expect that the short-lived Golden Emperor appeared half a month ago, and even in front of so many people, it was a man who could not bear the death of Camel Teepeer. What's more, the Camel Teepeer is also a person with a face and a face, but it is a pirate offering a reward of 79 million Baileys. Half a month ago, where the Lion King Gappa was killed and the Madara Horsekiller was defeated, the ground was still very messy, and cows stepped on the moonwalk to fall from the sky. Turned around and waited in the direction of Magic Valley Town. Cows didn't wait long, and the Camel Teepeer quickly rushed over. Boy, think you can challenge me by defeating the Madara Horsekiller? That guy can be easily defeated as long as I want. You've got the wrong person. Camel Teepeer grinned and made up his mind to tear this guy apart. Being so provoked in the public, he doesn't want face? Not far away, many pirates are watching the show, and they have already begun to bet. At the same time, Cows was also remembered by these people again. Call out. Cows didn't waste any time. He disappeared in place with a shaver, and when he appeared, he swept towards the Camel Teepeer, but the latter easily escaped. But Cows quickly made his second attack, disappearing in place and appearing on the right side of Camel Teepeer, his right fist clenched and the sound of breaking through the air was violent. Camel Teepeer had a cold face, and when he turned his head to hide, he kicked it out. Cows noticed the attack with his hands in front of him, and quickly retreated with his strong feet sinking into the ground. Hey! I'm not a Madara Horsekiller. Seeing Cows's eyes blindfolded with gold, Camel Teepeer thought he was blind. This made him even more angry. This guy dared to take his life as a blind man, deceiving people too much. The whole body was pulled up suddenly, the chest bulged and the hair spread out. The Camel Teepeer's face turned fierce and turned into a semi-beast-shaped camel. The strong aura formed a strong wind to blow the surrounding dust, and disappeared with the ground under his feet. Puff! Cows could feel the danger, but the Camel Teepeer was a little fast, and he couldn't stop him. He was hit on the face with a punch, and the bridge of his nose felt a tear in the first time, and then he couldn't control his body in the air. Rotating 360 degrees, it kept hitting the ground and leaving a gully. The nosebleeds kept dripping, and Cows didn't have time to wipe it, so he quickly rushed to the side. The next moment the mud and sand splashed, Camel Teepeer's powerful feet sank into the ground easily like a cannonball, with cracks spreading all around. The camel's face was full of sorrow. Cows got up from the ground, took a deep breath and faced Camel Teepeer. He could detect that the opponent was in this direction, about 10 meters away. The bridge of the nose seems to be broken and it hurts. Do you only have this skill? Didn't you bet that I would be killed by the Madara Horsekiller half a month ago? I bet you can't kill me now. Cows already knew from the Madara Horsekiller why he wanted to shoot himself. Dare to be a bet made by these three guys. He died, so it was decided. Fortunately, Cows is a little capable, otherwise he doesn't even have the right to choose how to die. I hope you will say that later. Camel Teepeer's eyes were cold, and he appeared in front of Cows with just 2 breaths. His right hand hoof was strong and powerful, and he had no doubt that he could kick the rock to pieces. Cows also made a fist with his right hand, and followed the feeling that he blasted out in one fell swoop. The huge wind and waves swept around the two people, and the mud and dust splashed into cracks. Snort! Cows snorted, his face full of pain. The whole body bent down to the right and saw the Camel Teepeer's right foot sturdy and slammed on it. Accompanied by uncontrollable power, Cows vomited blood from his mouth, and smashed on the ground constantly rolling and smashing a lot of rubble. Danger came from the head, and Cows was once again embarrassed. Camel Tipiro emerged from the dust and quickly kicked Cows in the abdomen. Cows stopped in front of him with both hands at the very close of the shot, and with the tremendous power, the rubber ball of the whole person continued to roll. His face was pale and distorted. Boom boom boom. The ground kept roaring, and the Camel Tipiru's moves were fierce and fast, which did not give Cows a chance to breathe. With a right uppercut hitting his face, Cows leaned his head with blood, teeth, and blood spurting out, and the whole body flew out in a spiral posture, crashing into pieces of rock and humming painfully. Die. Camel Tipiro is like getting a beloved toy, falling from the sky with the sound of breaking through the sky. Cows resisted the groaning from his body, and drew back somersaults with his hands on the ground, but Camel Tipiro swept out with one foot behind him, and came back spin kicks one after another. With the dull impact, Cows flew out and rolled to the ground, then quickly got up and stopped in front of him with his hands. At this time, Camel Tipiro appeared and kicked out. The strong wind pressure made the surrounding ground torn apart, and Cows had no backhand strength at all. This is a unilateral beating. Aren't you using power yet? Camel Tipiro has been vigilant, but this guy doesn't know what's going on, and would rather be injured than use the devil fruit ability. Many pirates watching the theater in the distance were also talking about it. Ahem. Cows lay on the ground in embarrassment, his deformed face constantly vomiting blood, looking very miserable. To kill you, you don't need to use abilities. Shaking up, Cows stretched out his finger and hooked it. This arrogant and provocative posture made Camel Tipiro look cold and murderous. He wants to tear this guy to pieces alive. The ground under his feet exploded, a large amount of mud and rubble splashed, and the Camel Tipiro appeared in front of Cows with the sound of breaking through the air. His right foot carried terror force forward. Cows's rapid breathing suddenly became stable, time seemed to be slow, and at the same time an inexplicable reflection appeared in his mind, that was the direction of Camel Tipiro's attack. However, Cows still didn't escape. As the sound of bone cracks flew from his body, he vomited blood violently in a mess of ruins. Ha ha! The whole body is aching up and down, even breathing is painful. But Caius laughed excitedly. There can be no wrong feeling just now. That is a sign of awakening from seeing and hearing. Dare to be so arrogant when you die. Camel Tipiru's lungs were blown up, and Cows's wild laugh was a kind of contempt for him. Because of the vigilance of the strength reserved by the opponent's ability, it is no longer hidden. As the Camel Tipiro attacked, a picture reappeared in Cow's mind, and he could see the orbit of the Camel Tipiru's attack. Lie on the ground without an image, the ground behind Cows was swept by the wind, and the soil was stripped out layer by layer, but he managed to escape Camel Tipiro's sweeping army. But Camel Tipiro quickly fought back again, and this time Cows did not evade. Chapter 19 I can't hold it anymore, I will come back. Just awakening, seeing and hearing, the color is not good at times, and if you want to fully awaken or master, you have to continue fighting. Only fighting will accelerate the awakening of seeing and hearing and the master. Call out. Bang bang. The battle continued. At first, Cows, who was like a sandbag, can now predict the Camel Tipiro's attack and respond quickly to avoid it. However, the success rate is still somewhat low, and it may work once in 5 times. I have to say that Cows's current resistance ability is stronger than imagined. After all, in the past 3 years or so, in order to cultivate armed color and iron body, it is not uncommon for the little jaws, little tigers, and little lions to be beaten up next to each other to increase their defensive power. It can also be said that the skin is thick and thick. But now this is no way to go on like this, so who can handle it? The opponent is not a little girl, but the Zoan ability person also offers a reward of 79 million, if ordinary people would have been kicked to death. No way. Can't hold it anymore. You wait for me, I will come back. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and cows flew out and manipulated the gold to fly himself into the sky, leaving a ruthless word, and quickly flew away. Although it is ruthless, no matter how you listen to it, you are extremely excited and joyful. Camel Tepier stood on the ground, keeping a half-beast face in embarrassment, with a trace of astonishment. However, more was still anger. He didn't kill the guy and let the other party escape. If he could fly, he would never let that guy escape. Now the effect of chasing it out is not great. After weighing it for a moment, Camel Tepier returned to normal and gave up. Back in the mountain stream, cows crashed to the ground, bloody and terrible. Although it was severely injured, it still didn't make him lose the power to move. Although his face was pale and bruised, Cow's spirit was so excited that the pain was relieved a lot. Today's fight was not in vain. The figure flew into the mysterious cave in the air, ignoring the howling of the Madara horse killer. Cows grabbed the herbs that had been prepared, and went to the river to gritted his teeth and cleaned his body. He immediately threw the herbal medicine into his mouth and chewed, and manipulated the gold to stick it on the wound like a plaster. The skillful movements made people feel distressed. With this skill, Cows has to thank the three guys in Goat Island. Although the treatment is primitive and rude, the effect is not worse than those special medicines invented by humans. Correct the bridge of the nose and stick a piece of gold against his teeth and mouth, just hoping that it won't affect his handsome face. It would be nice if I could return my life. After dealing with the injury very hard, Cows lay on a rock and Janin couldn't help sighing. If there is a life to return, now only need to eat a big meal, to ensure that the next day is alive and kicking. The role of life return is not only to speed up recovery, but also to improve attack power, speed, and defense power in all directions. Marine hero Garp now, including in the future, can cross the sea, except for Haki, relying on the 6 styles and life return. He is a complete physique expert. At this time in Magic Valley Town, the reputation of Cows spread in a small area. But it did not cause any major disturbances. After all, Cows didn't offer a reward now, and he didn't even know if it was a pirate. If a reward of more than 100 million Baileys is offered, it will definitely stir up the entire Demon Valley town. For example, several hundreds of millions of pirates in Demon Valley town were recognized when they were walking on the street, which caused a lot of sensation and fear. No pirate dared to provoke, only pirates of the same level had that qualification and strength. This is the difference. The current hundreds of millions of rewards can be regarded as a watershed. But at this moment, who is the most embarrassed? It must be Camel Tepier. Reaper Tessis and Bloodthorn Pritanit also received the news, and did not care too much. They were confident of their own strength. If the Golden Emperor finds trouble for them, just solve it easily. In addition, Madara Horse Slayer, Camel Tepier and Tessis the Reaper are actually Lone Ranger pirates. Only Bloodthorn Pritanit, the captain of the Bloodthorn Pirates group, has a subordinate of number 60 or 70 under his hand. It's fairly well known in Grand Line. However, the current situation is not very good. The reason why he came to Magic Valley is to avoid the pursuit of Rear Admiral, a Marine from Marine. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye since sunset. Demon Valley town is still a paradise for pirates. The gambling halls, red light districts, and taverns above are full both day and night. But bloodshed can happen at any time. Speaking of which, Cows hasn't really visited Demon Valley town yet, but he has been here for more than half a month. Recovered faster than expected. Deep in the forest, in the mountain stream, Cows stretched his waist and has recovered. His physique is still very strong, and the herbs are even more powerful. Under the shining of the golden sunlight, the 2 mini gold knives worn on both ears are very eye-catching, which makes Cow's temperament inexplicably more arrogant, cold, and arrogant. This is not an ornament, but a killer weapon at a critical moment. In addition, the 10 fingers of both hands are also wearing gold rings, and there are various patterns on them. The overall look is even more arrogant. If there is another big gold chain hanging around his neck, then the temperament will be another matter for a while. With the mini knife earrings and gold ring, Cows didn't plan to bring other gold. He probably estimated that this time he would have to be beaten severely. But in order to thoroughly see and hear the color of the master, let alone one meal, he can handle even 2 meals. This is all for life. Cows's will is still very tough. Next to him, the Madara horse killer was tied up in a chain and stood in the golden coffin with a black face. He really wanted this guy to die suddenly. The 3 fools of Camel Teepeer, Reaper, and Bloodthorn did not kill him. Next, Cows hunted a few prey for lunch. In the protest of the Madara horse killer, he returned the golden coffin and prepared some herbs in advance and flew to the town of Magic Valley on the moonwalk. Hey! That's the Golden Emperor. It really is. I was hit hard by Camel Teepeer 2 days ago. I thought I was dead. The direction he is going is. The appearance of Cows attracted the attention of some pirates. When Cows entered the tavern on the corner for 5 seconds, a figure smashed the wall and shot out. It turned out to be the Camel Teepeer. Cows came out of the tavern, hooked his finger at the Camel Teepeer and flew towards the town. I am going to kill you. The Camel Teepeer roared, his body swelled rapidly to maintain a semi-animal shape, and chased him out on the ground like a sharp sword. He has only one thought now, that he must kill this guy. By the time some of the theater pirates arrived, Cows was already fighting Camel Teepeer. This time, Cows didn't cast gold in his eyes, but he chose to close the battle with Camel Teepeer. Bang bang! The strong wind and waves swept, flying sand and rocks all around. Cows closed his eyes and fisted against Camel Teepeer one after another, but the Camel Teepeer noticed the problem as soon as he fought against him. This guy was not blind, so he covered his eyes with gold last time, and closed his eyes again this time, and his attacks would be resisted from time to time. Camel Teepeer's anger rose like a rocket, and he was not an idiot. You are actually using me as a sharpening stone. The stout right foot swept across the army, and Camel Teepeer's eyes were bloodshot and he was going crazy. He has never been insulted like this. Cows raised his knee to block the whip leg, and moved 1 foot deep into the ground, without saying a word but beckoning to the Camel Teepeer. The demeanor is extremely arrogant. Chapter 20. You don't think I am really weak? I want to tear you up alive. The powerful momentum spread from Camel Teepeer, and the ground under her feet burst. Camel Teepeer slammed in front of Cows, and his right hoof shot out like lightning. Cows dodged sideways at a critical moment. But Camel Teepeer reacted quickly, turning his body with his left foot deep into the ground, and his right foot swept towards Cow's head with a cracking sound. Cows stopped in front of him with his hands, with a trace of pain on his face. The whole person flew out before landing. Camel Teepeer's eyes were blood red but rushed behind him first, and another blow was a blow to the whip leg. Puff! Blood spurted out of Cow's mouth, smashed into a hill, spreading dense cracks, and quickly left without waiting for a breath. The next moment the Camel Teepeer's long feet penetrated into the rock wall, watching Cows turn around. A hoof! Cows stopped in front of him with his hands, and the huge force made his whole body sink into the mud. Many rebels all around flew out with the sound of breaking through the air, and the entire hill collapsed and burst. Billowing dust obscured the line of sight, and many pirates in the distance were holding their binoculars, watching them with relish. Judging from the current situation, the Golden Emperor is completely at a disadvantage and can only defend passively. I haven't attacked actively until now, it seems that I have been avoiding. Pieces of ground were torn and cocked, and after Cows left a gully of more than 30 meters, his entire chest was stained red with blood at the end of his lying. He quickly turned over and revolved in the air with his right hand supporting the ground. After steadying his body, he folded his hands in front of him. The next second Camel Teepeer kicked his right foot, and Cows kept moving back and unloading his force. Camel Teepeer's offensive was very fierce and did not give Cows any time to breathe. But this is exactly the pressure that Cows needs. 10 minutes later. After half an hour. After an hour. The success rate of Cow's evasion is getting higher and higher, more and more natural, and more casual. Something's wrong. How do I feel that Golden Emperor is getting more and more relaxed, but Camel TPRU is getting more and more difficult? You can see it too. It's been an hour. Camel TPRU hasn't won the Golden Emperor. He clearly has the upper hand. Why can't he defeat the Golden Emperor? The Emperor's evasion ability seems to be getting better and better. I can't understand it at all. Many pirates feel more and more weird, and it is true that Camel TPRU has the upper hand in the battle until now. Didn't you see that the Golden Emperor has been passively defending and avoiding? But it's been an hour, and it's evasive, and it gets more and more evasive. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be playing with Camel TPRU. Half an hour passed again. Boom boom boom. The sand and dust on the venue are everywhere, and waves of wind and waves are constantly rolling up. The momentum is huge and impactful. You are too weak. Cow's completely found the feeling. I don't know when he has opened his eyes. His arms are on his shoulders and he dodges from the left and the right very elegantly, and his embarrassed face is full of arrogance. Slanting his eyes and scorning Camel TPRU. He is obviously more embarrassed than the opponent, but now there are 3 points of arrogance in this posture, 3 points of disdain, 3 points of arrogance, and 1 point of no one. The sound of breaking through the air came. Cow's just slightly tilted his head, the Camel TPRU brushed his right hoof and shook his hair on the first floor, and Cow's hit his chest with a knee close to his chest, following the huge dull sound of the camel. TPRU vomited blood in his mouth, flew out and hit the ground constantly rolling, and was covered by dust in the blink of an eye. What I want is this feeling. Cow's shook his hand. Everything around him had never been so clear and bright. He could feel the breathing and heartbeat of the pirates in the distance. Now it's not about time and time, but now it can be retracted freely. The most important step of seeing, hearing and coloring has been taken. In the future, you only need to strengthen training in this direction, and you will naturally become stronger. Damn it, damn it. The strong wind blows away the dust, and the Camel TPRU roars fiercely like a ghost. Especially when facing the faintly contemptuous eyes of Cows, the anger grew more and more like pouring oil. The eyes have turned red, and the body of the Camel TPRU expanded again, and finally turned into a huge camel into total animalization. If a sharp arrow flew out, the strong wind tore the earth's surface forward. Cows took a step forward, clenched his right hand and raised his fist high, and the other party could no longer put pressure on him. It's just a waste of time to continue. Boom! The big fist of the sandbag collided with the camel's head, and Cow's feet were sunken in the ground and pushed back and forced to stand firmly after leaving a ravine of more than 10 meters. 79 million. Not very powerful. Cows fluttered with his hair upright, leaning on his side proudly standing upright with one hand against the Camel TPRU, his face full of disappointment. Impossible, your strength can't be so strong. Camel TPRU roared like crazy, obviously he crushed the opponent before, how could he be the crushed party in a blink of an eye? His self-esteem and pride are beginning to shatter. Cows allowed the Camel TPRU to keep backing up, his face was full of sneers. It's just for you to practice seeing and hearing. You don't think I'm really that weak, do you? What? Camel TPRU yelled up to the sky, his huge body like a locomotive crashing over, and since his debut, no one has dared to humiliate him so much. With his right hand vertical, Cows walked proudly towards the Camel TPRU. The flying mini knife earrings and the gold rings in his hands all flowed together, and with the sound of sparks and golden iron horses, they turned into a thin and slender gold. The rapier was automatically held by Cows. The earth was tumbling and shaking. Just when one camel collided with one person, Cows gently took a step to the left, flipped his golden rapier and just thrust it in, and the two passed by. Flap! The pungent and bloody smell spread to the audience. The Camel TPRU who had collided with him slowly stopped, and a gap was torn out in vein on the half of his body, and various internal organs and blood gushed out after abruptly enlarged. No. Impossible. Camel Tipiro crashed to the ground, his hideous face was full of fear, and he couldn't believe that he was defeated like this. Ming Ming crushed the opponent before. Why? The violent blood-colored bull's eye gradually lost its luster, and the camel Tipiro recovered the human body, being torn all the way up from the waist, almost split in half. This kind of fatal injury, unless the camel Tipiro develops this fruit to awakening, otherwise it will not be able to bear it. Cows turned his head and didn't even look at it. He flicked the blood on the rapier, and it quickly turned into earrings and rings to return to the right position. Looking at the town of Magic Valley, Cows soars into the sky, he needs a bath. Then he had a big meal to completely stabilize what he saw and heard, and then went to fight. Seeing and hearing the color has initially awakened, and the next is the armed color and the other 6 types. Camel Tipiro was killed. It was too sudden. How could it be killed in a blink of an eye? That's a pirate offering 79 million rewards, or demon fruit power. One afternoon, just one afternoon, a small half of the town of Magic Valley spread. Camel Tipiro was killed. The fame of Golden Emperor Gaia Chaos began to spread, using the Lion King, Madara Horse Killer, and Camel Tipiro as the stepping stones, and he became extremely high profile as soon as he appeared on the stage. The rewards are all over 50 million, and they are all demon fruit power. Putting it in the future is equivalent to killing the pirate who offered hundreds of millions of rewards at the start. The starting point is a bit high and a bit arrogant, and it has directly passed the million reward price. Chapter 21. As the sun sets, Cows left the tropical hotel after taking a shower and eating. This time Cows had a great meal, because all the pirates in the hall watched him carefully. The attention of being adored by fear is really cool. The feeling of envy, jealousy, and inability to get rid of it, is very fluttering. Cow's empty, lonely, cold heart was filled. The fame thing is a good thing. Back in the mountain stream, Cows saw and heard the color, the golden coffin in the cave flew out, and opened automatically in front of Cows. The Madara horse killer was no longer glaring or resentful, on the contrary, he was calm and calm. He gave up. The gold chain and the 1-meter-thick gold coffin on his body really cannot be opened. Don't want to struggle anymore. But the next moment the golden coffin and chains flowed, Madara Horsekiller's calm expression changed. What do you mean? Regaining his freedom, the Madara Horsekiller not only was not happy, but stared at Cows very vigilantly. Is this guy trying to unload the mill and kill the donkey to kill him? Cows hugged his shoulders and fell backwards, the coffin and the chain merged into a golden seat, suspended 3 feet off the ground in the air. Cows sat on it with his legs upright and a bit of narcissistic fluttering hair in front of his forehead. My golden emperor came out and talked about a letter. Said that as long as you learn to see, hear, and let you go, then let you go. You are free now. The Madara Horsekiller whispered. He was a little relieved, he should be happy. But when I saw Cow's narcissistic and arrogant look, I didn't know why I was a little angry. This guy doesn't take him seriously. You will regret this. Confirm the look in his eyes, Madara Horsekiller doesn't plan to wash away the shame now, leaving a word of cruel words that quickly disappeared in the mountain stream. Finally escaped from birth, this guy dared to let him go so easily, there must be something to rely on. Do you think you can't see it? Snort. Doomed to miscalculate. He will not be fooled. It's like being chased by a ghost. Cows was disdainful, Madara's Horsekiller's speed was extraordinary, and the oil on the soles of his feet disappeared in the blink of an eye. The reason why he let go of the Madara Horsekiller, apart from saying a letter, is not worried that the Madara Horsekiller will come to avenge in the future. It is not that Cows is arrogant, but he is confident that he can win once and win the second time. In addition to being arrogant and high profile, life also needs a little setback and trouble. Who can become a strong person in everything, which one cannot be made with real swords and guns and possesses the charm of his own personality. Kaos has high demands on himself. What he pursues is a sense of spiritual and soul leveling, and the compelling standard must be high and distinctive. Hey! Boom! In the first half of the Grand Line, on a turbulent sea, a warship was chasing a pirate ship. At this moment, the pirate ship was panicking, and many pirates on it were full of fear. "Damn it, how come you met the crazy dog Sakazuki?" The captain of the pirate regiment looked ugly at the warship behind him with cold sweat on his forehead. If it is another Marine Rear Admiral, he will go up and kill without saying a word. But now Logia Rear Admiral, 3 of Marine's rookies, is chasing him, or Sakazuki. Who is notoriously more fierce than the pirate? The pirate who is targeted by this mad dog has no second end except for a dead end. There is no chance even to go to jail. Compared to the other 2 Marine rookies, this guy like a mad dog is jealous and hateful, and there is no sand in his eyes. To catch a pirate is to kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill or kill. The key is a group of strong combat power. Although it is currently Rear Admiral, the combat power is already comparable to those of Marine Vice Admiral. Sakazuki Rear Admiral, we just received the news that the Bloodthorn pirates are in Magic Valley Town. The surrounding grenades continued to explode on the sea. A correspondent Marine, holding a phone worm in his hand, was wet by splashing sea water and ran to the bow. He looked admiringly at the hand-wrapped shoulders, wearing a Justice Marine hat, wearing a Marine hat. In the red shirt, he opened his arms to reveal the rose tattoo on his right shoulder, and he stared sharply at the man in the pirate ship ahead. Let the warship turn around to Demon Valley Town. Sakazuki's eyes were cold, leaving a word and disappearing on the bow. When he appeared, he was already 10 meters away in the air, stepping on the moonwalk and quickly flew to the pirate ship. "Captain," the mad dog rushed up. "Shoot and shoot, Laozi! Hurry up!" All the pirates panicked, and various shells and bullets were aimed at Sakazuki. But these couldn't be stopped at all. The naked eyes could see that those shells and bullets passed through Sakazuki's body and splashed a piece of magma, dripping into the sea and making a chuckle. Even if it was an explosion, it was useless. Damn it! For those with Logia ability, it's useless to attack. Sakazuki flew out of the gunpowder smoke and drew out the long knife behind his right hand. There was a fierce look on the face of the wicked villain, and he waved in the air at the pirate ship. In the next moment, the bright slash flew out, tearing the air apart and separating the sea. The pirates on the deck were all pale, rushing to the sea to escape the disaster. Destroying the destruction, the entire pirate ship was split in half, and fire and black smoke rose into the sky. Sakazuki stepped on the moonwalk and looked down at the pirates who were struggling in the sea. The red lava in his left hand began to splash, ignoring the fear of the pirates, begging for mercy and punched out. Great eruption. A giant lava fist the size of a villa, wrapped in hot mist, tore through the eardrum, and landed on the sea in one fell swoop. The huge explosion overturned in an instant, and the sea surface was sunken in a radius of 500 meters. The entire pirate ship and some pirates disappeared. A large amount of steam spread around, and the sea bubbling like boiling water. Sakazuki put away the long knife, his ferocious face was completely indifferent, and he easily killed more than 50 lives, just like trampling on an ant, without any fluctuations. Another one without staying. On the warship that had already turned around, many Marines sighed with their binoculars. The whole Marine knows that as long as you follow Sakazuki Rear Admiral to perform the task, there is no oil or water at all. All the pirate groups encountered were ship destroyed and killed, and one would never survive. This means that no money will be available on the pirate ship. Although it is easy to follow Sakazuki Rear Admiral, the battle is often solved before it starts, but if you don't get some oil and water when you go out to sea, isn't it just a trip for nothing? Every time you go to sea on this mission, you can say that you pin your head to your waistband, and you will become a martyr at any time. Marine with a family not only sticks to the justice in his heart, but also takes into account many things. In case you are accidentally captured by a pirate, don't think that Sakazuki Rear Admiral will come to the rescue, he will take the pirate away in a wave. The seaman who humiliated Marine was dead in Sakazuki's eyes. But even this does not prevent Marine worshipping Sakazuki. Still very fanatical. Sakazuki Rear Admiral. Sakazuki stepped on the moonwalk to catch up with the warship and landed on the deck. His face was not flushed or panting, and his complexion was as calm as ever, and there was a suffocation just standing there. How long does it take to go to Magic Valley Town? Almost a day. Slow. Sakazuki frowned, and the surrounding air seemed to become heavy. We will speed it up. The seamen standing beside him were straight and serious. Call me again when you arrive, all the pirate ships encountered in the middle are destroyed, there is no need to report. Yes. Seeing the back disappeared in the cabin, the surrounding Marines breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 22. He doesn't pretend, it's a showdown. Hey! Hey! Is that gold? Damn, there are so many, not even a trace of impurities. Who is this guy? He swayed so much gold in Demon Valley Town. It's so extravagant, even using gold as armor. It's the Golden Emperor. No wonder it's so arrogant, the Golden Emperor's ability is suspected of manipulating metals. The Lion King Gappa, Madara Horse Killer, and Camel Tepiru were defeated and killed by the Golden Emperor. In Demon Valley Town, the streets caused a huge sensation at this moment. All the pirates were greedy, staring at the golden figure walking in the sun. Chaos is now very high profile, turning all the gold in the mountain stream into battle armor. The texture is clearly carved with dragons and other patterns. It is almost 5 meters high in it. It does not appear bloated at all. On the contrary, it is tall and straight, striding forward in an unbeatable pace. The sound of metal collision between walking is even more powerful. Carrying a giant golden sword on his back, it is simply a moving golden mountain. On the whole, he is wise and martial, full of luxury, and more importantly, he has a kingly demeanor. In addition to greed, there are many obscure desires in the eyes of the girl pirate. This fancy look is carefully crafted by Chaos. He now initially possesses high profile and arrogant strength, so why conceal it? He had a showdown. Don't install it anymore. That low key is not in line with his temperament. As for the trouble, he was eager to come home automatically, just in time to exercise his knowledge. Even if he doesn't come, he will cause trouble. There is only one word in life, do it. Ha-hang. Cows walked on the street with a cold face, greeted with a pair of greedy and jealous eyes, and his heart was refreshed. This kind of high-profile feeling is too top-notch. I care if you are the Golden Emperor or the Golden Fart, I want the gold on your body. Cow's swagger was just like who was flamboyant and undressed, showing that he was hooking people. Who can stand this so much? There were a lot of fierce pirates jumping out on the spot, their eyes hot as saying, they could not wait to put cows into their body. That is a very possessive love. We laughed. Haha, the gold is mine. With so much gold, there are at least 3 billion Baileys. In the face of many attacks, Cows put his hands on his shoulders and his face was indifferent. It's really uninteresting. Moan. Behind the golden giant sword lifted into the sky, standing on top of the head shining golden light, quickly divided into 18 golden long swords, shot out like bullets, all the pirates who charged up, the greedy complexion suddenly changed. Puff. Ah. Help. Shoo. A sharp weapon pierced into the flesh and blood, and the screams of panic made the needle fall in the whole street audible. The stone pavement bursts one after another, the pungent and bloody smell is floating in the air, and 18 golden long swords are nailed to the ground in the eye, and under each one is a corpse. Some have not completely died yet, and are constantly struggling. Cows didn't move a step from start to finish. He folded his hands on his shoulders and looked down at the audience. Many of the inactive pirates looked away and did not dare to look at them. There is arrogant strength. Some pirates who offer a reward of the 10 million level are not the scum pirates who are dizzy. Such a pirate who rushes out to be the first bird, and has no strength yet, even if he grabs the gold, he will make a wedding dress for others. Destined to be cannon fodder that will not survive a minute. Emperor Golden? Remember. Too arrogant generally won't live long. Is there any purpose for bringing so much gold on purpose? I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire Demon Valley town will know that the Golden Emperor carries more than 3 billion Baileys worth of gold. What does this guy want to do? In secret, many pirates frowned. No matter how they looked at the Golden Emperor, they were looking for death. But the Golden Emperor does not seem to be mentally retarded. However, it can be expected that the next Magic Valley town will definitely not be so peaceful, and there will be many good scenes in the evening. The Golden Emperor must be the central position. Gold worth more than 3 billion Baileys is not a small amount. The smelly blood converged and flowed into the sewer along the cracks in the stone slabs, and cows walked towards the tropical hotel in the greedy eyes of various ghosts on both sides of the street. As soon as he entered the hall, all eyes from inside and outside were projected. Cows enjoyed it, and it was also very pleasant. Reached up and raised the broken hair in front of his forehead, walked to the smoking boss. Don't mind if I continue to stay in the shop. The smoking boss tapped his cigarette stick, looking at the greedy or playful gazes outside the door. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but smoke. If you keep this guy, you will never have a good life at night. Boss, what are you still hesitating? Leave him, and when we add some medicine to the food in the evening, we can take the gold as our own. Tracy on one side was drooling, her eyes were full of golden light, and she wailed in fear that others would not hear her. Trace, we are not a black shop. Smoking bosses hate iron but not steel. How can this kind of thing be said in the public, and a business sign that has been careless for more than 10 years is smashed? Boom! As if he hadn't heard it, Cows moved his mind and slammed a pile of basketball-sized solid gold on the counter, as if he had lost a pile of shit, and his face was full of expressions of contempt for the poor. Enough for you to renovate this store. Make a deal. The smoking boss spit out the smoke and smiled on his wrinkled face. Both sides know that the store may be in ruins after tonight. The gold of Cows is equivalent to temporarily buying this shop, and the smoking boss just used it to renovate or rebuild it. Everyone understands it. Boy, I hope I can see you tomorrow. Holding almost 300 caddies of gold, the smoking boss looked at Cows, planning to go to another property to sleep tonight. When people are old, take care of them. If 10 years in advance, he would definitely prescribe medicine. Cows casually waved his hand and went straight upstairs. It must be exciting tonight. But what he played was the heartbeat. Life is not a tightrope, it is not life. As the sun sets, red clouds hovering along the horizon. Dusk has come. Around the tropical hotel, there are more ghosts in their hearts. As for the smoking boss, Tracy, Spike, and Chef Bud, the four had slipped early. I heard that when I went to another real estate. I was besieged and killed by 100 people, but the one who lay in the end was the 100 people. As for the smoking boss, the 4 bosses were still alive and holding gold and went away. Captain, shall we do it? In the southern part of Demon Valley Town, a tavern is brightly lit, and many pirates are drinking, and it can be seen that they are in the same group. The Octopus Pirate Group is one of the pirate groups that cannot be provoked in Demon Valley Town, just because the captain of this pirate group is the Octopus Madman Rhodes with a reward of 150 million, which is a real reward of hundreds of millions. And there are many people who offer tens of millions of rewards. Not in a hurry. On the first table, a funny man in a clown costume grinned with a penetrating smile. The darkness of the night had begun to shroud, and a figure suddenly appeared on a house. With the help of the weak moonlight, it could be seen that it was a man wearing aristocratic clothes, a cross necklace on his neck, short yellow hair, and a spiral sword hanging from his waist. In another tavern, there are also many pirates making noise. This night, it is destined to not be peaceful. Chapter 23, Too Arrogant, Can't Bear It Anymore. An undercurrent surging in half of Demon Valley town. As the night darkened, many pirates had gathered on this street in the light and in the dark, and their eyes were all in the tropical hotel. The whole hotel was black and light, and only one room was lit up, because Cows was not only the owner and waiter, but the other tenants and pirates also left during the day. At this time, in the luxurious room, Cows looked at the various reward orders in his hand. There were many pirates offering rewards of more than 50 million, even at the level of hundreds of millions. These reward newspapers were requested by Cows when the smoking boss left. Cows is arrogant to death, it is sure to be arrogant, he is prepared and has a bottom in his heart. If it's too powerful, don't hesitate to bugger. After tonight, I will definitely become famous. Sitting cross-legged on the boat, Cows squeezed his chin and looked at these reward orders. This game is looking forward to it. All he wants is to die. Enjoying the process of publicity and stimulation can make him burst into blood. 3 years and 5 months, but he was suffocated. The lights are out. Almost 10 minutes later, as the only light disappeared, many pirates around the hotel showed grinning smiles in the dark. Those greedy eyes were as green and secluded as a wolf meeting a sheep. That's the Black Cat Pirate Group. There is a reward of 5.2 million on board, and all crossings add up to 10 million. These little guys are just going to die. These idiots. Many pirates laughed secretly, and these little pirates didn't know where the courage came from. You know that the Golden Emperor can kill even the camel Tipiru, and that is a reward of 79 million. The current captain of the Black Cat Pirate Group can't even compare with others. This is rushed back by greed. Why is there no movement? It's 5 minutes. Don't think about it, I didn't even scream, it must have been seconds. Need some powerful pirates to find the way. 5 minutes later, there was no sound in the hotel, just like a glutton with a big mouth open in the dark, waiting for some people to be arrested automatically. Someone can't help it anymore. It's the poisonous pirate group offering a reward of 48 million. Finally, there is something worthwhile. 5 minutes later. What's the situation? Even the pirates offering a reward of 48 million can't splash in the water. Damn, there will be no traps. The Golden Emperor dares to swagger through the market like this, he must have confidence in his own strength. The third wave. Fourth wave. The fifth wave. The whole street fell into a weird atmosphere. The last pirate who offered a reward of 81 million entered, but there was no splash, and even no fighting took place. Quiet and scary. Many pirates swallowed, even if they made a little noise. Doo-doo, interesting. Not far away, a group of pirates was sitting on the open field, drinking with such a big fanfare. The manners are a bit funny. The guy in the clown costume showed a toot of laughter, obviously aroused interest. It's the octopus madman Rhodes with a reward of 150 million. Wait, that's Sword Hero Cruz. Are you also interested in that gold? Suddenly, there was a noise in the street, which immediately attracted most of his eyes. Not far away. I saw a man wearing aristocratic clothes and a spiral sword hanging from his waist. What the hell does that guy want to do? Don't die here, or how can I wash away the shame? On a house, the Madara horse killer withdrew his gaze from the octopus madman Rhodes and the swordsman Cruz, and looked up at the dark and hazy tropical hotel, frowning and looking a little ugly. His character is also arrogant, but he has strong self-esteem. Not only the Madara horse killer appeared, but also the previous Reaper Tesses, Bloodthorn Prodonite, and even some pirate groups with hundreds of millions of rewards. Boom! Without warning, all the pirates on the street looked back at Cows's room, where the windows were suddenly opened, and the huge roar was a bit loud at this time. But the next moment they were stunned. I knock FK, can you give me some strength? Lao Zi specially put the gold here for you to take, can you fight for me to kill me? One by one, a tortoise is not as good as a woman. A bunch of waste scum. The windows were slammed shut, and needles fell across the street. Some pirates raised their heads in astonishment, and blinked for a while without responding. At this time, Cows in the room was really angry. After so long, only a few small pirates came up. Those powerful ones didn't see him, and they simply didn't give him face. Fortunately, he was looking forward to it. Damn it, Lao Zi can't bear it anymore. Too arrogant. Lao Zi is going to kill him. Brothers charged Lao Zi and killed the Golden Emperor. The pirates who recovered, all raged and furious. Now the Golden Emperor is the sheep, they are the wolves. But the sheep surrounded by them was even more arrogant and domineering than them. It is simply insulting them mentally. Even a man can't bear it, let alone these hot-tempered pirates who are inhuman and lawless in themselves. This wave of hatred Cows has successfully evoked. Kill. Lao Zi is going to smash him into pieces. I have never seen such an arrogant guy. Knock him to death. A large nest of pirates rushed into the hotel, all murderous. It's a pity that the pirates who offered hundreds of millions of rewards still didn't move, but they didn't look good. Such an arrogant person, caught a lot of them on the sea. Those who can live are capable. Still need to wait and see. There are still many smart people. Ah! Help! Boom! Not long after, there were various screams and rain of bullets in the restaurant, pungent blood mixed with gunpowder smell very pungent. This kind of noise only lasted for a minute. Then it was calm. Some of the pirates who were going to take a shot and pick up the leak, all stopped with their weapons and watched the restaurant. This FK situation is wrong. Just now, at least 100 people rushed in, offering a reward of several million or even 40 to 50 million, and the result was howling. Gone? It can be seen that the Golden Emperor is a stubborn. Is it finally going to be shot? Sword Hero Cruz. Madara Horsekiller, Reaper, Bloodthorn, Octopus Madman, and other pirates all looked at Cruz dressed as a nobleman. This guy is a swordsman. As a Lone Ranger, he offers a reward of 124 million, but I want to know how strong it is. It's Sword Hero Cruz. The Golden Emperor is dead. That's a swordsman with a reward of 124 million. Hundreds of gazes followed Cruz into the hotel, and many people swallowed subconsciously. And a sense of tension suddenly came up. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of big feet stepping on the wooden ladder seemed a little frightening in this dimly bloody restaurant. There were many corpses lying on both sides of the stairs, all the pirates who had rushed in before. The blood gathered together to form a stream of water, dripping continuously along the stairwell, like sewage flowing from under the eaves, with a strong stench. Cruz doesn't change his face, he sees many such scenes. He is now very interested in this Golden Emperor, and of course there is gold. Finally there is a big guy. Cows saw and heard that the color had already covered the entire hotel, including a part of the street outside, and he could feel a strong aura slowly approaching him. Very stable and fierce. It's like an unsheathed sword, full of oppression. Chapter 24. Are you the Golden Emperor? Cruz came upstairs, like an elegant knight. The main entrance of Cows faces the stairwell, and the door is not closed. At this time, Cows sat on the golden throne, with Erlang's legs tilted and one hand propped on his chin, his right hand swayed a glass of red wine, and various blood-stained gold weapons were inserted on the surrounding floor. Very arrogant and handsome. Sword Hero Cruz, offering a reward of 124 million. It's not the rubbish anymore. Cows smiled contemptuously, straightened up, and shook his gold mini-knife earrings, and flew out with a gold long sword wiping his face behind his back, tearing the air forward. Without a trace of nonsense, Chaos directly did it. Ding puff. Cruz's eyes were sharp, and he turned his head to avoid with a trace of broken hair, and the gold sword was inserted on the wall behind, causing a large swath of sawdust dust. Moan. Almost at the same moment, Cruz pulled out the spiral sword on his waist, and a crescent-shaped sword light instantly cut the door and rushed towards Caos. Han Guanglingling could easily cut the rock. Shoo! A golden square painted halberd and a long spear flew out, and the two collided with a huge roar. The entire room was torn in an instant, and the air pressure swept out to shock the pirates outside. Out! It's the sword hero Cruz. Run, the building is going to collapse. The pirates who got close backed one after another, and the whole building exploded in the next moment, shooting a handful of golden weapons into the ground from inside, and the sword target shook with the sound of golden leather. Following a bright slashing dive, the aerial scenery appeared in the eyes of all the pirates. Caos was still sitting on the golden throne, with Erlang's legs tilted, one hand supporting his chin and the other swaying red wine. Around him were handfuls of golden weapons, shining brightly under the light of the moonlight. There are 3 points of arrogance and 4 points of contempt in the expression, and the rest is indifferent. This picture has to be said to be extraordinary and lofty. The whole game was full of platoons inside and out. Many pirates were taken aback. This guy is so handsome. But so angry. Too hateful. Cruz stood on the ground, holding the spiral longsword in his right hand, looking up at Caos sitting in the air. His face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. The other side's appearance and actions show that he didn't take him seriously. With fierce sword aura fluttering all over, Cruz raised his hand and waved it in the air, slashing up to the ground in a moment of 1 to 10 meters, tearing the air fiercely. Caos still looked at everything in contempt. Although he didn't move, the golden weapons falling from the sky around him pointed at Cruz, tearing his eardrums in the next second, and blasted with the sound of breaking through the air. Out! Cruz slightly changed color, and the slash was forcibly offset before it approached, and a golden sword was already close at hand. The spiral longsword in his hand struck out like lightning, the golden longsword blasted to the ground, and a large amount of gravel and mud exploded in an instant, and a pit with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters appeared. These blazing golden longswords are not only fast but also powerful. Boom! Various golden swords and halberds fired successively. Cruz's calm complexion and figure kept flickering, and the spiral longsword in his hand flicked from time to time. For a time, the whole street was full of violent smoke and dust. Hand after hand, as if Gatlin was shooting, Cruz unexpectedly greeted the artillery fire. Can only be said to be a swordsman, nor a man offering a reward of 124 million Bailey. Caos's sword frowned slightly, his mind moved and the 18 weapons that had fallen down all around split once again, and shot at Cruz more intensively and quickly. This time Cruz was forced to stop, because the weapons that he had dodged before were again suspended from behind, forming a weapon storm to signal that it was sweeping. Lone Goose cut. The noble costumes on his body have begun to be cut. Cruz leaned forward, slashing with the spiral longsword in his hand, forming a huge lifelike lone geese slashing, powerful and domineering, blasting through the weapon storm, blowing up from the ground under his feet. He wanted to get rid of Caos close up. The opponent's golden weapon only splits in half, and the other half does not move. If he keeps at such a long distance, he will be passive. Caos sneered, and all the remaining weapons raised their heads, aiming at Cruz as dense as it was raining. At the same time, the golden weapons that were sunken in the ground also returned in a torrent, attacking Cruz on both sides. Damn it! Cruz's expression changed in shock. He was about to approach, but the densely packed weapons had to stop him, coupled with the sound of breaking air behind him. The danger had quickly enveloped. With fierce sword energy surrounding it, Cruz carried out a seamless defense, and the golden weapons shot around were knocked off or cut off one after another, but the number of weapons was too much. Puff! The sharp weapon tore the flesh and blood, and the wounds began to appear on Cruz's body. The surrounding ground was bombarding wildly, and Cruz became more and more embarrassed. Can't continue like this. Looking up at the arrogant man sitting on the golden throne, Cruz took a deep breath and looked sharper than ever before. With 2 cross-cutting shots, he forcibly separated the surrounding golden weapons, soaring into the sky like a sword light. Kaos's pupils shrank sharply, and great danger came in vain. The golden throne seated on his hips quickly appeared in front of him. As soon as the shield was formed, it was split in half, and at the same time a strand of broken hair fell in front of him. Good FK insurance. Using the shave to appear in the distance, Kaos looked at Cruz, who had landed again, his expression as contemptuous as ever. Don't panic at all. From the beginning, he despised the enemy strategically and valued the enemy tactically. Flap. Kaos clapped his hands together and squinted at Cruz. Cruz stood on the ground with a sullen face, his eyes fixed on Kaos. The anger could not stop rising. This guy is so uncomfortable for him. If you only have this ability, then you can say goodbye. Hundreds of golden weapons lifted into the air, standing in the sky behind Kaos, facing Cruz, with just a light pressure with his right hand, and the whole sky roared in an instant, and the faces of some pirates watching the theater all around changed and retreated. NS. Ha. The sharp blade pierced the air and deafening, Cruz continued to slash his slashes. And the whole person quickly retreated. For a time, the whole street exploded continuously, all kinds of ruined walls and gravel mud splashed, and when the dust dissipated, only all kinds of gold were left. Ruins of weapons. The scene is spectacular. Ahem. Cruz was coughing with blood and wounds on his body. When he looked up, he found that there was no one in the air. The vain sound of breaking through the ear made Cruz's hair burst, and Kaos didn't know when to appear, and his right foot was wrapped in gold and attacked in amazement. Cruz could only defend hastily, showing pain at the moment of the collision, spurting blood in his mouth, turning into a cannonball, pushing a large area of ruins horizontally, leaving an avenue, lying at the end constantly bleeding. With a light wave of Kaos' finger, a large number of golden weapons flew away, not even giving Cruz time to breathe. Just like a rocket launcher bombing, the entire ruins are riddled with holes. Cruz endures the physical trauma and sends out the strongest blow. In a short time, a 100-meter slash and dive, all the golden weapons are broken or knocked out. Ruth quickly disappeared at the end of the ruins without looking back. Not only Kaos, but some of the pirates who watched the show were all dumbfounded. Cruz escaped? Simply neat and not leaving the water, not even a ruthless word? It was too sudden. Chapter 25 Master Zhao pays for the entire consumption. Go. Cruz's escape was unexpected to many people. It was too sudden and unexpected. After all, it was a pirate who offered a reward of 124 million. Currently, in the entire Demon Valley town, no more than 10 people can surpass this reward. Those pirate groups basically just stay in Demon Valley town, their goal is the Grand Line New World, rather than wasting time in places like Demon Valley town. Although Demon Valley town is a pirate paradise, there are some low-end pirates gathered, and occasionally there will be mid-level pirates, but they are all decimals after all. It can be understood as a novice village. Cruz retreat means that Kaos has the strength of hundreds of millions of rewards. Not everyone can covet a pirate with this level of combat power. Bloodthorn Prodonite, the fat man, greeted him and set out to evacuate for the first time. Strictly speaking, he still had a grudge with Kaos. Now he is afraid that Kaos will stare at him. There are also pirates such as the Reaper Tesses, the Octopus Madman Rotes, and so on. These are all offering a reward of more than 80 million. They know how to judge the situation and are not the kind of idiots without IQ. The Golden Emperor's combat power has been tested. What if he is defeated? At that time, I will definitely be hurt, and it is not for others to make wedding dresses. As these powerful pirates left, only some weak pirates were left on the scene. The key is that these weak pirates did not understand the situation. They were completely blinded by gold, and they sneaked in to steal those who were stuck on the ground. Golden weapon. When cows fell back, a golden throne appeared, floating in the air overlooking the audience. Feeling the pirates fleeing with their golden weapons, cows can only say that they have everything weird. All the gold that can be manipulated by cows is equivalent to a part of cow's body, unless it exceeds the range that cows can perceive. Cows has awakened to see, hear, and is open 24 hours a day. Although it is a great drain on the spirit, it is also a kind of cultivation. With a move of mind, many screams sounded, all the gold fell in the air, and finally merged into two 5-meter-high golden warriors. Then the golden throne wriggled and turned into a sedan chair, and the two golden warriors stood in front of each other. After lifting it, he stepped on the air 3 feet off the ground and walked towards another street. It looks easy, but in fact it is a serious burden on mental strength. This is obviously also a practice and development. Keeping in this situation means that cows is practicing every moment, whether it is mental or physical, it is a kind of pressure and burden. A whole. Unhappy. The eyes of some pirates flushed along the way. This behavior of cows was too extravagant and too attractive to hate. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Can't wait to hack to death with a knife, but cows really enjoys this kind of envy, jealousy, wanting to kill but not daring to move his eyes. This is the life he wants. High profile and arrogant. The empty, lonely, and cold heart was once filled. Without a word for a night, cows found a tavern again, ready to replenish his energy and fight again tomorrow. He focused on Reaper Tessis and Bloodthorn Pritinit. These two guys had decided on his life and death, but unfortunately it was not too much fun tonight. And it was too far away from expectations. Except for some small guys, a swordsman Cruz jumped out, and even ran away with a disagreement. No tension at all. On the sparkling sea, a warship was approaching quickly. Maybe it will land in Magic Valley Town tomorrow morning. The rising sun is rising, and a new day is coming. On the west street of Magic Valley Town, cows stood on the top balcony of the hotel, looking at the blue sky, taking a breath of fresh air and radiating his face. I rested for 3 or 4 hours last night, full of energy and full of power. A new day of high-profile life begins again. Doing casually 2,000 push-ups to warm up, cows opened the door and walked to the hall downstairs, first filled the temple of the 5 internal organs, and then went to trouble with the Bloodthorn pirates. The large pile of gold that was originally leaning against the corner quickly changed into 3 golden warriors following behind. As soon as they entered the hall, they attracted the attention of the waiter and many pirates. It's hard to imagine so many pirates drinking in the hall early in the morning. Some of them have been drinking from last night to now, and they can continue to drink. Waiter, bring the most expensive food in your store, and remember that as long as the most expensive one, you will come first. This is a tip for you. Cows snapped his fingers, and a thin male waiter walked over and looked at the golden warrior sitting on the other 3 chairs, almost unable to move his eyes away. With a tuft of fist-sized gold floating in front of him, the waiter looked at cows like his father. His face flushed with excitement, speechless. Master Golden Emperor, please wait a moment, we will definitely bring the best food. Go. Chaos waved his hand, he was really not interested in money. And many more. The waiter was called by cows before he took a few steps with the gold in both hands. Master Golden Emperor has any more instructions? Everyone's orders are counted on my head. Cow's words fell, and needles fell in the entire hall. All the pirates looked at cows in a daze, and didn't know who screamed. The whole hall became noisy and almost lifted the roof of the tavern. The Golden Emperor, Laozi admires you. Laozi just wanted to hack you to death, but now Laozi respects you. You are qualified to be arrogant. Drink. Whoever doesn't drink until lying on the ground today is not giving face to the Golden Emperor. Created in the dead. Waiter, serve Laozi with the most expensive dishes, the most expensive wine, and the most beautiful geisha. I "We don't have a geisha here." All the pirates yelled, all of them were retaliatory consumption, and the envy in the air could no longer be suppressed. Cows doesn't care whether these people are grateful or not, he just wants to experience the feeling of all consumption is paid by Zhao Gongzi. Very silky. Also very cool. It's been half an hour since I got out of the tavern. As cows guessed, the owners of these taverns or gambling halls have sources of intelligence. The bloodthorn pretended he was looking for was 3 blocks away. Along the way, he swaggered and made high-profile appearances, all kinds of gritted teeth, jealous and hateful eyes, so that Cow's mood was kept in joy for a while. At the same time, on the sea, Sakazuki Rear Admiral, Magic Valley Town is here. Each of the sailors on the warship held weapons, and all looked at Sakazuki, who came out of the office with a serious face. They know where Demon Valley Town is. Almost all of them are pirates. They only have 1 warship, and the total number of personnel is only 50. If they were to land on the island like this, it might be a bit sloppy. But everyone knows that Sakazuki Rear Admiral cannot shrink back. Even if the pirates of the entire Demon Valley Town unite, they will not retreat even if they fight with 1 soldier. Now they only hope that Sakazuki Rear Admiral will not be so impulsive to wipe out all the pirates in Demon Valley Town. If this is the case, the situation will definitely get out of control. Just catching the Bloodthorn pirates, I believe other pirates will not take the initiative to provoke them. Especially this warship was led by Sakazuki. Chapter 26, Pirates, Just Can't Swallow That Breath. Rum Tavern. Located on 5th Avenue in Magic Valley Town, even though it was only in the morning, it was only slightly less crowded than in the afternoon. There are still many pirates drinking and eating, among them the Bloodthorn pirates. Dressed in a black suit and big sunglasses as always, Bloodthorn Pretendit is drinking red wine while smoking a cigar. It is hard to tell that he is a cruel pirate. Before coming to Magic Valley Town, he killed a Marine colonel at sea, and was finally chased by Sakazuki, Marine's 3 rookies, and came to Magic Valley Town after escaping once. It was a mad dog, and his strength was extremely powerful. It was a fluke that he escaped the last time, Pretendit didn't want to see that guy anyway. The area of Magic Valley is special, and there are almost all pirates on it, so Marine rarely comes here. It is the best choice for many pirates to escape hunting and killing. Shoo! Without warning, the walls of the tavern burst into holes one after another, and a handful of golden weapons flew in, besieging all the pirates. What? Damn it! There is an enemy attack. Some pirates are gone after drinking. The whole hall became chaotic in the blink of an eye. All kinds of food and drinks were spilled on the ground, mixed with the smell of smoke and blood, full of disgusting smell. The golden weapon is the Golden Emperor. Many pirates hid behind the bunker, looking at the golden weapons inserted on the corpse. They could tell at a glance. Except for the Golden Emperor, no one would use gold as a weapon so extravagantly and still have such a powerful power. All kinds of shouts and anger were flooded, and the attack lasted only for a wave, as if giving them time to react. Prodonite had a sullen face, his fat body was extremely sensitive, and he walked out of the tavern with short legs slamming his cigar, followed by all the members of the Bloodthorn pirates who were not dead behind. Really? As soon as he walked out of the tavern, Pretendit saw the unusually arrogant and high-profile guy. The golden throne seemed to be shrouded in golden light under the shining of the sun, and a handful of golden weapons fell in the surrounding sky, which can be seen in almost all the surrounding streets. So many golden weapons. It's the Golden Emperor. What does that high-profile guy want to do? Who provokes that grandstanding guy? I have to say that Lao Zi is a little jealous of him, damn Golden Emperor. If the strength allows, I really want to hack that guy to death. All the pirates in a few streets raised their heads and looked to the sky. The golden weapons were like undressed MMS. They were all seduce them. But they are really powerless. Now in the entire Demon Valley Town, as far as who you most want to kill, the Golden Emperor is definitely at the top of the list. 2. Attracted hatred. Emperor Golden, what do you want to do? In front of the rum tavern, Pradanit had a fat face with deep coldness. I heard that you made a bet with Madara Horsekiller last time and bet him to win. Chaos was sitting on the suspended throne, leaning Erlang's legs and casually manicuring his nails with a gold knife. His expression did not put Pradanit in his eyes. Because of this, you killed more than a dozen of my men. Pradanit let out a puff of smoke, his eyes colder. No, no, I'm here to wipe out you all. As soon as Chaos finished speaking, Pradanit suddenly became disdainful. You think you can provoke me by killing the sword hero Cruz? I'm telling you, it only takes a minute for me to kill that guy. Pradanit is very confident, although the sword tycoon Cruz's reward is higher than him, but in his opinion, he is just a bereaved dog. He might have been a little jealous without last night's battle, but that jealousy disappeared after escaping from Cruz. A reward of 124 million is offered, but so. Oh. Chaos raised his chin and faced Pradanit with his nostrils, his eyes squinting down with contempt. It's just an expression, which contains words like garbage, disdain, contempt, sarcasm, mental retardation, etc. Kill him for lousy, I'm going to smash his face. The gunpowder barrel exploded instantly, and Pradanit couldn't help it. This expression of Chaos crushed his last line of defense, and any provocation was not as lethal as this expression. Boom! Shoo! The entire Bloodthorn pirate group members shot at the first time, rushing and killing. There is only one thought now, killing him. Ah! Successfully aroused the anger of all the Bloodthorns, the sarcasm on Chaos's face increased again, and he continued to add fuel to the fire. A bunch of scum, too weak. The golden weapons that fell in the air flew, and various bullets were blocked and sparks were splashed. Then they shot out like bows and arrows, and many screams and bloody smells began to fill the streets. Damn it! A pirate was nailed to the ground by Fang Tian's painted halberd. Absolutely never look down. For nothing else, just can't swallow that breath. The Golden Emperor was too arrogant and owed a beating. If there is a chance, he wants to go with that guy and take it away. Can't bear it. Not to mention the Bloodthorn pirates, even some of the pirates who watched the theater in the distance were almost gritted their teeth. There is no reason, but it is very upset. Jing jab. After the shadow flashed, Pradanit finally shot, 10 black thorns emerged from his right hand, appeared in front of Chaos and blasted his face in one fell swoop. It is hard to imagine such a fat body with such a fast speed. Chaos' expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected it. Without blinking his eyes, a golden three-leaf axe appeared, firmly blocking Pradanit's fist, and several golden weapons on his head crashed. Thorns, thorns! Pradanit's reaction was quick, and dense spikes suddenly appeared from all over his body, like a fat needle ball without the slightest weakness. Paramecia thorn fruit, the user can stretch out thorns all over the body, even rocks can pierce through the thorns. It was the ability of the future Baroque studio agent Miss Two Fingers that made Nami suffer a lot at the time. Pradanit, as this thorn fruit ability, is obviously stronger than the next Miss Two Fingers. These thorns are really harder than steel. Cows disappeared in an instant, and then a storm fell from the air, several golden weapons blasted on the spikes, and it was impossible to break the defense. Pradanit took the opportunity to land on the ground, with a lot of spikes rising behind him, looking like a fat Godzilla from a distance. Very similar. A defense that is difficult to speak. But falling from the air, the golden throne made a metal collision, sparkling sparks entwined cows and began to transform into a golden armor. At the same time, all the scattered golden weapons merged into one, and finally turned into a 10-meter-long coarse cloth with 1 meter at the end. Mace full of gold spikes. Although the sun overhead was very warm, as cows carried the mace, a chill spread directly across the street. Many pirates watching the show took a breath. Pradanit's fat face twitched, his eyes changed. His defense is very strong, the enemy will almost always be stabbed back if he wants to hurt him, the only weakness is being bombarded by heavy weapons. Call out! Cows grinned with white teeth, and his figure flashed right and left one after another, but 3 breaths appeared in front of Prodonite, and then he homered with his huge mace in both hands. Prodonite's hair exploded and disappeared in place for the first time. He did not resist. Suddenly, the ground was torn apart, and a large piece of soil and gravel was shot out by a mace, and the heavy sound of tearing the eardrums all explained the amount of violent violence. Chapter 27 Sakazuki, who is still playing with knives. Thorn vines. Prodonite, who quickly disappeared and appeared 5 meters away, burst into a burst with a large number of spikes from his right hand, slamming towards Cow's back in one fell swoop. Cows made a beautiful back space in the air between the electric light and flint, and the spiked mace was pushed down with brute force, causing Prodonite's pupils to shrink. Booming! Sand and mud blasted into the sky, and the entire ground shook and a huge hole appeared. The mace was surrounded by cracks in the spider web, and a large amount of dust obscured the line of sight. Cow's was like a golden beast coming out of it. Seeing Prodonite rolling to the ground in embarrassment, Cow's disappeared instantly. Then the whole street exploded again and again, it was Cow's chasing Prodonite, and the whole audience pushed all the way horizontally. Damn it! Prodonite roared constantly, and the thorns spreading in his hands kept pricking, and he couldn't break the golden armor worn by Cow's at all. Now the whole body of Cow's, even his head, is in the battle armor, and at the same time his body has been transformed into gold. The double guarantee makes Cow's defense soar. So I don't play imaginary, I don't even bother to hide, just rush up and do it. Boom! A shadow struck, and the sun faded. A cold air rushed up to the Prodonite skyling cover, and the mace that swept across from close at hand, like a mountain range, was vigorous and vigorous. He had no time to dodge. Spikes appeared all over his body, and Prodonite stopped in front of his face with both hands for the first time. The next moment the force of the sky and the earth broke, Prodonite's spikes were broken, and it was useless even to pierce into the golden mace. The powerful force surged in a destructive posture, and Prodonite's big face was in the first place distorted for a time. The entire surface exploded, the slabs and mud were turned up, and Prodonite's huge body turned into a cannonball, all the way through the house lying 100 meters away in the ruins. His face was bloody, his nose collapsed and bones were cracked. Call out! Cow's rose up from the ground, holding the mace in both hands as if he fell to the ground. Prodonite, who was initially a little dizzy, quickly rushed to the side. The next moment the mace hit the ground, a radius of 50 meters. Suddenly cocked, and the violent wind whistling rolled up the sand and fell into the ocean. Before Prodonite got up, Cow's appeared fiercely, holding a golden mace in both hands and hitting another home run. Blood was splashing like a fountain. Prodonite bent his body, turned his eyes up, and the entire chest was broken. The thorns were even once sunken and turned into streamers, rushing across the entire street, leaving behind a huge gully and smashing into the ruins without knowing life or death. A 10th magnitude typhoon struck the audience and leveled the surrounding area. Cows rose into the sky, and not long after falling into the dust, huge explosions sounded again and again, and half of the town of Magic Valley seemed to be in an earthquake. As the most central scenery emerged, the pirates watching the show from all directions all paled and sweated. Hey! A pile of rocks turned up in pieces. Cows shook his head and shook his forehead bangs to the side, his chest was violently ups and downs, panting for breath. The huge golden mace was held in his hand, and the spiked fangs on it were covered with all kinds of minced meat and blood. As for Prodonite, it has become muddy, and the scene is thrilling and bloody. Too irresistible. With the golden armor on his body breaking away and becoming a throne, Cows sat down and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. A nervous smile appeared on his face, and many pirates stepped back and were startled. So cruel! Bloodthorn Prodonite was hammered to death by the Golden Emperor. This guy! Get off the horse! The octopus madman Rhodes in a clown costume slightly squinted his eyes and his expression was a little heavy. Bloodthorns was also a pirate who offered a reward of 89 million, so he was killed so easily. The Golden Emperor has the qualifications to be arrogant and high profile. This BD. On the roof not far away, Madara Horsekiller gritted his teeth very uncomfortably. No, Marine has landed on the island. It seems to be Rear Admiral Sakazuki, the three major rookies of Marine. What are you talking about? Marine. Are you sure Marine is coming? Run, it's Marine Rear Admiral Sakazuki. That Logia mad dog. Cows, who was about to find Reaper Tesses, stood still and looked far away, where many pirates were panicked, and all kinds of swearing could be heard from far away. It's really a lot of trouble. Marine actually came here. Captain, shall we retreat first? What are you afraid of? This is Magic Valley Town, a paradise for our pirates. If I come to a Vice Admiral, I might be a little afraid. What is a Rear Admiral afraid of? But that is not an ordinary Rear Admiral, but Sakazuki of Marine's three major Logia. Look at it first. The entire Demon Valley town was almost alarmed. If it's just a Rear Admiral, even Logia, they are worth it, and there are Marine Vice Admiral and a large fleet of warships behind, that is the most terrifying. Many pirates are fleeing, and many pirates are staying and want to see what Marine is going to do. It is simply unrealistic to take out Demon Valley Town in one pot. Unless you start Buster Call. There is only one Rear Admiral, even the three Logia who have already shown their prowess at sea, they might die on the island. The only ones who are scared are the little ones, those really powerful or confident pirate groups, what they should eat and drink. Marine dare to provoke them, just kill them. If you switch to Vice Admiral, they will be a little more afraid. If you switch to Admiral, just run away without saying a word. Just a Rear Admiral, don't pay attention to it. Cows saw and heard the color quickly spread out, and he could perceive a few tyrannical auras entering the Demon Valley town. He didn't know whether it was a coincidence or deliberate, and he was approaching him. As the golden throne lifted off, OSS was waiting with Erlang's legs and one hand propped on his chin. The huge golden mace turned into a magnificent giant sword. While the sun, moon, and stars began to appear slowly, while the mountains and grass and the hilt appeared, the book on farming and animal husbandry appeared, and the book on the unified strategy of the whole world. The finely crafted patterns are very precious and dazzling, and they can exercise their mental will well. The exquisite giant sword was formed in about a minute, and it fell behind Cows to show its nobility and majesty. The fake Xianyuan sword was formed. The body of the golden sword was still stained with blood, and finally gathered at the tip of the sword along the lines, and began to drip slowly towards the ground drop by drop. Must have noodles. The more bells and whistles the better, Cows loves this. Even if he died, he would fight for the first place. As always, it is a matter of principle. There is no room for negotiation at all. The appearance of Sakazuki really surprised Cows. Since I met, I must go to death. That was Sakazuki. In the future, he was the only one who was desperately outputting according to the script, and at the same time suffering the most venomous beatings and vomiting the most blood, so he had never been counseled. The whole audience will do it to death. Even if the character is unpleasant, or there are various problems, it is undeniable that Sakazuki is absolutely worthy of his admiral identity and the clothes he wears. This is a very charming character. Cows is looking forward to meeting him. Maybe it's not Sakazuki's opponent, but this one must be fought. This man is called Sakazuki. If you have the opportunity to take away a few Marines who know how to play 6 forms, then his 6 forms will have fallen. At the same time, it is time to be offered a reward, so that his fame can spread to the sea. The next time he enters the battle, there will be a dragon set next to him exclaiming, "Look at that is the Golden Emperor who offers hundreds of millions of rewards." It is said to be extremely arrogant and arrogant. That picture is very interesting just thinking about it. Chapter 28 Is Sakazuki so strong in this period? On the spacious and messy street, there are many pirates who are not afraid of death on both sides, holding weapons and sneering at the 50 teams in marine uniforms on the street. The headed Sakazuki was carrying a long knife, still wearing an open-chested red half-sleeved shirt, wearing a marine cap, and an iron aura exuding all over his body, which made many pirates subconsciously lower their breath and dare not act rashly. Sakazuki's resolute face has a trace of skeptical disdain, and these little guys don't even have the qualifications to die in his hands. Do you know where the Bloodthorn pirate group is? At present, Sakazuki's 3 colonels followed. One of them, with the centipede scar on his face, walked up to a pirate, his eyes cold as if he would do anything at any time. The pirate who was stared at subconsciously pointed in the direction of cows, and at the same time the whole heart was hanging full of heart palpitations. Go! Obtaining the exact direction, Sakazuki and his party kept going deep into the town of Magic Valley. And the pirate breathed a sigh of relief, his back was already wet. Marine's aura is so strong, I don't know that I thought it was Vice Admiral who was leading the team. Is it just to find the Bloodthorn pirates? I remember, I heard that the Bloodthorn pirates killed a warship led by Marine Colonel some time ago, and that Colonel is Sakazuki's subordinate. I said, how could the fellow Bloodthorn pretendant appear in Demon Valley Town, because he was hunted down and hid here. Quite a few pirates whispered to each other, and they clarified the ins and outs in just a few words. If only looking for the Bloodthorn pirate group, almost all pirates will not do it. But if you want to destroy Demon Valley Town, or catch the pirates with fanfare, the pirates in Demon Valley Town will never sit idly by. You can see many pirates following behind Marine, some powerful with dangerous smiles, as if thinking about whether to kill Sakazuki here. If you can get rid of the rookies that Marine is vigorously training now, it will definitely be him in the headlines tomorrow. In this way, the reputation will be gained. A few minutes later, Sakazuki and a group of Marines stood in front of the ruins, looking at Chaos He, who was sitting on the golden throne in mid-air, with Erlang's legs and chin resting on his back, and a magnificent and noble gold giant sword stood behind him. A sense of luxury, nobility, arrogance is coming. Cows glanced up and down at Sakazuki, with a light manner. Sakazuki is still very young now, especially the knife behind it is very dazzling. When he was young, Sakazuki was a swordsman, and he may also have the strength of a swordsman. Now he should have eaten lava fruit, but he still hasn't completely abandoned kendo. In the O'Hara incident, Sakazuki at that time was already Vice Admiral, and he gave up kendo to give priority to lava fruit. When cows looked at Sakazuki lightly, Sakazuki also glanced at cows blankly, both inside and out with arrogance. Sakazuki Rear Admiral, the Bloodthorn pirates, including the Captain Bloodthorn Pretendant, were killed by the Golden Emperor Gaia cows, that guy. A major returned and pointed to cows on the golden seat. How much is a reward? A large colonel next to Sakazuki spoke. At present, the Golden Emperor has not offered a reward. It is neither a pirate nor a pirate hunter. Ding ding kika. As soon as the major's words fell, the fallen giant sword behind cows began to split, turning into a variety of 18 weapons and aiming at Sakazuki and the crowd. Shoo! Hurry up! Defense! All the Marines changed color instantly, even the pirates. No one thought that the Golden Emperor would suddenly do it. Court death! As soon as cows moved his hand, Sakazuki's face instantly became fierce, and he drew a long knife from his back and slammed a blow. Suddenly a dazzling slash and dive, powerfully blasted the 18 weapons that he shot, and at the same time the whole person disappeared in place. Was already below cows when it appeared. Great eruption. The entire right arm was flowing with lava, and finally formed a villa-sized lava giant fist, which rose from the ground with the sound of a storm. Sakazuki was a big move as soon as he came up, trying to get rid of cows with one punch. Seeing and hearing the color is always preparing, the golden throne formed a war armor entanglement for the first time. Cows disappeared with a shave, and appeared in front of Sakazuki in the blink of an eye. A golden sword in his right hand pierced Sakazuki's heart straightly. Cows didn't have the joy of attacking on his face, but frowned tightly with such an expression as expected. As for Sakazuki, his face was full of contempt and disdain, and the long knife in his hand quickly turned and slashed towards Cow's, even with a strange power entwined on it. Cow's left-hand armor squirmed, forming a long sword over his head. The next moment a huge crisis rushed in, the golden long sword was easily cut off. The golden hanabi was splashing, and Cow's used the shave to pull away and appeared 10 meters away, looking down at his chest, where the torn golden armor overflowed with a trace of bright red bloodline. Armament haki. Cow's looked a little ugly. Although his physique had not been converted into gold, the defense of the armor was far beyond ordinary steel, but it was still broken by Sakazuki. Ding! The deformed golden longsword fell from Sakazuki's body, and most of it had been smelted into a golden liquid. Sakazuki's chest was dripping with crimson lava and healed in the blink of an eye with gas. Cow's attack was of no use. Raising his hand, all the weapons in the air shot at Sakazuki with the sound of breaking through the air. The latter held a long knife and ignored it. The ground was torn and Cow's disappeared in place, and the ruins behind him caused a huge explosion. Without an armed color, Logia is insoluble at all. Cow's was suspended in the air, watching Sakazuki's body being destroyed by 18 weapons, but with the flow of magma, he quickly recovered. Call out! Sakazuki quickly approached, and the entire left arm lava expanded to form a vicious dog, tearing his eardrums and rising high temperature, and Cow's felt a danger before he arrived. The body under the battle armor was golden, and Cow's made a fist and didn't dodge, so he faced Sakazuki's hard steel. He needs to push himself. Boom! The ground under his feet exploded, and there was a trace of pain on Cow's face, and he couldn't control his body to fly out. Along the way, he rolled in embarrassment and set off a series of rebels, and his right fist was red and white smoke rose. At the same time, the entire right arm was trembling slightly. He lost in strength. Climbing up from the ground, Cow's looked at Sakazuki, who had put away his long sword and walked over with lava flowing all over his body. The gold scattered on the ground all shot and merged with the battle armor. As his body continued to grow, he finally became 10. The meter-high golden warrior, majestic and full of explosive power. The two walked closer, and with the earth-shaking explosion, the golden giant fist collided with the lava giant fist, and a circular shock wave set off the stone pavement, destroying the surrounding buildings for a while. Half a street disappeared directly. Cow's could not stop retreating, the golden face under the armor was unwilling and unbelievable. That punch was all his strength, but he lost. Is Sakazuki in this period already so strong? Lava fruit simulates a volcanic eruption, and that force is really not something ordinary people can take. Chapter 29, The Great Power Appears in the Body. Boom boom boom. Strong storms are constantly sweeping, and several streets in Magic Valley are reduced to ruins. The raging fire entangles the smoke and rises into the sky, and the surrounding ground is cratered to form various potholes. The magma bubbling inside keeps the temperature rising. Two monsters. Is this the strongest Logia in Devil Fruit? It's terrible, it's just manipulating the power of nature. Logia Lava Fruit, Marine's three major rookies Rear Admiral Sakazuki's ability. Ordinary attacks are useless at all, the Golden Emperor will undoubtedly lose. Make him arrogant, now he finally kicked it to the iron plate. Outside the chaotic field, many pirates and marines watched the fierce battle on the scene. The power displayed by Sakazuki opened their eyes. Logia is indeed the strongest of the three devil fruits. The attack of the Golden Emperor was useless at all. Dark Hound. Unmatched power erupted in an instant, and Cow's showed pain in a hard blow, and the golden armor of the entire right arm was cracked, like a piece of metal falling down. The most important thing is that the gold is actually beginning to soften. Cows couldn't control his body, and flew out with a large fragment of ruined walls, and finally lay at the end with blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. Lava dripped on Sakazuki's face, and the lava in his right hand continued to swell. Even Haki wouldn't dare to provoke and send you to hell. Canine Tooth Gurren. The Sakazuki didn't say much, and shot at Cows with contempt in his eyes, and the entire lava right arm turned into a dog's head shape. At the moment of close proximity, it was like a missile bombardment. The unmatched power even tore the eardrum. Only you! Cows roared, and all the gold on his body wriggled around his right arm, forming a huge gold right fist. The shock attack did not bring back any retreat. Buzzing! The collision energy spread instantly, the surrounding ground peeled off and then collapsed, a large amount of hot magma scattered in all directions. Cows gritted his teeth and sank into the ground with his feet, his mouth stubbornly resisted. The nameless, die! Sakazuki's face was fierce, and the magma in his body slammed into his arms, and the second force blessed in a moment, just like a stormy sea that caused Cows to keep retreating. Damn it, is the gap so big? Cows's golden eyes were full of unwillingness. He had cultivated to the death for 3 and 5 months. It can be said that he did not slack off for a moment, but compared with these real characters, he was still far behind. Do you want to retreat? No, just stick to it. Cows gritted his teeth, forcibly stood still, ignoring the wounds in his body, and roared to resist. Puff! Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Cows only supported it for more than 10 seconds, and then flew out and hit the ruins, with blood constantly overflowing in his mouth. He is now golden, and even so, he can't bear that power. Getting up from the ground, Cows spit out blood on the ground with his mouth turned, his messy blonde hair casually draped on his forehead, standing upright proudly and hooking his finger at Sakazuki. People can be defeated, but demeanor cannot be without. Sakazuki was not angry, after all, Cows was already dead in his eyes. Boom! The two sides collided again, and Cow's attack could not hurt Sakazuki. But it could be forced back. It can be said that it is completely unbalanced, and the elementalization of Logia is really unsolvable. From the side, Cows is already very cowhide. In the case of no armed color, he could fight Sakazuki for so long, and he was still frontally hardened steel. He even forced Sakazuki back more than once. Puff! The outer layer of gold armor shattered, and Cows was bowed and his chest was red, and he flew out and hit the ground constantly rolling. After splashing a large piece of rubble and dust, he swayed and stood up again. He spit out the blood in his mouth, tilted his chin up, and still had the expression with the eyes above the top. There are many pirates who watched the show in the periphery, so it's not unreasonable that this guy is hateful. Even if you don't die today, you will die later. Maybe it will provoke some strong people. It's all in this situation, so arrogant, and I don't know where the courage comes from. Sakazuki's heart also slowly risen with anger. He didn't feel much at first, but it was different when he hit it. The various contemptuous eyes of the other party are really irritating. This arrogance is not like the hacky arrogance of Golden Lion and the Lonely Red, but the arrogance that is niche and easy to hate, that is, the kind that is not pleasing to the eye. Even a person with a mild temper cannot stand it. That kind of feeling is that if you don't hammer Cows to death, you will not be able to understand your thoughts, and you will feel uncomfortable all over your body. If you stand on the upper hand, you can be so arrogant, after all, it is very strong. But the key is to fall into a disadvantage, which is why the self-confidence of mystery is supporting this arrogance. The ground burst and collided again, and Cows kept backing away in pain, but it was like immune to death. Xiaoqiang hitting again and again. Dark Hound. Sakazuki descended from the sky, leaning back with his right hand, lava splashing, and rushing straight towards Cows like a broken bamboo. Whether it was power or speed, it was extremely terrifying. Cows, with a bloody face, clenched his right fist, still so arrogant. Just as he continued to be tough with Sakazuki with his fist, an inexplicable force filled his arms, especially the strongest fist. Cows didn't have time to react and collided with Sakazuki. With the sound of the dull heavy metal, Cows sank his feet into the ground and shot out. After leaving 2 30-meter gullies, he slammed a backflip. Kneeling on the ground, the golden face was full of ecstasy. There can be nothing wrong. There is absolutely nothing wrong. The great power in his body was finally aroused. Why did he persist, even if he was hammered? Isn't it just madness on the verge of death trying to arouse that power? Sakazuki's eyes changed with dripping lava all over his body. Just after the collision, a weak haki appeared in the opponent's hand. This guy. Sakazuki showed murderous intent, flying out, and the magma all over his body was swelling. Chaos was more excited than ever before. He clenched his fist and felt the weak force, and constantly guided and felt it. It was just as strange and unfamiliar as when he first awakened. Puff! Without any accident, at the moment of the collision, Cows vomited blood and flew out, before he gasped. Sakazuki appeared. As the landslide exploded, Cows flew out of the thick smoke like a ball. Finally, he rolled on the ground and grabbed the ground with both hands, wiped out the blood in his mouth and nose in embarrassment and laughed. Sakazuki walked out of the flames with a gloomy expression, and at a glance, he knew that his mood was extremely bad. Haha! Sakazuki, you will be my best friend from now on, you really didn't let me down. I'll be here first today, I can't hold it anymore. You are the most kind man I have ever seen. Go back and remember to get my reward news report out. I will be very unhappy if there is 100 million missing. I look forward to seeing you next time. Cows looked up to the sky and screamed and fled. Echoes echoed across the sky. Sakazuki had a cold face and wanted to chase, but the ability to fly in the air was obviously not as fast as Cows. Even using Great Eruption is useless. If it is replaced by Sakazuki, who is going to be at war in the future, Cows will not even run away. He may have died a long time ago and there will be no scum left. Chapter 30. You know it's a professional scrubbing gang. On the other side of Magic Valley Town, there is a deep mountain and old forest. Cows slammed on the ground like a meteor, shocking many birds and beasts. A small piece of jungle was crushed to form a pothole, Cows lying in it looking at the blue sky. His golden armor was tattered, his face was pale and blood-stained, and he looked miserable and embarrassed. But his eyes were brighter than ever. Seeing and hearing colors cover the surroundings, and no tracking people are found. It's safe. Just lying in the pit, smelling the fragrance of the soil vegetation, calmed down for almost half an hour, Cows crawled out of the pit in pain, and then staggered towards the depths of the jungle. This is the end of arrogant pretense. Pain and happiness coexist. But it is very good. Another hour passed. By the side of a small river, Cows cleaned his whole body and had a tattered golden armor. Then he applied herbs and lay on a big rock, and he could clearly feel the strangeness in his body. Strength! Ha 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 ha! The corners of his mouth could not be restrained from laughing. Cows raised his right hand as if to grasp the sun on the sky in his palm, and he awakened. He awakened the armed color. The arrogant capital will increase again in the future. He has been training and beating hard every day, even before his debut, for 3 and 5 months. Do you know how he spent the 3 and 5 months? He held back his vanity for 3 years and 5 months, and he could be pregnant with a Neza. If you don't have autism, it's all with excellent psychological quality. Especially today, finally broke the cocoon and turned into a butterfly. The richest man is actually in the pool. As long as he learns to be armed with knowledge, he will surely suppress all enemies and become the supreme legend that future generations can only look up to and catch up. Pull away. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye since sunset. Sakazuki and others left on the same day. Anyone with a black face was not allowed to enter the whole process, maybe just a glance with a few pirates. Sakazuki, who was originally unhappy, broke out and defeated dozens of pirate groups with a strong and domineering force. In the end, he almost moved 1/10 of the town of Magic Valley to the ground. The men who brought him also suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for the call from Marineford, Sakazuki might have been stuck in Magic Valley. In the deep mountains and old forests, a river is raging torrents, and in front of a rock the size of a villa, Cows reveals 8-pack abdominal muscles naked to his upper body, strong and full of lines. The right hand was golden, exuding golden light under the shining of the sun. With the spread of power, it was visible to the naked eye that Cow's golden right fist was dyed with a layer of light black color, and finally turned into a black gold fist. Boom! With his fist clenched and the blue veins raised, Cows hit the rock in front of him with a punch. As the huge impact spread, the whole rock began to sink from where the fist touched, and then there appeared centipede cracks, and finally wrapped up like a broken mirror. Piece of rock! The sky blasted and screamed, and pieces of rock fragments flew like cannonballs, splashing huge water splashes in the river, or smashing into the ground to form small pits. The whole big rock exploded. Sure enough, both the offensive power and the defense power have increased. Cows looked at the black gold fist. In the past 5 days, he had initially armed Master. The Master's speed is a bit fast. From the side, it is actually a lot of accumulation. After all, more than 3 years are considered to be laying the foundation, and coupled with the talent for traversing enhancement, it is completely expected. It's not just an armed color. In the future, as long as the 6 forms find that direction, it will easily become hydrated. I don't know if Sakazuki has left Demon Valley Town or not, and he has his own reward. It should be at least 100 million. Cows is itchy, he wants to know his reward now. 5 days ago, Sakazuki's face was so shameful, and with his jealous and hateful character, is the amount of reward still going up? Moreover, I left the Times and reported the lowest price, so I should be able to afford it. The scattered gold flew into the sky, forming a 10-meter giant sword standing in the air. Cows stood on the top of the sword target and flew to the town of Magic Valley with anticipation. Demon Valley Town is still that Demon Valley Town, and nothing has been affected by the battle 5 days ago. What it used to be is still what it was now. Hey! Look at what it is! Damn it, such a huge sword seems to be made of gold. So arrogant and high profile. There is a man on the sword target. Don't look at it, it must be the BD of Emperor Golden. Such a high profile is hateful, no one but him. Many pirates on the street raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Almost at the same time, there appeared a figure that owed a beating, and then cursed what they should be doing. After watching for a long time, the anger went up inexplicably. It's your own body that is angry, so you can't do it. Captain, for such a big golden sword, the minimum is more than 3 billion Baileys to start. Compared to some pirates who knew the Golden Emperor, the new pirates who landed on the island in these 5 days all looked up with greed. Don't be impulsive, that guy screamed so arrogantly, but the pirates in Demon Valley Town turned out to just curse a few words. Something is wrong. Look at the situation first. Many pirates are still smart, and this situation is not right. So I did not act rashly. There were also many people whose eyes were blinded by greed, and they even followed behind the golden great sword. Some idiots. Many pirates looked at the new pirates who were catching up with them, with disdain on their faces. If the Golden Emperor was so easy to kill, they would have hacked to death long ago. When I arrived at the address of the original tropical hotel, a 5-story building was erected here, but it was made of wood. It looks very luxurious and exquisite. This smoking boss is fast enough. The golden giant sword fell, hanging 3 feet above the ground on the street, blocking the sunlight. There are also many pirates with dark faces, their eyes are full of discomfort looking at cows, and they can't stop yelling. I get angry as soon as I see this guy. Boom! The shooting sounded without warning, startled the surrounding pirates. Chaos slightly tilted his head to look in the direction of the shot. More than 20 vicious greedy pirates were staring at the golden giant sword under his feet. "Boy, we want your gold. Our captain is offering a reward of 15 million. More than 20 pirates were extremely arrogant, and more than a dozen gunpoints were all aimed at Chaos. These idiots. Dead. Many pirates around looked at the more than 20 pirates like they were mentally retarded. Even Chaos was taken aback for a moment, and then his face became difficult to look. "You don't know who I am." Chaos still had a fluke in his heart. "Whoever you are, just obedient if you don't want to die." Chaos' eyes suddenly became dangerous. These people don't even know who he is? Too much deception. The golden giant sword trembles, and more than 20 golden spears are instantly split, and they all fly out at all the pirates. The ground bombed again and again for the first time. After the various screams and begging for mercy disappeared, more than 20 pirates were all nailed to the ground, and the pungent and bloody smell was disgusting in the air. Kill in an instant. None of them escaped. Whoever comes out to wash the ground, this tuft of gold belongs to him, don't affect the appearance of the city. All the gold blended into 3 golden warriors, and Chaos waved a fist-sized gold to the ground. Then I entered the tropical hotel in a very bad mood. And the lump of gold was taken by 5 or 6 people who didn't know where it came from, and then quickly swept the audience, and everything returned to normal. Even the pothole shot by the golden spear was refilled. At first glance, I knew it was a professional scrubbing gang. Chapter 31. Sakazuki did forget him. How could it not? It's been 5 days. What a joke. A roar came from the tropical hotel, causing many pirates on the street to look at the hotel inexplicably. Hearing this voice seemed to be the arrogant fellow of the Golden Emperor. At this time in the store, Chaos grabbed Spike's collar with one hand. If Chaos had just come to Magic Valley Town, Spike would have swept out with a mace. But now he can only let Chaos grab the collar. No way, the times have become too fast. He can't do this, guy. Calm down. The smoking boss no longer smokes at the bar, but is a peacemaker, and his words are a little more respectful. Damn Sakazuki. Chaos let go of his hand a little angrily and slapped his hand on the table cruelly. He just asked Spike if he had his reward order, but the big guy said no. 5 days ago, I clearly told Sakazuki. Didn't that guy report him to Marine? Damn it. The expectant heart suddenly cooled. This is to force him to take the initiative. Chaos sat on a chair, and the Golden Warriors sat on the opposite side and on the left and right. Many pirates in the hall looked at the 3 little golden men from time to time, and they couldn't hide the greed at all. But there is no courage to dare to do it. At present, the reputation of the Golden Emperor is well known in Mogu Town. Except for some newly landed pirates who dare to do something, even the pirates who are offering a reward of hundreds of millions have to be weighed and weighed. Feeling extremely irritable, filling the 5 internal organs hastily, Chaos inquired about the whereabouts of some powerful pirates from the smoking boss, and then left. Then run in the armed colors, and then go to trouble with Marine, see if you can get the other 6 types, and then go to Sky Island to retreat for a period of time. When the time comes, I will come back to express my own legend. Arrogance, high profile, arrogant death is a high-risk occupation, which belongs to the long-term walking on a tightrope, and there is no difference between suicide without a certain foundation. He pays great attention to this one. In the next 10 days or so, the entire Demon Valley town was smoky, and the pirates under 70 to 80 million all yelled at them, and almost all those who offered the rewards escaped Demon Valley town. In the past 10 days, I didn't know what kind of madness the Golden Emperor was going to. It was either in a fight or on the way to a fight, which caused a lot of pirates to panic. Such as the Octopus Pirate Group, Madara Horse Killer, Reaper Tesses, etc., all have left the town of Magic Valley. At the same time, Chaos did not wait for his reward for the past 10 days. He guessed that Sakazuki might have forgotten him. As guessed, Sakazuki did forget him. Now that the pirates are being arrested on the Grand Line, there is no time to remember who Chaos is. The blue sky is like washing, and it is surrounded by 1,000-meter-high white clouds. A giant golden sword flew in vain, leaving a channel in the clouds and quickly disappearing to the horizon. Chaos carried his hands on his back, with broken hair flying in the wind. His white shirt was open to reveal the 8 strong and powerful abdominal muscles, and his tall body could be said to be handsome. At least Chaos himself thinks so. Now he can't find an opponent in Magic Valley Town. Life is so lonely as snow. So he asked the smoking boss about the nearest marine branch, which is now on his way. Yab. After flying for almost 70 or 80 kilometers, Chaos suddenly looked towards the sea. On the endless blue sea, 2 large ships seem to be chasing one after another. One is a pirate ship and the other is a warship. I hope to encounter a warship above the colonel. At this time, the marine and the level above the major may all have a master in 6 styles. Chaos has now master shaved and moonwalk. Finger pistol can also be said to be successful in practice. It is only short of iron body, paper arts, and tempest kick. Iron body and paper arts may be used specifically to increase the chance of awakening armed color and seeing and hearing color, so it is not a big problem. I think so, but Chaos still intends to ask Marine for advice. Boost. Fire, fire. These damn Marines. On the undulating sea surface, one by one grenades splashed into the sea, and the pirates on the entire pirate regiment acted urgently. Even if they had been licking blood on the sea for many years, they also had a trace of nervous fear at this time. Compared with the tension of the pirates, the marine on the back of the warship was in an orderly manner, loading shells with shells, and firing shots. The pirates were always consumed without any rush. This is the difference between a regular army and a pan of loose sand. What's more, the supreme officer of this warship is Rear Admiral. When watching anime, I think Marine Rear Admiral is the same thing. The strength seems to be very weak. But the reality is that Marine Rear Admiral is very strong, really strong. It is completely possible to win against the highest officer of any branch in any sea area. Not only Rear Admiral, but Marine generals such as Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel, and Major are also very powerful. For individual majors, the Master's 6 forms is not just one form, and even Haki has a master. Tobit Rear Admiral, the pirates' shell counterattack is weakened. On the bow of the warship, a burly man with a beard and Rear Admiral Cloak of Justice looked at the pirate ship ahead with his arms folded. A seaman next to him put down his binoculars and reported. "Don't worry, continue to attack with artillery shells. If it can sink, then sink it. When the time comes to fight, it can reduce casualties." The Tobit Rear Admiral is very calm, and belongs to the kind of general who cares about his subordinates. He did not intend to hard steel with the pirates, but intends to weaken the pirates with shells and chase. Yes. You can see the surrounding Marines, all looking at Tobit with respect. That is the respect from the heart. Every time a pirate is arrested, our personnel will suffer casualties. You must prepare the medical officer. No matter how expensive the medicine is, I must use it. You must do your best to save everyone's lives. Tobit turned and looked at his adjutant very seriously. As long as this order was at war with the pirate, he would definitely order it. He will never give up any of his followers. It has become a habit for many years. The medical officer has prepared in advance and promised not to give up any brother. Very good. Toby nodded, and then continued to look at the pirate ship ahead. The coat of justice behind is flying in the sea breeze. This continued for a few more minutes, and the pirates' counterattack became weaker and weaker. And all the shells were almost exhausted. But out of caution, or because he did not want to cause too many casualties to his men, Tobit continued to order shelling until the pirate ship lost its ability to sail. Despicable Marine! The fire of the pirate ship soared into the sky and the smoke lifted into the sky, and many pirates looked desperate. In this vast uncultivated sea, the pirate ship loses its ability to sail, and the marine does not need to catch it. It may not be long before the pirates will sink to the bottom of the sea. Now these pirates have three paths. Either surrender, kill marine to snatch warships, or die on the bottom of the sea. Shoo! The door grenade on the warship kept shooting out. Even if the pirates blocked them as much as possible, they still fell on the ship and exploded. Many pirates were blown to pieces, and those who were lucky enough not to die were also screaming again and again. All kinds of burnt meat aromas, mixed with pungent bloody smell and gunpowder smoke, make the turbulent sea even more turbulent. Chapter 32. The reward is 100 million less. Barry, I will tear the ticket. Kill. What? My hand, my hand. I surrender, don't kill me. Help, help. At this time, on the pirate ship, many pirates were wailing on the ground, and a large number of marines were landing from the warship. The two sides are not fighting each other. Boom! A figure flew out, breaking the main pole of the pirate ship and smashing into the cabin, its chest sunken and unable to stop vomiting blood. Tobit fell from the midair, with the cloak of justice flying behind him, his eyes sharply looking at the pirate who kept vomiting blood in the broken cabin. He was the captain of the pirate group. A reward of 48 million is offered. Such a small role cannot be his opponent. Just 5 or 6 moves made the opponent lose resistance. Let down all weapons. Hurry up, put your head in your hands and lie on the ground. With the defeat of Captain Pirate, the situation became clear. Many marines surrounded the pirates with their muskets, their faces fierce and wary. Do not kill me. As 1 or 2 pirates dropped their weapons and lay on the ground, more and more pirates gave up. Their captain didn't hold on for more than 10 seconds, and the marine, who was wearing the justice coat on the bow, clearly had Rear Admiral on his shoulder. Fortunately, I met the warship led by Rear Admiral here. Tie it up. The marines are very skilled, kicking off the weapon in front of the pirate and handcuffing them. After the pirate captain was hit hard, Tobit watched quietly, just standing there was a shock. But just as the dust settled, there was a sudden blast from the sky, and Tobit raised his head and looked up for the first time. His expression suddenly changed. Immediately after, Marine and the pirate also raised their heads, both slightly opened their mouths, a little surprised. The sun was pouring down, and a gorgeous and noble golden giant sword fell down. It was more than 10 meters long, and it was engraved with exquisite pictures of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and trees. And above that huge sword was a handsome man wearing precious gold armor and exuding a king's fan. But the man was looking down at them contemptuously, as if he was looking at a lowly person. Fortunately, I caught a Rear Admiral. Cows stretched out his hand to lift his hair up, revealing his smooth forehead, and slanting his eyes down, making him more arrogant and defiant. This is the king's contempt. Clank! The golden giant sword at the foot made the sound of golden leather, and then 18 weapons such as swords, guns, swords, and halberds appeared in the surrounding sky, no more than 18. The fingers of the left hand gently pressed down, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. 18 weapons shot at Tobit like sharp arrows. As for the other marines and pirates, they ignored them. His goal is Tobit. Facing the golden weapon from the lazing, Tobit was calm. Quickly kicked a few feet to form a 5 meniscus tempest kick slash, rising from the ground and colliding with the golden weapon, making a sound like a golden iron horse. At the same time they disappeared in place, and the deck was filled with several weapons in the next second. Tempest kick, shave. Cows swept his gaze to the ship's rail, and the opponent really knew 6 poses. It just so happens that tempest kick is what he needs. Lifting his right hand slightly, the weapons inserted on the deck lifted off one after another, falling down to the side and aiming at Tobit, but this time they did not shoot. At the same time, the golden armor of Cows was stripped and merged into the golden great sword. Hey! Disappearing out of thin air, Cows appeared on the deck in the next second, only 2 meters away from Tobit. "Who is your excellency?" Tobit's muscles tightened, and he felt the danger. The corners of Cow's mouth are full of arrogance, and he directly responds to Tobit with actions. The calf of his right foot quickly dyed black, and the air exploded and swept towards Tobit's head like lightning. The latter leaned back and avoided and disappeared in place. The next second Tobit appeared on the right side of Cow's, his right arm muscles bulging and spreading veins. The same covering armed color blasted towards Cow's head. Boom! There was a huge dull sound, and Cow's turned around with a punch, a circular shock wave spreading around the two of them. Many pirate marines collapsed and withdrew. At the same time the air pressure crushed the flames and black smoke burning in the stern of the ship. Tobit hummed back a few steps, his eyes full of weight. Cow stood there and didn't move, but there was a crack in the deck under his feet. "That's it. Tempest kick." Tobit launched an attack, jumping up and kicking 2 feet towards Cow's in succession, forming a meniscus-shaped slash and tearing the deck in tandem, and attacking Cow's fiercely. Seeing the color radiation, Cow slowly leaned his body to the left and right, and flashed one after another when Tobit made a punch. The latter turned his right fist and made an uppercut with an armed color. Cow's first leaned back and then rotated 360 degrees off the ground, with his left foot on the ground and his right foot sweeping across the army with the sound of breaking through the air. "Call out!" Tobit did not resist, but disappeared with shave. But as soon as he appeared 5 meters away, he noticed a crisis before he acted. Cow's unexpectedly also appeared. Iron body. Tobit's face changed in shock, and his broad chest bulged, and he could only resist the shocking fist. Like the sound of heavy metal collisions, Cow's hit Tobit's chest with a punch. With the huge wind and waves flying around the deck, Tobit's face was flushed and his eyes were full of pain. He spouted a mouthful of blood before flying and shot through the distance in one fell swoop. Of warships. Cow stepped on the moonwalk to chase out, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Tobit Rear Admiral. "Damn it, Lord Rear Admiral. How to do? Trust Tobit Rear Admiral." Many Marines walked to the side of the ship's rail and looked nervous at the warship that had broken through a hole. At this moment, inside the slightly dim warship, the strong smell of wine smelled, and Tobit was lying wet in the ruined wall. This was obviously where Marine was storing his drinks. Ahem! With a cough, he couldn't help but vomit blood, and Tobit's face turned pale. The iron body, coupled with the armed color, didn't even defend the opponent's punch. With the sound of footsteps approaching, Tobit stood up in embarrassment and looked at Cow's, then disappeared in vain and appeared in front of Cow's. Finger pistol. Seeing Tobit's index finger and middle finger closed, he quickly dyed his armed color and stabbed Cow's in the throat like a lightning bolt. This is a killer blow. Even a decimeter-thick steel can be easily penetrated. When Cow saw and heard that the color could be kept on, he easily tilted his head and took a step forward. His right fist turned black and struck Tobit's abdomen in amazement. At that time, an air pressure rushed out of Toby's special rear, directly piercing through the buildings at the end. Let the sun shine in, damaging the entire naval ship's accommodation. Vomit. Tobit bent his body, covered his abdomen with his hands and couldn't help kneeling on the ground. The whole flushed face was bulging with blue veins, and his eyes were gradually stained with bloodshot eyes, as if he would stare out in the next moment. The whole body has lost sensation, and Tobit can hardly perform other actions except for vomiting blood. It is indeed much weaker than Sakazuki. Cows looked down at Tobit, completely different from what Sakazuki gave him. No pressure at all. In the sky outside, the golden giant sword moved horizontally beside the warship, and a golden chain was quickly split into the hole, which directly tied Tobit to the giant's sword. There are also 10 seamen. Cow stepped on the moonwalk and flew to the great sword, looking at the remaining marine on the pirate ship. Remember that my name is Golden Emperor Gaia Cows. Go back and report to your boss to make my reward. I will tear up the ticket if I lose 100 million berry, and help me say hello to Sakazuki. The golden giant sword soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the clouds, leaving only a group of sea soldiers who were stupefied. Chapter 33. They didn't have any cultivation at all, so I was different. In the old forest in the back mountain of Magic Valley Town, the mountain stream where Madara Horsekiller was tied at first. There was a sound of breaking through the air from a kilometer high, and then a golden giant sword fell quickly, and finally it was suspended on the river and splashed with huge water splashes, and then moved horizontally to the shore and stood upright. The 10 seamen threatened and cursed, but none of them were afraid. Cows gently waved his hand, the gold chains were loosened, and Tobit paled on the ground, and rushed towards Cows as soon as he landed. Cows put his hands on his shoulders and looked playful, like a cat playing with a mouse, but the chains on the golden giant sword flew out with the sound of breaking through the air, entangled Tobit, and dragged him abruptly in one fell swoop. Tobit's finger pistol is only a decimeter away from Cow's eyes. The pirate of Dammit. Hanging uncontrollably, Tobit was pulled by a chain in a big font, and the violent struggle was just the sound of the golden leather. Let go of Tobit, Rear Admiral! Damn pirate! The 10 seamen who were tied up were also struggling. Cows just took a look, and then the chain entangled the mouth of the 10 seamen, leaving only a whimper. What do you want? Tobit is calm, but his eyes are full of anger. Don't be so angry, we can negotiate a deal. As long as you tell me the 6 cultivation methods and insights, I will let you go when I succeed in cultivation. My Golden Emperor came out and talked about the word faith. I don't want to use any torture methods. After all, I am very kind, not pervert. So hello, me, hello, everyone. Chaos was still so simple and neat, he didn't hide his purpose at all. Tobit stopped struggling, staring at Cows, and suddenly laughed sarcastically. You, pirate. Trustworthy. It's up to you to kill, it's impossible to want 6 types. Tobit's face was full of irony, and his eyes were hard and firm. Even if he died, he would not let the pirate succeed. The 10 seamen behind him also looked at Cows sarcastically. Cows was not angry, first glanced at the 10 seamen who were tied up, and then chuckled around Tobit. You seem to be loved by your subordinates, I can feel that it is from the heart, and you should be a good marine based on this. Calm down, everyone, and talk about it. What I pursue is different from those cliché pirates who want to kill innocent people. They have no cultivation at all, so I am different. Cows stretched out his hand and sent the pieces back, his face was full of disdain for the pirates. Come at me if you want to kill. Tobit gritted his teeth and glared at Cows. This guy is so despicable. 10 seconds for you. My patience is limited. If you hesitate for a second, I will kill one if you hesitate for more than 10 seconds. You have a total of 20 seconds. Even if I kill you all, I can go to another marine, it's just a waste of time. Cows shrugged indifferently. Woohoo! The 10 seamen kept shaking their heads at Tobit, they were not afraid of death. Never bow your head to the pirate. Tobit's eyes were struggling, and he couldn't make him watch the men who followed him were killed. But... well, the time is up, what choice do you have? Chaos yawned with his hands on his shoulders, not looking anxious. You let them go first. Tobit gritted his teeth. He will bear all the consequences. Woohoo! The 10 seamen behind him struggled, and some of their eyes were red. They had anticipated it more or less. After all, this is their Tobit Rear Admiral, a good officer who is willing to consider them. But they don't want to drag Tobit Rear Admiral. Even if they can return safely this time, Tobit Rear Admiral will be punished, and may even be imprisoned. This is Magic Valley Town, even if I let them go, I can't get out of here without warships. Cows spread his hands. Then how do I believe you will keep your promise? Tobit stared coldly. Do you have another way? Or I will kill one now. The chain stretched over, and a young marine looked at cows viciously, wishing to kill cows with his eyes. "Stop, I promise you. If you can't keep your promise, even if you die, I will hold you." Tobit looked worried, but compromised. "It's good to be like this early, wasting so much of my saliva." Cows smiled, waved his chain and returned to his position. As the sun goes down, time slips through fingers like unholdable fine sand. A trance for half a month passed quietly. At Tropical Hotel, Cows was naked, with strong muscles full of lines. While watching the news report in his hand, he offered a reward, while holding red wine with a smile on his mouth. Golden Emperor Gaia Cows, Demon Fruit Power, offers a reward of 123 million. That's right, what Cows is holding now is his own reward, 123 million. Although there is a lot of gap between the expected 200 million, but the first time he made his debut, he offered a reward of 123 million, which was considered a small peak. In addition to his own reward amount, there is also a lot of news about other pirate groups. The sea is still calm now. 5 days ago, Cows let Tobit and other marines go. At first, Tobit and others couldn't believe it. After all, the pirates were all cunning and cruel, but Cows really let them go. According to Cows, he can be pervert, cruel, and frenzied, but he must maintain one advantage, that is, credit. People don't believe it and they won't stand. This is very important in Cows's previous life. Even if the society is very impetuous, Cows always attaches importance to credit. Say one is one. All things and people are like this. Like those with high credit, others will subconsciously and unconditionally believe that the road to life will be much smoother. Because of this, in the previous life, Cows has a true close friend, the kind who will help out when selling a house. There are not many friends. As long as there is one such close friend, then this life will be considered as a friend in friendship. It was a success. At the same time, neighbors trust Cows very much. These are all established by Cows with credit bit by bit. This is still the case in this life. In addition, Cows is able to offer a reward of 123 million at one time this time, and it is estimated that there is also a Tobit reason. Otherwise it is impossible to have such a high reward. According to normal circumstances, it is estimated to be only 70 to 80 million. Of course these are nothing to do with Cows. In the past half month, he has got what he wants: finger pistol, iron body, tempest kick, paper arts. He has all been a preliminary master. That's right, he succeeded in practicing tempest kick and other formulas in just half a month. At first, Tobit and Marine seemed to have seen a ghost. Even Cows himself was a little unbelievable. In the end, thinking about it is to traverse to make the talent stronger, and at the same time, the foundation laid in the 3 years and 5 months, in fact, those have reached a critical point. As long as Cows is given a direction, he will be able to gather and awaken naturally. For example, iron body, Cows has been beaten for more than 3 years, not to mention that he has awakened the armed color. Tobit just talked about some skills and insights, and Cows learned and even became a preliminary master within a day. And so are paper arts, tempest kick, etc. Needless to say, paper arts is simpler as long as you wake up. Tempest kick is also an extension of shaved, and moonwalk is also very easy. The solid foundation laid over the past 3 years is now accumulating. Mainly the soul talent brought by the crossing. It's time to go up there and take a look. Cows put down his glass and looked at the blue sky outside the window. His golden fruit has a big flaw. At present, he can only change his physique into gold, and then manipulate the gold he touches. In other words, Cows must carry gold at all times, otherwise he can only turn his physique into gold, which will weaken his combat effectiveness a lot. Unless Jin Jinguo awakens, so that he can temporarily assimilate the surrounding environment. As for making gold out of thin air, it is still very far away. So next, Cows intends to use the gold on Sky Island to develop some golden fruits, such as the amount of manipulation, flexibility, and so on. Moreover, gold is very heavy and can be practiced with heavy loads. It is now the sea circle calendar at the end of July 1496, and there are almost 5 months left until 1497. Cows intends to be stable again and wait until 1497. Roger has not yet entered the new world at this time, but he is coming soon. Chapter 34, Even the square and floor tiles are gold. Call out. At a height of 100 meters, a golden rainbow blasted into the sky like a rocket, and Cows stepped on the giant sword and shot straight towards the sky. 1,000 meters, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The air began to become thinner, and at the same time the fierce wind was very strong. Passing through the layers of white clouds, suddenly a vast and boundless sea of clouds appeared in front of Cows, but this was not the white sea of Sky Island, but a vast and uncultivated sea of normal clouds. The reason why Cows stopped was because there was a very dreamy small island floating on the sea of clouds, with a rainbow reflected behind it, which was composed of most clouds and a small part of land. It looks like a wonderland suspended in the air, much more beautiful and real than those special effects in the movie. It can be said to be a miracle. Visalia. Cows shoots towards the small island. If I remember correctly, this should be the island where Nami will practice in the future. Those who live on it are a group of veteran scholars who study meteorology, and they have not left Sky Island to float with the wind. When Cows appeared, some of the old men above found out. After all, such a big golden giant sword, it's hard not to notice it. On the faintly green grass exuding fragrance, Cows slowly fell, and behind him the golden giant sword was hanging down and moving along with Cows. It is very visual. At first glance, he knew he was a strong one. Your Excellency is from Qinghai. Hardada and more than a dozen old men walked out of the weather room and looked a little nervous at Cows on the grass. They are all a group of old men, although they are much younger than 20 years later, they are still some 60 or 70-year-old men, and they are just meteorological scientists, but they have no combat effectiveness. I don't know what's going on in the last year. No one from Qinghai has come up for more than 10 or 2 decades, but some time ago, a group of pirates came up, like the Roger pirates. I have also had a drink together, and they are very hearty. How long has this passed, and how come someone has come up again? Cows looked at the old man with a waist and split into 2 fish-tailed snow-white beards, dressed in robes and pointed hats similar to Western wizards. Although he was still young, Cows recognized it. It is the old scientist who rescued Nami and taught meteorology in the future. What do you say that is? Yes. Cows gave a sunny smile, very kind. He intends to learn a little sailing knowledge. He does not need Grandmaster, he can probably judge the weather and direction, and he may use it in the future. The most terrifying thing about Pirate World is the weather, especially Grand Line and New World. Getting lost at sea is even more dangerous. Even if Cows can fly. What if you are seriously injured after fighting with the enemy and flee in the wrong direction? Once your energy is exhausted, won't you be done? So learn a little bit of sailing knowledge to be prepared. If he didn't get here, he would really ignore it. My name is Gaia Chaos. I heard that there are a group of the world's most powerful meteorologists in Visalia, so I came to visit and want to learn some knowledge about weather and navigation. Cows didn't blink his eyes, and he said the same thing. My name is Harada, so that's how it is. The old men breathed a sigh of relief, as long as there is no hostility. In this way, Cows stayed in Visalia for 10 days, and soon the master had some basic weather. He had never been so smart. He doesn't have any foundation in meteorological science, but he can learn quickly. Cows confirmed again. He is a genius. He was a scum in his last life. If he has the talent of this life, wouldn't it be easy to get a national champion in the college entrance examination? The past can't bear to look back. Probably the master had some knowledge of weather, and cows bid farewell to Herida and the others, soaring into the sky and shooting towards a higher sky. At the same time, a permanent pointer was added to the right wrist. It is exactly the same as the one worn by Nami after his practice. Passing through the layers of white clouds, the gust of wind has become fiercer and the air has become thinner. Following the route given by Herida, cows did not rush into the White Sea directly, but flew to the edge of the land. You must know that there are two White Seas on Sky Island. The first is at an altitude of 7,000 meters, called Baihe. The other is 10,000 meters above the sky. This is called Bibaihe, where the real Sky Island is located. It's really a miracle. Standing under the sky, cows came directly to the White Sea. Looking at the magnificent scenery in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. A green island can be vaguely seen in the special sea of clouds. Dreamlike and magical. It's vast but beautiful, hard to describe in words. Calculate the time. At this time the god of Sky Island should be Ganfuer. Looking up, an island full of greenery and a lot of mud is located above the entire White Sea. The Island of Gods, EPUB, is known as the Sanctuary, the place where the gods live. Part of Gaia Island. Cows continued to fly upward, his face was a little uncomfortable, and the environment here was a little bit pressured on him. But as long as you adapt, your physique will definitely strengthen a lot. Luxury enough. Under the sun, a huge palace is magnificent, all made of gold. Even the square floor tiles are gold. Cows landed on the ground, crouched down and covered it with his right palm, using the golden fruit ability, and the entire building complex was in the master. Places like this are simply tailor-made for cows. Golden fruits can not only turn into gold in physique, but also manipulate gold, provided that the gold cows has touched it before. Just when cows just stood up, a team in armor and holding a spear came out of the palace, headed by a thin old man. Also wearing armor, with a giant sword slung around his waist. Ganfuer, a god who loves his people, allows the residents of Sky Island to live a happy and healthy life, and is also a god loved by his people. Much younger than the future. A native of Qinghai. Ganfuer frowned and saw the identity of cows at a glance. They are very similar to Roger. After all, Sky Island people and Qinghai people can tell at a glance. Someone trespassed into the sanctuary. A priest does not have as good a temper as Ganfuer. Some time ago, the pirates were not polite at all. If they weren't blocked by an adult, he would want the group to look good. Now that this guy saw God, he didn't pay respect. Schnauzer. Ganfuer stopped the priest and looked at cows with a calm face. Is your excellency from Qinghai? Don't mind if I take the gold from the entire Sky Island. Cows shrugged, and the golden longsword erected on his back made a lot of priests and warriors look at him frequently, just because the huge sword was suspended in the air and stood above the man's back. Very shocking. The greedy people in Qinghai are really here for gold. Xuanerui showed such an expression as expected, and decisively ordered catch him. Those who didn't know thought he was God. Isn't it good to have a pleasant conversation? Just use force. Cows looked at the soldiers rushing and said they were stupid or stupid. Lifting his right hand with a light wave, the entire golden ground vibrated, and several tributaries quickly stretched out like octopus tentacles, which immediately tied everyone in the air. How come the ground? Damn it! Cows just waved his hand and wiped out these groups easily. Simple and effortless. Please don't hurt them. Ganfuer was in a hurry. He was safe and sound alone. From this point of view, he was as strong as Roger and the others. Can you talk about it now? With a move of Cows's mind, the golden branches of the demons danced back to calm, and the entire square remained the same. Chapter 35 Roger is heinous. See Circle Calendar 1497, February. The whole sea was surging as always. Eating the weak, killing and looting are being staged every day. The life and death of a huge kingdom may be destroyed by a pirate group. Personal force is one of the factors that caused the collapse of this world order. 10,000 meters above the sky, Apaya, the island of gods. In a lush forest, the vegetation here is very tough and the thickest trees need more than 30 people to turn around hand in hand, and because of the environment, they are as hard as ironware. Boom boom boom. The entire jungle suddenly shook, and I saw a golden mountain in the distance, 50 meters high, undulating upwards and downwards, and it was frightening just to look at it. On the palace square, Ganfor looks from which direction to see the golden mountain. At this moment, the old face is not strange, and his eyes are full of admiration. 998. 999. 1000. At the bottom of the golden mountain, Cows was naked doing push-ups, sweating all over his back, and the strong muscles were beating with veins, especially the blood vessel in his neck, which looked extremely hideous. Boom! Cows threw away the golden mountain and fell to the ground. The surrounding mountains were all a jump. Lie down on the ground and take a breath, Cow's hair damply draped on his head, very tired. At this moment, the birds and beasts in the distance were startled, and a large piece of grass and vegetation broke and collapsed, as if there was some wild beast running around, and it was indeed a beast. Crack! The giant tree broke and collapsed, and a terrifying giant snake head sprang out of the forest, at least the size of a house. Going down the snake's head, the snake's body spread to the forest, but the head is not visible. It may be thought that it is a small mountain range, and the size of the snake is big and scary. Such a huge snake, walking in front of Cows at this moment, erected his upper body to block the sun. The blood-red eyes did not have the cold blood as imagined, but with a trace of flattery, or even fear. That's right, this giant snake is the Nolan Python, the Lord of the Sky 20 years later. Luffy and others thought it was entering the cave and brought out 300 million Baileys worth of gold from it. 7 months ago, when Cows first came to Sky Island, he used his overwhelming strength to clean up Ganfor and others. Chaos did not rule by saying that he would drive Ganfor off the altar and become the god himself. With this 1-acre 3-point field, only Enel can be regarded as the world. Cows didn't have the time to be the god of a small island, or the god of the sea below. Sky Island is at best a place for him to rest, and it may become his second base camp when he builds up power in the future. Now as long as Cows said, Ganfor still dare not defy, and can only honestly and respectfully execute Cows' orders, but the residents of Sky Island don't know it. The priests and warriors of the entire island of gods actually acquiesced. Fortunately, Cows didn't ask too much, at most some food. I didn't do anything wrong or kill innocent people in Sky Island. I practiced for 7 months in addition to practicing. And Nolan, it was this giant snake. When the two sides met for the first time, Cows almost roasted it. At the critical moment, it was Ganfor's plea. With Nolan's own pitiful begging for mercy. Cows was kind and relieved. Pass. Since then, Nolan has become Cows's little follower, just like the little tiger, the little lion, and the little jaw, who will accompany Cows to practice cultivation from time to time. Practice new tricks with me. Cows stood up and stretched, his wet hair grew longer, a little messy and sloppy. He didn't know how long he hadn't cut his hair, and he rarely stayed on the island of God. The right hand grabbed the golden mountain in the air, and then 1/55 of the gold separated and floated in the air. As Cows grabbed it, it exploded like a firework, and a large piece of golden powder was scattered for a while, and the surroundings became golden. Nolan, with an innocent look, was soaked and stained with a lot of gold powder, but the strange thing was that the gold powder melted into the body without a sound. Before Nolan could move, the huge body flew uncontrollably. At this time Nolan panicked, the giant snake head showed a flustered expression, and kept yelling at Cows. But Cows directly ignored it. With the continuous manipulation of his hands, Nolan's huge body began to transform into various shapes of a bifj in the air, as well as love, bows, and so on. Now it depends on whether Nolan is flat or round. After playing for more than 10 minutes, as the ground shook, Nolan hit the ground, shook his huge head, and complained to Cows. Just now, he was tossed so hard that his waist was almost broken. But Cows ignored it again. At this time, he pinched his chin and looked at the sky. The dense gold powder formed the 3 characters of Golden Emperor, which burst open for a while to form various words, even pictures. God's Control, this is the name of the move that Cows got. It is to copy Gilder Tzalo's golden water splash, turn the gold into powder and integrate it into the organism, and then control the organism by manipulating the gold powder. Just like Doflamingo's parasite string. Ugh! Cows couldn't help sighing. In the past 7 months, whether it's golden fruit, 6 style or 2 color hacky, all have become a lot stronger. But the golden fruit still hasn't cultivated to awakening after all, and there is still life to return. At the beginning, I planned to practice for 5 months, but it turned into 7 months in the blink of an eye. Cows always feels that time has become very fast, and may be too ecstatic in his cultivation. Unknowingly, he has been in this world for 4 years, plus 2 months. It's a long time. It's almost time to leave Sky Island and die. How can you improve your combat effectiveness faster if you don't die? How can the world know his Golden Emperor's name? At the same time, Cows also saw the words engraved by Roger on the golden clock, and knew from Gan4 that the Roger pirates had not left for a few months before he came. At that time, he hadn't been to Demon Valley Town, and he might have encountered it a few months earlier. In Cows's opinion, Roger is really not a good person, as Marine said, he is a pirate with the most sinister crime. No matter how decayed the rule of the world government is, at least it can maintain a certain order. From a general perspective, the existence of world government is necessary and important. But after Roger started the era of great pirates, the number of pirates in the world has increased day by day. I don't know how many orphans, widows, burnings, looting, blood flow, etc. have been caused. And it lasted for more than 20 years. Regardless of Roger's starting point and purpose, whether it is good or bad, it is absolutely heinous for the next 20 years. Innocent people who died because of him are counted in tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Cows is looking forward to meeting this ruthless man. Master Golden Emperor, it's time for dinner. A group of soldiers in the distance pushed 3 large carts of food, and it was obvious that they had done no less in the past 7 months, and the time was less than 1 second and less than a second. The happiest thing is Nolan, the originally wronged snake face suddenly became enraged, opening his mouth and dripping saliva, even corroding the ground. It is obviously poisonous. Too excited, the venom confiscated. You must know that there is a car in it that belongs to him, although he can only try it out. Yab. Cows nodded, turned around and sat cross-legged to start enjoying. All kinds of meat legs, fruits, vegetables, and drinks are available, very comprehensive. Little guy, I'm leaving tomorrow. Cows gnawed at the fleshy leg, just like a bone, and looked at Nolan as he chewed. Nolan, who had enjoyed his share of food happily, raised his head and blinked continuously, making him even happier. The beast is finally leaving. You seem to be very happy. Cows squinted his eyes slightly. He thought that the two were already friends. After all, they had been together for 7 months. Shouldn't it be reluctant to give up? Why does this guy want him to leave? Hiss. This evening, Cows gave Nolan a lesson, the kind of warm-blooded and warm one. Chapter 36. This row of noodles is very fancy. Dawn breaks, as the sun rises. The scenery at an altitude of 10,000 meters is magnificent. Above the white clouds, the rainbows are like the galaxy at night, shining and splendid. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking through the air, a large shadow blocking the sun. When the lens was pulled in, it was a goddess. A golden, godly beauty, noble, and not stained with a trace of dust. With crescent eyebrows, white teeth, delicate features, and beautiful lines, it has a peerless face, a seat of waist-length gold silk and long hair flying in the squally wind, and the lifelike Tadayo skirt made of stitches and stitches, makes the huge weapon and surplus. The grip of the waist showed vividly. Holding an exquisite gold ribbon with both hands and wrists, even though it was made by Jinken gold, it was dancing like reality in the strong wind. The delicate, small, and exquisite bare feet are even more integrated. At the same time, there is a huge golden aperture standing in the air behind. But the most shocking thing is that this slender goddess, who is full of sacred and noble temperament, is 50 meters tall, which is taller than ordinary buildings. Look for another hour. If you haven't found it, then give up. On the slender palm of the goddess, Cows wore an open-chested shirt showing 8-pack abs, the bangs on his forehead and many gold knife earrings swayed, and he looked at the white sky with his hands on his back. In this way, it is no longer arrogant and high-profile to describe it. It is full of visual, subversive, mysterious, and dreamy. From a distance, Cows is a god. At this moment, the goddess behind him can also be said to be the Golden Goddess. After all, it was made of a lot of gold. It's just that the platoon of the Golden Goddess doesn't sound very hacky, so Cows named him the Goddess. Cows is still very satisfied with his masterpiece of these 7 months. The 50-meter-high gold is counted among his masters. The more gold, the stronger the golden fruit of Cows. At present, he can only control so much gold as he wants, and no matter how much gold he can control. But that would be a great burden. After all, just manipulating so much gold to fly in the sky would consume Cows' physical strength all the time. It's a pity that I haven't awakened, otherwise I don't need to carry so much gold with me. Compared to physical exhaustion, Cows' spirit is the heaviest burden. Since the awakening of seeing and hearing color, except for rest and sleep, Cows is released all the time, so that the scope of seeing and hearing color perception continues to expand, but there is still no awakening of such extensions as predicting the future, manipulating emotions, sound of all things, and reading mental memories. Ability. The reason why Cows appeared here was to find Birka where Enel was located, and see if he could find Thunder Fruit. At this time, Enel seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, and perhaps he hadn't eaten Thunder Fruit yet. Even if you eat it, you can cultivate it. It is a pity that after bidding farewell to Ganfer and others this morning, he looked for it all morning and did not find it. And this direction is still looking for according to Harada, but still no shadow is seen when flying around. So Cows intends to look for it for another hour and not look for it. The big deal is when Enel goes to Sky Island to be a god before returning to Sky Island. Now Sky Island is its own domain, and no one else can get involved. Marine Ford, located on the Grand Line, is a very large island. To maintain law and order throughout the world with absolute justice, the iconic flag is a seagull carrying a sky bridge, symbolizing the maintenance of world peace and order. It was the base of Marine directly under the world government, and was later regarded as a symbol of peace in the Big Pirate Age. Majestic and majestic, you can feel the majestic majesty just standing on the coast, and it is just right to interpret the majesty. You can see warships docking everywhere, and a fleet of marines is even more solemn. Especially the muzzle on the defensive device, just looking at it makes people tremble. The center is the headquarters building, which is more magnificent and magnificent. It is not a simple figure who can enter and exit it, whether it is a civilian or a combatant. At this moment, in the East Port, a huge battleship like a fortress, many pirates are transporting supplies. Garp Vice Admiral. Garp Vice Admiral, are you going to pursue the Roger pirates again? At this time, a few figures came out of the headquarters building. It was Marine hero Garp who was not the leader. Garp is now in his prime, and his hair is not white. Just walking around is inexplicably powerful. Next to him is a young man who is behaving like a fool, and it is the future Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan. There are also several generals such as Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral of Garp. Many Marines greeted him along the way, and Garp grinned and laughed. "A hole, Garp, you pushed me the task again." On the top few floors of the headquarters building, a deafening roar covered the square, and quickly spread to Garp. Many sea soldiers who heard the roar were not surprised. When they heard this angry voice, they knew that it was the voice of Sengoku, the Admiral Buddha. Everyone was used to it. "Haha! Let's go quickly." Garp, who was not in a hurry at first, heard the roar, turned his head to the headquarters building and hurriedly stepped up. He got the latest information that the fellow Roger appeared in Sabayati Archipelago, and he probably wanted to go to the Fishmen Island. So he planned to catch Roger at the Sabayati Archipelago. As for his original mission, he would just leave it to Sengoku, Zephyr, and Tsuru. Anyway, he could do the job. It is worth mentioning that Zephyr's current family has been killed by pirates, and now retains the admiral rank as an instructor, and is cultivating excellent marines for marine. Sakazuki, Polosalino, Kuzan, Ghost Spiders, and Burning Mountains have all been cultivated. Although he is in semi-retirement, Zephyr will still go to sea as long as marine needs it. Now he just hates the pirate, and he also has expectations for marine. The most important point is that the arm is still there, which also means that Zephyr's combat effectiveness has not been weakened at all, and it can completely compete with the powerhouses such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Lonely Red. Black Arm Admiral is not just talking. Even now Kaido and Big Mom don't dare to be too presumptuous in front of Zephyr. Looking at the present and the future, only Garp, Zephyr, and the early Lonely Red are the legends that only rely on physical skills. Other legends are almost occupied by Devil Fruit. This is the real tough guy. Garp Vice Admiral is still so capricious. Sengoku Admiral seems to be very angry. It doesn't matter, Sengoku Admiral died out after half a day. As the giant ship left the port, many marine generals were dumbfounded. At this time, in the headquarters building, Sengoku was yelling in the office, looking so angry. Crane sighed and looked helpless. Originally, Garp's mission was to go to the New World to stare at the Golden Lion. Now the Golden Lion's power is getting bigger and bigger, and it can be said that it is the most powerful pirate group in the sea. But Garp is now carrying the burden, so this task will have to be replaced by another person. He also needs to go to New World, and I heard that Kaido is bewitching again. There are also Big Mom, Whitebeard, and some other big pirates, such as World Destroyer. All of them are insecure. We can only let Zephyr go. Sengoku cursed a few words to restore his calm, rubbing his forehead and sighed. If possible, he really didn't want to trouble Zephyr. After all, the pain of passing away in his family was too heavy. Even if Zephyr has recovered, it is no longer the amazing Black Arm that used to be. They are also very distressed. Let me go to the college. In the end, he took the initiative to say. A whole Garp. Sengoku couldn't help cursing again. Chapter 37 The Pirate Circle is really messy. Guest, your coffee, fruit platter, and the latest issue of the news. Sabayati Archipelago, the whole island is composed of many big trees, and the ground is the root of the tree, and bubbles will emerge from the ground. Located in front of the red line in the middle of the Grand Line. It is an island with an extremely important geographical location. Although it is very beautiful and prosperous, it still follows the most basic rules of the pirate world. Just 10,000 meters below this island is the Fishmen Island. Like Sky Island, it is full of miracles. In the number 1 mangrove area, in a 5-story outdoor cafe, cows is sitting on the grass on the rooftop and enjoying afternoon tea. From 1 to 29, mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. Cows sat on the chair under the sun umbrella, picked up the coffee that the waiter had put down, and took a sip to watch the pirates coming and going on the street below. This area is similar to the town of Magic Valley. If you don't agree with each other on the street, you will draw your sword. Most of them are pirates from all over the world. He did not find Birka yesterday, so it took a while to come to Sabayati Archipelago. After sitting here for an hour, he saw pirates fighting 3 times on the street. There were more than 100 pirate thugs who died or were caught. Thieves, insults, killing and robbing, bullying men and women are more commonplace. The most unlucky is the pirates who have lost the rage, and they may be waiting for auction at the auction now. The latter half of his life is considered a slave. Moreover, in broad daylight, a few big men might rush out at any time and stare at those well-worn women with sack, then quickly disappear into the alley after putting on the sack. 100% will be sold. The sea circle is really messy. Cows tilted Erlang's legs, the gold ring on his middle finger turned into a mini fork, and he automatically inserted a piece of fruit into his mouth. If he crosses to Sabayati Archipelago at the beginning, the ending is really hard to say. Spreading out the latest issue of the newspaper, Cow sips his coffee from time to time with his legs folded, and feeds a piece of fruit with a golden fork from time to time. He enjoys this leisurely day. It's worthy of attracting One Piece to become his right-hand man. New World's most powerful pirate group, there is no one. Most of this issue of the news report is about the Flying Pirates, which is the Golden Lion. At present, the force of the Flying Pirates group is the number 1 deservedly in the entire sea. Not only is it rampant in New World, but also looking at that posture is to unify New World. From time to time, they would fight against some stubborn pirate groups, defeat them strongly and then regroup, making New World turbulent. The captain of the First Fleet, Predator Axos, is offering a reward of 1.738 billion. The captain of the Second Fleet, Horn-Nose King Lubit, is offering a reward of 1.670 million. Captain of the 20th Fleet, Horned Jacket, is offering a reward of 330 million. At present, there are 20 fleet captains under Golden Lion, and each of them is a famous big pirate. The weakest captain of the 20th Fleet has offered a reward of 330 million. In other words, the captains of these fleets offer higher rewards as they move forward. And the most basic bottom line is 300 million. In this era, what is the concept of 330 million? In Luffy's era, it was at least 5 or 6 billion. Not counting the subordinates under the command of these 20 fleet captains, there are at least 1 or 2 billion people, and those under 100 million are even more of a cow. As far as power is concerned, if Golden Lion abandons dominating the world and wants to be the One Piece, it is estimated that Roger will have nothing to do with it. Roger became the One Piece, nothing more than reaching Raftel. The fact that the power can't be compared with the Flying Pirates is the kind of shortcut. According to Cows, there are 2 ways to become One Piece. The first is to take a shortcut like Roger, round the sea to reach the final island Raftel. The other is to conquer the entire pirate world with absolute strength and influence, which is somewhat similar to the current Golden Lion. It's a pity that this road is too difficult. After all, in terms of combat power alone, many people can still face the Golden Lion hard steel, and Golden Lion can't help it. Strong people like this are all walking Big Evon. The power of Golden Lion won't play a big role. On the contrary, you have to worry that this kind of powerhouse will deal specifically with your subordinates, which is the most troublesome. But Golden Lion's ambition is not only that, what he wants is not to become the One Piece, but to dominate the world and become the king of the world. Isn't this just to overthrow the world government and change the dynasty? It's worth it. To put it bluntly, the Flying Pirates are now the absolute overlord of the sea, but wanting to overthrow the world government can only be said to be idiotic. Just a marine can hold down most of its power, not even other hidden institutions in the world government. It is not just a matter of ruling for 800 years. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. How can it be so easy to say that there is no foundation for 800 years? So Golden Lion's ambition will eventually fail. Unless Whitebeard, Roger, Lonely Red, World Destroyer, Kaido, Big Mom, etc., the powerful and forces all add up and work together to overthrow the world government, there may be some hope. But which one of these people is not an ambitious, strong man with a higher heart, and who will surrender to the Golden Lion. But it is undeniable that the Overlord, the hero, and the King Golden Lion are well deserved. This is a man with a super charming personality. After reading the news about the flying pirates, Cows opened a page to reveal other news. Most of them are still related to pirates. Look, that is. My God, why does this kind of big pirate appear in Sabayati archipelago? Suddenly the street was noisy and noisy. Most of the pirates looked towards the street with solemn faces, where a group of people appeared from far to near, headed by a 5-meter-high burly man whose hands were thicker than his thighs, walking on the ground. It all seemed to be shaking. A fierce and evil spirit flooded the streets unscrupulously. Wherever they went, the crowds gave way, and they all dared not pant. Captain of the 20th Fleet of the Flying Pirates, Horned Jacket. A reward of 330 million is offered. 330 million, just this reward can scare a group of people. What's more, the captain of the fleet under the Fekong pirate group, even the weakest one, is also a resounding overlord in the sea. Gwahaha. The Horned Dragon Jacket took arrogant steps, and a group of men behind him were carrying knives or guns. All of them were extremely arrogant. Among them, there were 80 to 9 million, 1 or 200 million pirates. 80 to 9 million, or more than 100 million pirates in Demon Valley Town are big pirates, but now these so-called big pirates are just other people's men. Backed by the flying pirate group, the Horned Jacket can almost walk sideways on the sea, as long as it doesn't provoke the strong who can't provoke it. Captain, why did the Admiral want to subdue the Roger pirates? He even asked you to come and pass the message in person. The crowds on the street were all separated, and a pirate beside Ceratops Jacket spoke with a somewhat impatient expression. In his opinion, it is enough to send any subordinates. Although the Roger pirate group has been well known in the sea during this time, compared with their flying pirate group, it is the difference between Firefly and Haoyu. Gwahaha, no one dares to reject the will of the Admiral. If the Roger pirates are not acquainted, I will just kill it. Ha ha ha. A kind of pirate laughed brazenly and didn't pay attention to Roger pirates at all. In another house, a large piece of sand condensed into shape. A handsome young man with a big back, earrings on his right ear, and a cigar in his left hand, wearing a plaid long-sleeved shirt, looked at the Horned Dragon Jacket on the street. Si and his party were full of contempt in their eyes. The captain of the 20th Fleet of the Flying Pirates, 330 million Baileys, is very suitable to be my stepping stone to New World. Chapter 38 Crocodile is a little suspicious of life. What? Chaos, who was looking at the street while drinking coffee, suddenly tilted his head to look at the roof in the distance. When the piece of sand condensed into a body, Chaos was slightly surprised. Even though he is still young, isn't that iconic big-backed and cigar-smoking gangster temperament? Isn't it the old Sir Crocodile who can carry 81 million berry in the future, but who can do a few tricks with anyone? That's right, Crocodile was still a young man of 18 or 19 years old at this time, but he has already made a name for himself in the Grand Line. It's just that I can't bear to look directly at the reward. Is it 20 million or 30 million? What does this guy want? Cows glanced back and forth over Crocodile and Ceratops Jacket. Crocodile of this period, like most young pirates, was not afraid of the sky, was on the top of the blood, and believed that Laozi was in a state of self-confidence as the only one in the world. Good guy, now only offering a reward of 20 to 30 million Baileys, he has already targeted a pirate at the level of 300 million Baileys. Whether it is bold or confident, it is undeniable that Crocodile is very kind. This is the young man. Who hasn't been frivolous when he was young? Chaos originally wanted to brush his presence and reputation on the Ceratops Jackets, but now he plans to wait. Just as Chaos guessed, the young and energetic Crocodile is indeed eyeing the head of the Horned Dragon Jacket. Wow! The sand burst, Crocodile elementalized and disappeared on the roof, and when it appeared, it had blocked the path of the Ceratops Jacket and his party. Ceratops Jacket, I want your head." Crocodile looked contemptuously, dangling a cigar in his mouth, looking at the horned jackets and the crowd who paused. The whole street is now audible. Not only the Ceratops jackets, but all the other pirates looked at Crocodile in a bit of astonishment. What did you say?" It took a long time for Jackets' men to come back to their senses, and puckered their ears to think that they had misheard. "Desert knife." Facing the smirk of the pirates, the Crocodile didn't say much. His right arm turned into a sand blade and raised it with a wave, and the hard ground was cut open in a moment, and rushed to the Ceratops jacket and the group in one fell swoop. Court death. A pirate was furious, pulled out his waist with double knives and rushed out, crossing directly in front of him. With his feet sinking deep into the ground, 2 traces were drawn, forcibly shattering Crocodile's slash. "Who gave you the courage to want my head?" Jackets stopped the eager subordinates, looking at Crocodile cruelly in their eyes. "Humph! Desert sword." Crocodile looked cold and arrogant, and he didn't bother to answer Jackie's question. He kept his right hand in the state of a sandy blade, and directly inserted into the ground for a moment to shake the mountain. The next moment Jackie's foot shot a big sand sword rushing towards his waist in an attempt. Divide the jacket in half. At the time of the war on the top, this trick cut Sakazuki in half, but it didn't have much effect. Ding! There was no imaginary separation of flesh and blood. The waist of the jacket was stained with a layer of dark material, and the sand sword was only splashed with a trace of sparks on it, and there were no traces left. To become the captain of the 20th Fleet under the Flying Pirates, and to offer a reward of 330 million, it is impossible without haki. In New World, haki is the most basic. Without haki, it is impossible to become the captain of the fleet. Moreover, the armament haki level of such a jacket is not low. An attack like Crocodile that easily cuts the ground or even steel does not even leave a trace on the waist. Crocodile frowned, obviously not thinking that his attack would be useless. "Boy, I don't know who gave you the courage to provoke Laozi. Thinking of a stupid guy like you, I don't know how many I killed." The oppressive posture steps towards Crocodile like a shadow. Jacket's fierce face is full of cruelty, and he likes to tear these self-righteous guys to pieces. Desert King Kong knife. Crocodile didn't retreat but moved forward. He didn't put Jackets in his eyes at all. He rushed out first to form 4 huge sand blades with his hands, and rushed towards Jackets with the sound of breaking through the air. Jacket made a fist dyed with armed color, and did not dodge or dodge a fist. The loud blast formed a shock wave, and it smashed into Crocodile in one fell swoop. Snapped. Crocodile exploded, forming a pile of sand splashing around, but in the next second it recondensed 5 meters away. Logia-capable person. Jackets was a little surprised, including the pirates all over the street. You know Logia is the strongest among all devil fruits. No wonder it's so arrogant, it turns out to be a Logia-capable person. Jackets was surprised and disdainful. He could tell at a glance that this guy could only be so arrogant only with Logia, not even haki. It can only rise in the first half of the Grand Line in the whole world. If you go to New World to provoke some strong players, you may be taught how to behave. 330 million, but so. Crocodile dangling his cigar, as arrogant as ever. Since eating this devil fruit, no one has hurt him, even if he is hit, it is useless. He is invincible. On the open-air roof in the distance, Cows looked at the arrogant Crocodile with his legs upright, and couldn't help but shook his head with a trace of sympathy. Still too young. Arrogance must also be supported by strength. In the face of ordinary pirates, Crocodile is indeed qualified to be arrogant. After all, Logia's elementalization is completely immune to physical attacks. Crocodile obviously doesn't know haki yet, even haki doesn't even know it. Maybe I've heard of it, but I didn't take it seriously. And the horned jacket that he is facing now, he can feel the armed overbearing from far away. Maybe Crocodile will be planted here today. But Crocodile is no ordinary person. Even in the face of hundreds of millions or billions of pirates, he can do a few tricks. This can be regarded as an expression of talent and strength. Gwahaha. Crocodile's contempt caused Jacket to laugh furiously. The guy in front of him obviously thought Logia was invincible. Boom. A bombed Jacket on the ground under his feet disappeared in place, and Crocodile's face changed in vain. Puff. He bent his body and couldn't stop vomiting blood, his arrogant face gradually twisted, and his bloodshot eyes were full of disbelief. Rumble. A series of houses collapsed, billowing smoke covered the street, and among the ruins of a ruined wall 50 meters away, Crocodile was lying at the end of the ravine, his face pale. And his mouth and nose couldn't stop bleeding. He felt that his entire internal organs were mixed together, his big back was not neat, and he didn't even know where the cigar was flying in his mouth. How can it be? Crocodile was a little skeptical of life. He was actually attacked. Seeing Jackets coming over with a grinning grin, Crocodile stood up on the broken wall and couldn't help but spit out blood again. Shalan. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his right hand. A small dust storm swirled in the palm of his hand. Crocodile threw his face at the Jacket fiercely, and finally formed a 50-meter-high sandstorm with wind speed, which swept the surrounding debris and broken walls with great destructive power. Chapter 39 High-profile appearance. But the next scene made Crocodile doubt life even more. Jacket still didn't dodge. His whole body was dyed in pitch-black armed color from head to toe, as if the iron tower was full of oppressiveness and let the sandstorm swept in, and the surrounding ground was continuously stripped and lifted off, but Jacket remained motionless. He fisted at the storm and was forcibly pierced through a hole. Jacket stood condescendingly in front of Crocodile, his eyes full of abuse. Boy, Logia is very strong, but you are too weak. Arc moon-shaped dunes. As soon as Jacket's words fell, Crocodile roared fiercely, his arm deserted to form a huge crescent-shaped sand blade, and he passed Jacket's shoulder in one fell swoop. This trick is not lethal, and its only purpose is to absorb the water in the biological body. But Crocodile's move failed again. Now that the Jacket is fully armed with haki, it is impossible to lose moisture if it is airtight. How can it be? Crocodile's mouth was full of blood, and couldn't believe the Jacket would be intact. Boom! A huge shadow suddenly hit. Crocodile stopped in front of him with both hands, not daring to let Jacket's attack as before. The force of terror is like a mountain. Crocodile's face flew out in pain, unable to stop his body from piercing through the buildings, leaving a tattered gully and then shooting on a mangrove, breaking and falling diagonally to the ground, splashing a series of sand and dust. The mud, eventually vomiting blood, does not stop lying at the end of the gully. Elementalization has lost its effect. Unless you take the initiative in advance. Before panting, there was a cracking sound from his head. Crocodile resisted the pain and burst into a pile of flying sand. In the next moment, the earth shook, and the ground broke out in a radius of several hundred meters. Pieces of mud splashed like a meteor shower. The sensation caused many pirates shivered. Hey! More than 10 meters away, Crocodile had just condensed his body, a black whip leg swept across the army, Crocodile's face was bloody, and his right hand formed a sand blade, and roared against it. But the sand blade, which had never been unfavorable, was easily broken when it collided with that whip leg. While the whip leg trend continued, it swept across Crocodile's chest in one fell swoop, and as the flying sand splashed in the sky, Crocodile flew out, tumbling and crashing on the ground and the mountains along the way. Boom boom! Jackets fell from the sky, one foot after another, deep into the ground, and Crocodile kept using elemental flying shots, and it would be rubbed just a little slower. Damn! Desert prison! Crocodile roared. He didn't believe that he had no backhand strength. After breaking a mangrove, his entire right arm was deserted and grabbed the Jacket, trying to absorb the moisture in the opponent's body again. Jacket sneered, allowing Crocodile to grab his neck, and the armed color closed his body to form a barrier, completely blocking Crocodile's ability. Puff! The pitch-black fist struck Crocodile's abdomen in one fell swoop, as if he was about to go deep into it and constantly agitated. Crocodile bent his body for the first time, and a blast of air pressure broke out behind his feet from the ground, breaking the floating bubbles in the air. Boy, weren't you crazy just now? Your Logia hasn't cultivated home yet. Jacket grabbed Crocodile's hair with his big hands, and smiled grinningly. Now Crocodile's face is distorted due to pain, and his eyes are bulging and bloodshot, as if he is about to jump out of his eye sockets. He is constantly bleeding in his mouth and nose. The punch just now almost shocked his body. The arrogance at the beginning, now only embarrassment and embarrassment are left. Young. On the open-air roof, cows held coffee and watched a good show. Crocodile is really young now, and obviously he hasn't cultivated to the state where anyone can show a few strokes in the future. The future Shishibukai is still growing. In other words, it is the supernova of this era. Looking up, the clouds were floating at an altitude of 5,000 meters. A golden goddess opened her closed golden eyes in vain, and then landed vertically. On the ground at this moment, Jacket grabbed Crocodile's hair as if carrying a chicken. Boy, because you are a Logia-capable person, you can spare your life by surrendering to me. Although Jackets is the captain of the 20th Fleet, he has always wanted to go one step further, such as becoming the captain of the 19th, 18th, or even the top 5 fleets, so it is necessary for him to recruit some powerful men. Although this Logia imp is still very weak, but it has great potential. You only need to practice for 1 or 2 years under his guidance, and you will definitely become a strong one. Maybe it can also be shoulder to shoulder with Marine's 3 rookies Rear Admiral. And the Grand Admiral appreciates these potential new pirates. Boom! There was almost no warning, and there was a sudden sound of breaking through the sky, and a black spot was continuously enlarged and amplified, tearing the air like a meteorite, and shocked most of the Sabayati archipelago. Jackets looked up for the first time, and his face became serious. At the same time, some powerful pirates of Sabayati archipelago all looked up to the sky, and the ordinary residents also looked up one after another. When they saw the huge figure getting closer, everyone's eyes were shocked and panicked. The camera keeps pulling away, and the entire Sabayati archipelago stands on the rough sea, and in the air only 30 meters above the ground, a celestial lady who is golden, full of sacredness and beauty, has a huge, line-like, ethereal figure, like the mountain blocked the sun. The breathtaking colored ribbon palace dress, the exquisite gold ribbon held by both hands and wrists, and the waist-length 3,000 gold silk dancing in the sea breeze, behind the huge golden light wheel erected, sacred and inviolable. God! What is this? Oh my God! Is the whole body gold? It is 50 meters high visually. Some were attracted by the sacred face of the goddess, and some were attracted by the huge slim body. It turned out to be made of gold at a glance and a smile. And the gold does not contain the slightest impurity. The most important thing is that she is alive. This is the most shocking and impactful. At this moment, the phoenix eyes of the goddess are cold and contain no human fireworks, overlooking the entire ground and finally staring at Crocodile's jacket. Now Crocodile is staying. Just because the corners of the mouth of the goddess were drawn in vain, the temperament and charm that she revealed was inexplicably dignified and elegant, even enchanting. But still not blasphemy. Damn it! The jacket's hairs blasted up, just because the goddess raised her slender hand in vain and snapped it at him. The sky seemed to be dark, and the golden hand was like a dark cloud, coming menacingly with the appearance of breaking through the sky. Crocodile was also considered smart. He slammed a punch at the first time, forcing Jackets to loosen himself, and then quickly elementalized and flew out of the golden hand. Jackets ignored Crocodile, and quickly flew out of the palm of his hand. Rumble! Half of the Sabayati archipelago seemed to be beating, the huge palm slapped on the ground, the surrounding crust all jumped up, and the cracks spread like a spider web. All kinds of soil and gravel pierced through the air, forming an overwhelming air pressure, which is very powerful and domineering to move everything around to flat ground. Chapter 40. Crocodile and jacket were all lifted out by the shock wave. When everything subsided, the goddess retracted her delicate hand, and a huge handprint appeared on the ground, looking terrifying. "Captain!" A group of pirates covered in front of them with their hands, and when the dust cleared, they all looked nervously towards the center of the battle. At present, the pirates in other mangrove areas almost all watched the goddess approaching from a distance. This thing is really too impactful. Giant race. Jacket stood up from the ruins, looked up, and his eyes were full of cold light. The other party was 10 times his size. He was already a giant at 5 meters tall, but compared to this golden woman, he was nothing short of a big deal. Even ordinary giants are not as tall as this guy. "Stupid woman, do you know who I am?" Jackets looked fierce and could feel a pressure. On the roof in the distance, Cows was sitting in a chair drinking coffee, raising his left hand and pressing it lightly. The goddess raised her right hand again, tearing the air down in one fell swoop. "Court death!" Jacket was furious. The 5-meter-tall body was soaring, scales appeared all over his torn shirt, and he transformed into an adult triceratops in the blink of an eye. The broad chest was spread with 10 packs of abdominal muscles, and a thick tail slapped on the ground. Time allowed cracks to spread on the ground in a radius of more than 30 meters. This time he didn't hide, but grabbed the dragon's claws and dyed it armed, and slammed it into the golden palm with a roar. The difference in body size between the two is very large, but the breath that Jackets exudes is extremely violent. The captain used his abilities. Zoan ancient species Triceratops form. This golden woman is just big, and it's not that the captain has never killed the giants. Sea kings who are bigger than this have been killed. The pirates are very confident in the Jackets. 50 meters looks very big, but compared with sea kings, they are simply ants. Rumble. The entire surface burst, and the dragon's claws and palms blasted against each other, and a shock wave spread in all directions, and huge cracks sprang out from it, and there were even pieces of crust around it. Jackets gritted his teeth and sank his feet into the ground. Obviously this palm was very uncomfortable. "Get out of here!" Jackets clenched the dragon's claws in his left hand, and smashed the golden palms of the covering arms in one fell swoop. This force actually caused the goddess to fly upside down. As the soil and gravel exploded, the jacket sprang up and appeared in front of the goddess in one fell swoop, and the right claw was smashed out like a missile. A deafening metal sound rang out, and the 50-meter slender body of the goddess flew out, raising her body back more than 30 meters, and when she stood up, a fist mark appeared on her face. Is this the pirate offering a reward of 330 million? Too strong. All the pirates were shocked by the strength of Jackets. With such a big body, he was blown away with one punch. But the next moment came even more shocking. Because the sunken face of the goddess regained in the blink of an eye, it was still sacred and inviolable. And as the goddess raised her slender hand, the huge golden halo erected on her back flew across her head. And the roar of a golden iron horse quickly transformed into a 10-meter-long sword, gun, sword, and halberd, densely arranged in rows. The face of the jacket that landed on the ground changed in shock, and before he could even move his hand, he pointed down, and the sky broke and the ground broke, and the huge 18 weapons roared like a golden meteor shower. "Go! Stay away!" Some of the pirates who watched the show changed their faces and moved away quickly. Even Crocodile, whose face is covered in blood, retreats with a look of shock at this moment. But he did not leave here, but continued to watch in a safe place. Boom! The entire site was bombarded wildly, just like a missile bombardment. The gravel and soil were all cracked and splashed. One after another mangroves broke and caused a large piece of gunpowder smoke. The weapon went deep into the ground, leaving behind a series of pits more than 10 meters in diameter. Wild Dragon Clash. Jackets rose again in the billowing smoke, and this time he aimed at the slender feet of the goddess. Go to hell! The infinite power was concentrated in the fist, and Jacket slammed on the huge knee in one fell swoop, and with a huge click, the calf broke off and flew away. Run! Where the calf fell, a large area of pirates was terrified, and the sun above their heads was blocked. As the golden calf smashed on the ground and rolled, the building complex of a street was turned into ruins. Among them, the Madara bloodline and corpses splashed up to more than 10. You are not a real person. At the moment, Jacket's face is ugly. If this woman is a giant, her calf cannot be broken without bleeding. Looking at the gap, it is clear that she is still gold. In other words, this 50-meter-tall guy is just a puppet. Someone is controlling. Facing Jacket's inquiry, the goddess raised her right palm to a fan. Hey! The speed is so fast that even the afterimages cannot be seen. Jacket's was like a volleyball being photographed. His mouth was bleeding and his face was full of pain. As the mangroves broke and collapsed, Jacket's continued to roll and hit the ground, eventually spreading out a huge gully, lying in the ruins at the end. Chnin couldn't help vomiting blood. Gold. It's all gold. This is not a body of flesh and blood. Is this a puppet? I want this calf. Don't grab anyone from me. At this moment, where the golden calf is, the pirates around are all blood red. For this piece of golden calf, the minimum value is more than 5 billion Baileys. And the gold material has been obviously refined, there is no impurities at all, and the smooth color is dark. 5 billion Baileys are estimated to be the lowest price. But before the pirates were fighting, the golden calf flew into the sky and reconnected to the goddess. At this moment, almost all of his greedy eyes turned to the goddess. This is a golden mountain. Close at hand. Even Marine, stationed at number 60 to 69, was attracted, and a vice admiral was leading the team. Ding keng keng. The previous 18 weapons that went deep into the ground flew into the air, half of which formed several golden chains, which were generally kept intact and flew toward the Jackets like sharp arrows. Jackets fled the pit quickly, except that he looked a little embarrassed by spitting blood, and was not seriously injured. No matter whether it is the breath or other things, it hasn't weakened. Zoan. Or the ancient species is now reflected. The Lion Kingapa, Madara Horse Killer, and Camel Tipiru who played against cows in Magic Valley are not of the same class. The entire area exploded again and again. In addition to quickly evading, Jackets was a weapon that flew over with a punch, as far as possible not to let the golden chain bind him. Master Vice Admiral, the captain of the 20th Fleet of the Flying Pirates, is offering a reward of 330 million ceratops. From a distance, Marine came, and they all looked at the 50-meter-high goddess in the sky with shock. They could also see it from the base, but now it is so subversive when viewed from a close distance. Perfect, sacred, and indispensable. Flying pirates? Still a fleet captain. Vice Admiral frowned subconsciously, the flying pirates were a behemoth. Chapter 41 Forced installation is over, it's time to debut. Rumble. Huge explosions continued to sound, dust billowed throughout the area, and the original lush and prosperous environment had been reduced to ruins. Faced with such an intensive and powerful attack, ordinary people would have died long ago. But Jackets was still resisting. It's just that the situation is not very good. A 10-meter-long Fang Tian painted halberd came, and Jackets dodged sideways while grabbing Fang Tian's painted halberd and flicked his head. The terrifying sound screamed and flew several golden long swords, and the trend continued to rush toward the chest of the goddess. And Jackets took this opportunity to eject and appeared in the abdomen of the goddess in one fell swoop, her hands leaning back compressing huge power. Double Dragon Clash. With the earth-shattering explosion, the entire belly of the goddess was penetrated, and the scenery behind it was completely visible. The large group of gold fell to the ground like a meteorite, leaving a huge spoon pit buried in the mud, making many pirates ready to move. Boom! Jacket's attack on the goddess did not hide, and her right palm was pressed down again, completely replacing her with an injury. The Earth's crust keeps floating in a radius of 1,000 meters, and the hills stand upright. As the most central crater appears, Jacket sees faces covered with blood lying in it, and he rolls on the spot for the first time, quickly dodges to the left and right. A handful of weapons were inserted into the ground behind, forming a bottomless hole. Damn it! Grabbing the ground with both hands and moving it horizontally, Jacket's tail kept flapping and panting. The penetrating abdomen of the opponent has healed, and the damage he caused is useless at all. This is just a puppet. Jingle bell. The lock of the sky is like a python constantly attacking, and Jackets knows that he can't be tied up, otherwise it will be difficult to get out. Jackets may lose. From the battle up to now, any pirate with a little eye can see the result. The golden woman in front of her is just a puppet, and Jackets can only find the real manipulator if she wants to win. Otherwise, it would be useless even if the Jackets removed the golden woman. The previous calf and abdomen were the best explanation. Who is controlling it? Even by manipulating puppets, you can suppress the 330 million large pirates, who has never been heard of in the sea. The most important thing is to have so much gold. Many pirates, including Marine Vice Admiral, are looking around, manipulating such a large object. It is impossible to be far away. The culprit that everyone was looking for was drinking coffee elegantly. Not good. As the battle continued, Jacket was still accidentally tied up by a sky lock. Before he could break free, the sky locks flew one after another, and the barbs inside were constantly squeezed. It's over. Jackets showed panic on his face. Even though he was struggling all over his body with armed color, he still couldn't get rid of it. The gold melts more and more, eventually forming a golden ball the size of a house, and the jacket is tied inside, and the nostrils, mouth, and ears are all melted into the gold, and the internal organs are destroyed from the inside. Even if he didn't die like this, he would die from suffocation. The result is doomed after being tied up by the lock of heaven. Even if the jacket devil fruit awakens, it is useless. The air is the most terrifying killer. Captain! Rescue the captain! Jacket's men were all panicked, and quickly shot or rushed out, trying to rescue Jackets. The goddess tilted her head, her golden yellow eyes stared at her, her waist-long golden hair, which was like a waterfall, was divided into half to form dense golden needles, covering the cloud and covering the curtain with the sound of bees, and in one fell swoop toward the sea that rushed over. The thief shot away. What? Damn it! The sound of fear resounded throughout the scene, and everyone was as unresistible as cutting wheat, falling to the ground with holes all over, and the blood stained the broken ground in just a moment. It is impossible to avoid such intensive attacks, unless the armed forces are very strong. Even the 330 million Jackets were defeated, let alone these people. We are members of the Flying Pirates. Killing our admiral will definitely help us get revenge. The several hundreds of millions of pirates who are still struggling to support them have panic in their eyes. Death, everyone is afraid. Do not spare. The merciless shock of the goddess shocked the other pirates. This is the Fekong pirate group, and the opponent has carried it out of the backstage. This is simply not giving Golden Lion face. Who the hell is it? Some pirates looked around. Don't you dare to show up? Are you afraid that the flying pirates will make trouble? At the moment, the goddess raised her hand, and the golden ball wrapped in the jacket flowed and re-stands behind to form a huge golden halo, and the jacket fell to the ground covered with blood, and the dead can no longer die. Just like when she first appeared on the stage, the goddess is sacred and inviolable, with 3,000 gold silks and palace skirts fluttering, and the country is overwhelming. However, at the next moment, the goddess landed on the ground, knelt down on one knee and bent down in one direction. This posture has it all. Everyone looked in the direction of the goddess for the first time. After passing through the ruins and streets, the man sitting on the Tenten stage was so extraordinary. Sitting on a chair with Erlang's legs upright, his hair is like a flame burning, and a strand of broken hair flutters in front of his forehead. He is wearing a white open-chested shirt and red and yellow checkered pants. His eyes are full of jokes. This is a handsome, cold, and arrogant, unruly young man. Just looking at it from a distance is arrogant and arrogant. There are many people in this direction, but everyone is sure at the first time. Cows gently put down the coffee cup, stood up and disappeared into the same place with his fingers wearing gold rings of different styles. Everyone felt a trance, only a few crackles were heard, and then a figure appeared on the outstretched palm of the goddess. The installation is over, it's time to debut. Who is this person? Is it the real manipulator? Many pirates who offered hundreds of millions of rewards turned around and looked at the palm of the goddess for the first time. There are still many people who can barely keep up with the movement speed of cows, such as Marine Vice Admiral and some pirates who offer a reward of 2 or 3 billion. Sabayati Archipelago is no better than Magic Valley Town. There are many great pirates offering rewards of 100 million, 200 million, and 300 million. After all the pirates in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line need to go to the Fishmen Island through Sabayati Archipelago. Among them, there are more than 300 million rewards. Pirates are not without. The appearance of cows made many people frowned. They found out that they didn't know this person. Can kill the Ceratops jackets, it is impossible to be unknown in the sea. Everyone is remembering. He is the Golden Emperor with a reward of 123 million, Gaia Chaos. In the end, Marine was the first to think of it. After all, the pirates offering hundreds of millions of rewards are the focus of attention in Marine, and they are also a required course for Marines. The Golden Emperor. I remember, I saw a wanted warrant 7 months ago. It seems that the first reward is 123 million. What? The first reward was 123 million. More and more pirates remembered, followed by shock and surprise. The reward for the first time reached hundreds of millions, which is not something ordinary pirates can do. It's a big deal. It's just a mere 123 million. He even dared to provoke the flying pirates, but the Ceratops jackets who can kill 330 million Baileys are also capable. This guy has so much gold and can control it. Is it a capable person? He will live soon, and the Fekong pirates will definitely trouble him. Chapter 42. The appearance of cows really shocked many people. After all, I killed the big pirates who offered a reward of 330 million Baileys. The most important thing was the captain of the 20th Fleet of the Flying Pirates. It can be counted. With this courage, it is enough to get rid of 99% of the pirates at sea. In addition, it is possible to kill the Horned Jacket by manipulating the puppet alone. So what is the true combat power of the Golden Emperor? Or could it be said that the Golden Emperor's own combat power is actually not strong? What is strong is only the ability to control. Just like the long-range attack is very strong, but the melee ability is extremely poor. But what is certain is that cows will become famous. It will be more famous than the first time a reward of 123 million was offered 7 months ago. Hey! What does the Golden Emperor want to do? The pirate's face changed in shock, and the marine camp was terrified. Standing in the palm of the goddess, Cows straightened his hair and opened the shirt without any wind. The huge golden halo behind it began to rise into the sky, turning into various golden swords, guns, swords, and halberds again, and they all aimed at the marine camp. This guy doesn't want to shoot Marine, right? So arrogant? Do it at Sabayati Archipelago? Marine Ford is not far from here. Some pirates only think that the Golden Emperor is bold. Damn it! Retreat, retreat! At this moment Oak's Vice Admiral's hair exploded, turning his head and roaring at all the Marines. He didn't expect the Golden Emperor to take action against them. The last reward made me very dissatisfied. Chaos flirted with his left hand, exposing his smooth forehead, his eyes squinted contemptuously, and his right hand was lifted and lightly pressed. The empty 18 weapons all rushed towards the marine camp like bullets. Shoot, shoot. Quick defense. Ah! The entire surface was bombarded wildly, countless gravel and mud splashed, and suddenly there was a scream and Marines counterattack. Call out! In the dense smoke and dust, a figure appeared in front of Chaos out of thin air. The coat of justice was flying in the violent wind, and a serious face was full of anger at this time. Emperor Golden, you are looking for death. Oaks was so angry, that powerful aura spread to the audience, his right fist popped out and even the air was torn apart, and the boiling armor color covered the entire right arm and was full of explosive power. Chaos clenched his fist full of arrogance, and collided with it, also wrapped in armed color. A shock wave spread, and the goddess retreated 2 steps, and Oaks crashed on the ground, leaving 2 10-meter gullies with his feet deep in the mud, raising his head in a sensational manner. Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral are really different. Chaos left the goddess and slammed on the ground, looking at Oaks with the will to fight. This was the first Marine Vice Admiral he encountered. Just to hone these 7 months of cultivation. The goddess lifted off the ground, standing at a height of 100 meters and overlooking the entire Sabayati archipelago, and at the same time the entire Sabayati archipelago could look up at that huge figure. I have just tried the ability of the Golden Fruit, which can also be said to be a long-range combat power, and now Chaos wants to try physical skills, which is the melee ability. Let me be satisfied. Otherwise the dead will not be so much. Chaos moved his body, the bombardment of 18 weapons lifted into the air, leaving many wailing and marine corpses, and then flew back to the back of the goddess to form a halo. Oksun's face was sullen, white steam started to float on his body, and his body temperature continued to rise. A storm spread out with Oaks as the center, cracks were constantly being produced on the ground underfoot, and the aura was more than twice as strong as before. Life is back. Chaos's eyes lit up, and Oaks' state at the moment was similar to that of Luffy's entering second gear. His figure expanded slightly, and at the same time, a wisp of steam rose from his body, and he could clearly feel his body temperature rising. In fact, Luffy's second gear is not a return of life, but only accelerates the flow of blood, thereby improving all aspects of physical fitness. After activation, the skin will become red and vaporize, just like using a stimulant. It can be said to be a unique move of the Rubber Man. And this trick will consume life. Marine 6 Style's life return is different. The premise of this trick is that Grandmaster has all 6 styles. It can be said that it is an advanced version that integrates the 6 styles. You can freely control the body, hair, and internal organs, as long as the consciousness is poured in. You can freely control any place. This is equivalent to becoming a fighter machine. Even a single hair on the body has a huge lethality, while the speed, defense, attack power, resilience, etc. rise linearly. It does not consume life like Luffy's second gear. The original life return appeared on Rob Lucci for the first time, and it shined brightly. But there was no white mist floating all over his body like Oaks. Perhaps everyone has a different understanding of the return of life, and the resulting state will be different, but the essence is to improve combat power, defense power, resilience, and so on. The only certainty is that all people who have a life to return are almost those with strong physical skills. This is recognized by the sea. Among them, those who return their lives to the sky are the first Marine heroes Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, and the current Marine Marshal Kong Kong, and it can be confirmed that there are such strong people in the World Government CPO organization. Now in Naval Headquarters, most Vice Admiral that is not Demon Fruit Power will almost return their lives to Grandmaster 6 Style and 2-color Haki. After all, Vice Admiral is not only a job, but also a symbol of combat effectiveness. Chaos has always wanted to awaken and return his life. The 6 forms armed color, seeing and hearing color, and golden fruit are all on the right track. As long as they practice in which direction to the death, they will always become stronger. Now I have to return my life. Of course there is also Conquerors, and Cows doesn't know if he has that talent. You know Conquerors is a powerful weapon. My talent has been enhanced because of my traversal, and I am considered a unique genius, but that thing seems to be born with it. What kind of boldness is needed? It is a bit complicated. For Conquerors, Cows looks more open. Recklessly. But the return of life, armed color, seeing and hearing color, and the 6 types are different. It must be learned, and Grandmaster is also required. Boom! The surface under Oak's feet burst, forming a 5-meter spider web pit, which instantly appeared in front of Cows after splashing a large piece of gravel and mud. The big fist of the sandbag was wrapped in armed color, and the atmosphere exploded vigorously. Before Cows arrived, he could feel a strong wind. There was a deafening collision, and Cows clenched his fist, also dyed in armed color, and collided with Oaks in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the land broke, and a shock wave rolled up the surface to form a wave of radiation. Cows fluttered with his hair and shirt, while Oaks was expressionless, and his left hand clenched a fist and blasted out again. Cows laughed wildly, and blasted out the same punch. Bang bang bang! A big hole was left on the spot, and the two of them appeared 100 meters away and punched again. Several mangroves around were broken, and various mud ruins exploded. Before the pirates could see clearly, the two of them appeared at an altitude of 30 meters, their 2 elbows collided with each other, and the white clouds in the air washed away. The two shot out. Cows flipped a few backflips in the air, moved his feet deep in the ground, shaking his fists and feeling the passion of fighting. This kind of tough guy fighting to the flesh and full of hormones is the romance that a man should have. Chapter 43, Seeing who has stronger defenses. The surface burst in a radius of 10 meters, and Cows disappeared in place after leaving a smoke crater. At the same time, Oaks rushed out, looking up at the two people like streamers, and struck each other in the blink of an eye. Cows's hands were covered with black armed color, and Oaks was covered with steam and armed color. The elbow bombarded them, and the two looked at each other close at hand. Almost at the same moment, Cows and Oaks made a fist with their left hand and blasted out. The surrounding air seemed to be swept away, a shock wave was set off in the frantic dance, and the surrounding ground was lifted and sunken. The punch of the two of them was like a missile bombardment, and the collapsed crater under their feet continued to expand. Finger pistol! Finger pistol! Armed fingers clicked together, the two shot at a distance, and the next second they soared into the sky and collided in mid-air. Waves of ripples surrounded the two of them, the thick mangroves could not be resisted at all, and all of them broke and collapsed. It's getting more and more interesting. Cows laughed wildly with his black knees bumping. There was excitement and playfulness in those pretentious eyes. On the contrary, Oaks was very serious, his face was solemn. This golden emperor actually knows 6 forms. Bang bang! Rumble! The two disappeared in midair and appeared on the ground 20 meters. Their elbows collided with one blow and fired close to the ground. Everywhere they went, they exploded with smoke and miasma. When the traces were revealed, Cows made an uppercut and hit Oak's chin. The person raised his head and spouted blood on the spot. But Cows also received a left uppercut, and his whole body spit out blood to the left, and a large pit of more than 50 meters of spider web appeared instantly. Time seemed to slow down the battle. Cows supported the ground with his left hand, tilted his body and shot out with his feet like cannonballs. However, Oaks reacted quickly, pressing his elbow down and at the same time leaning his right foot back, rolling up a large piece of gravel and kicking it into the chest of Cows. Facing this kind of counterattack, Cows could only resist with his right hand. The fierce collision between the blasts caused a sensation. Case-Fay shot all the way and rolled. After leaving a huge gully, he flipped back and forth with his hands one after another, and finally his feet were sinking into the ground to relieve the strength. But Oaks soared into the sky, and stepped on moonwalk to control his body as the large drops of blood fell. Looking at each other at a high level, Cows smiled nervously, spit out the blood in his mouth, stepped forward and bent down slightly. The whole ground burst into a sensation, and Cows rose straight to Oaks. Tempest kick. Oaks quickly kicked both feet, forming a crescent-shaped slash of more than 20 meters, forming a crosscut one after another, and at the same time the whole person disappeared in the air. The surrounding airflow was exploding, and Cows's body shifted and avoided one after another. Cows, as if he had expected it, disappeared one step ahead of time and appeared behind Oaks, also sweeping the army with one foot. But it fell through. Only the afterimage of Oaks was swept. The air on his back exploded, and the corners of Cows's mouth rose proudly. Ha! After a series of afterimages wandering in the air, the two people attacked each other's afterimages each time. Seeing that Lu and Cher had reached the ultimate, they prejudged and evaded in advance, and quickly made a counterattack. This kind of silent confrontation is the most exciting and thrilling. Fast speed. Can't keep up at all. Is this Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? The Golden Emperor's melee ability is so strong. At this moment, all those who watched the show, looking up at the constant roar in the air, often could only glimpse the dissipated afterimage, and only those powerful pirates could see some details. The Golden Emperor is very arrogant. He doesn't use his abilities, but fights the Oaks with his physical skills. Is it because he thinks he can defeat the opponent with his physical skills? Many pirates looked up at the goddess. The death of the horned jacket made all the pirates understand that it was not an ornament. I admit that the Golden Emperor is very powerful, but it is impossible to defeat auxiliary in the physical arts. Marine 6 Styles is famous, and auxiliary is not a general marine vice admiral. That's not necessarily the case. Didn't you see the Golden Emperor know 6 forms? This is the most terrible thing. The exclamation and speculation of the pirates did not affect the battle. Call out. Rumble. At a height of 30 meters at the moment, Cows slammed down with his fists in both hands, and Jacket blocked his head with both hands. Along with a huge explosion, a small mushroom cloud rose, and all kinds of gusts rolled up the earth and rubble. Cows panted heavily in the air, and raised his feet to form a tempest kick in one fell swoop. In one fell swoop, he swept away the dust covering the clouds. You could see Oaks standing in the big pit with blood from the corner of his mouth, and steaming all over his body, staring at the card. OSS. The meteor hit the earth, and the ring shock wave appeared again. The dazzling afterimage collision, each hit is equivalent to a missile explosion. Puff. Cows flew out and broke many mangroves, and finally fell sideways in the town and kept rolling, and a large area of houses exploded and turned into rubble. There were many screams and screams one after another. Oaks followed him into the thick smoke, but in the next second a big hand suddenly grabbed his big foot, and then the center of gravity was out of control and was forcibly lifted, hitting the ground in one fell swoop to form a shock wave and lift the surrounding dust away. Even if Oaks held his head with his hands in an emergency and was covered in armed color, he couldn't help but spout blood. Bang bang! Cows was full of blood and grinned, clinging to Oaks' ankles and smashing them back and forth on the ground, and the surrounding debris continued to splash like bullets. At this moment, Oaks was full of blood and could not take any defense, forcibly twisted his right foot and swept towards Cow's head. At the critical moment, Cows evaded, but this also gave Oaks a chance. 6 Styles finger pistol. Oaks sullen his face, his hands are stained with armed color, the raised veins are like small snakes swimming, and his fingers are shining coldly like the tip of a gun. Cows didn't panic, his face even showed contempt. I saw the entire chest of Cows bulged and quickly gilded, and the armed color covered it to form a black gold. At the same time, the iron body was also used to form a triple defense of armed color, gilded, and iron body. He is confident that he can resist the opponent's attack. For this reason, his right fist clenched and rushed towards Oak's iron body. Facing the counterattack of cows, the Oak's attack remained unchanged, while also using iron body and armed color defense. This is going head to head, it depends on who has stronger defense and higher attack power. Boom! There was a heavy metal collision, and the attacks of the two fell on each other at the same time, and Cows showed a slight pain on his face, but Oak's entire face was distorted. And quickly turned his head and sprayed blood, forming a streamer and flying out to produce explosive screams. Chaos gritted his teeth and sank his feet deep into the ground, and he held up his black gold chest. The strength of the two defenses is obvious. Oak's is only a dual defense of iron body and armed color, while Cows has a triple defense of iron body, armed color, and golden. Call out! A fan-shaped shock wave formed behind him. Cows flew out to catch up with Oak's, and fell heavily into Oak's abdomen, then quickly rotated his body to make a roundabout kick. Before Oak's flew out, he grabbed his hair and kicked his knees heavily on the face. The sound of bone cracks continued to sound, and Cows emptied and pressed it down. The radius of a few hundred meters was sunken, and the huge shock wave continued to spread. But Cow's combined punch attack has just begun. Chapter 44. Garp is in his prime, he still wants to die. All kinds of mud and gravel splashed, and a huge gap continued to spread. Oak's couldn't suppress the impact, his face was painful and he broke many mangroves and buildings, and his image was very miserable. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in horror. Oak's spurted blood from his mouth and nose and forced his body to fall to one side, followed by a huge impact behind him, and saw Cows sinking his right foot in the mud, and the surface centered on him quickly sank. The flying sand and the rocks are full of neuroticism. Cough cough cough. Oak's rolled on the ground and coughed up blood constantly. Before he climbed up to a dangerous attack, he could only passively cross his hands in front of him. In a moment, a pitch-black whip leg was like a broken bamboo, and Oak's bloody face twitched, and then he couldn't control it again. Fly out! Marine lost. The Golden Emperor actually defeated Auxiliary with his physical skills. Damn it, too strong. Now as long as you are not blind, you can see that Auxiliary has lost. Under the swift and fierce attack of the Golden Emperor, you can only passively defend. If this continues, there will be no chance of a comeback. Shoo! There was only a blast in the air, and you could see that Oak's was like a ball, being kicked back and forth by the Golden Emperor. The miserable degree cannot bear to look directly. Too weak. Cows appeared out of thin air, and the excitement before it had now faded. Oak's was unable to hook out his desire to fight, but it was undeniable that the opponent was very strong, but he was still a bit worse than himself. With his right foot leaning back in pitch black, Cows intends to end the battle with one kick. He only needs a stronger opponent. As for whether this kick will die or not, it depends on good luck. If he doesn't die, he won't make another move. The air was turbulent and was emptied, and Cows's foot was like a broken bamboo, and the sound of breaking through the air could be felt from far away. Boom! The dull impact sounded abruptly, the huge impact broke and spread, a cloak of justice flew in the air pressure, Cows's somewhat embarrassed face changed drastically in vain, and his dark eyes shrank sharply. A big hand firmly grasped Cows's ankle, and the firm face that was close at hand was full of grimness. Not good. Cows was cold all over his body, all the hairs on his body were exploded, and he didn't want to gold quickly. At the same time, the armed color and iron body formed the thickest defense, holding his hands in front of him to meet the whip leg that swept over. Click! There was a very loud bone cracking sound, and Cows's complexion was distorted, and then he couldn't control his body at all with his mouth and nose spurting blood. It turned into a streamer and fell obliquely on the ground, pushing horizontally all the way to form a huge gully. As soon as he lay indefinitely, his face suddenly became its white. At this moment, in midair, Garp dropped Oak's on the ground and handed it to Marine, who had caught up. He strode towards Cows with his big hand. Hiss! Damn it, it's Monkey D. Garp. Run! Captain, retreat quickly. The Golden Emperor is over. The appearance of Garp caused all the pirates to jump in shock, and no one could calm down. If Garp shoots them, no one can escape. The biggest pressure on the scene was Cows. Standing up from the ruins, Cows looked at Garp, who was walking in steps. Although the opponent did not emit any aura, as each step approached, Cows felt a pressure on his shoulders, and his forehead could not be controlled. Live in a cold sweat. He didn't expect to meet so soon. Garp is now in his prime, and his short black hair is not white yet, in the peak state. Garp of this period, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is walking sideways on the sea. Without seeing it face to face, I couldn't feel the pressure at all. Hey! Cows took a deep breath. Even though he knew there was a huge gap with Garp, he still wanted to die. In his eyes, Garp is a wild beast. Although I am not afraid, I feel a little palpitating. Boom! The feet are heavy as if they were filled with lead. Cows walked towards Garp, and as the distance got closer, the air around him seemed to thicken. At the same time, the pressure that Cows felt became heavier, and even breathing seemed to become difficult. The actions of Cows made Garp very interested. The aura on his body began to actively arouse, like a group of invisible mountains, causing more and more cold sweat on Cows's face, and the ground under his feet began to sink, and his upper body began to bend down at the same time. Although this is not Conquerors, the pressure caused by the aura of a top powerhouse is almost substantial. Ding ding chiang! Cows transforms into gold from head to toe, and the goddess in the sky separates a strand of gold, forming a golden iron horse and entangled with her body, and quickly dyes her arms to form a black gold armor. Boom! When the two stopped 3 meters away, Cows also raised his aura to ultimate, but compared with Garp, it was the difference between a child and an adult. Haha, it seems that Oaks was not unfairly defeated, but I was met by the old man today, so you can spend the rest of your life in Impel Down. Garp put his arms around his shoulders, his coat of justice flying behind his back, grinning. At the same time, the momentum continued to fade, and the pirate in front of him was still a bit courageous, and he would surely be able to make a difference in the sea in the future. Whether it is a dragon or a worm, you just need to try it. Able to stand up to his aura and didn't run away for the first time, instead he stood up in front of him against difficulties. There are not many Marines or pirates in the new generation. Not always. Cows stood proudly, his black and gold vertical hair fluttering in the violent wind, and his eyes were sharper than ever. He must go all out to fight this guy, even if he knows that the result is bound to be defeated. As long as you can't kill yourself, you will definitely make yourself stronger. Fear, pressure, fear, these are all obstacles to the road to the strong. Kick it away and you will see the light. If you can't kick once, then kick twice and 3 times, and one day you will succeed. There are not many ruthless words, and Chaos takes the lead. Blinked and appeared in front of Garp, his right fist clenched mightily and slammed at Garp, but Garp just stretched out a hand to block it. Except for the cracked ground under his feet, he didn't take a step back at all. Cows's black and golden eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he turned his right foot and swept across the army. Garp still held his arms upright. Even if Cow's attack was extremely fast, it was useless. The ground under their feet continued to collapse and expand. Garp's coat was flying at extreme speed, and a shock wave fanned everything to destroy everything. The most important thing is that Garp was forced back. Chasing after victory, Cows appeared out of thin air in front of Garp and swept once again. Another fan-shaped shock wave appeared. Garp's body began to dissipate, and it turned out to be just an afterimage. Not good. There was a sound of air pressure on the right, and Cows could only defend passively. Puff! At the first moment of the collision, Cows spurted blood in his mouth and flew out, broke the mangroves and then hit the ground. He quickly turned over and grabbed the ground with both hands. A pair of Lang Jun's eyes showed the picture of Garp disappearing. Rumble. The surface exploded for more than 1,000 meters, and cows disappeared in the air and appeared in the air. Garp, who was looking down in the pit, kicked out 2 Tempest Kick in succession, but Garp just hit it and broke it in the air. There was wind in his ear again, and Cows's heart hung up, and he disappeared without thinking about it. 30 meters away, when Cows appeared with a whip leg facing him, he squatted down between the sparks and flints to avoid it, and at the same time quickly counterattacked a sweeping leg. But Garp moved faster, leaping off the ground and spinning around, turning his right arm around and swiping. Cows stopped in front of him with both hands, while pressing one knee against Garp's chest. A storm burst and swept across, and Cows moved out with 1 foot deep into the ground, his black and gold arms trembling uncontrollably. Garp blocked Cow's knee with his left hand, and stood on the ground with a backflip in the air. Chapter 45 The Flowing Armament Haki. Hey! Ko's chest was undulating, and his breathing was short. The gap, the huge gap. With just 2 short moves, Cows could feel the gap. The other party didn't even take it seriously. The black gold right hand leaned towards the sky, and the goddess who had stood still began to change, transforming from her feet to her head into a golden sword that pierced the clouds above the palm of Cows's hand. Cows took a step forward and swung his right hand down at Garp. Suddenly the sky neighed, and a large shadow covering the clouds seemed to open up. Boom! Rumble! The smaller half of the Sabayati archipelago began to shake, and a huge gap appeared in the entire area. The scenery revealed when the dust dissipated, so that the pirates who watched from the telescope from far away swallowed their saliva and looked shocked. Ko's eyes sank. At the end of the giant sword, Garp held the golden giant sword with one hand, standing on his head unable to sink a bit. The king's treasure. Cows rushed close to the ground and quickly rushed towards Garp, while the golden greatsword and the iron horse were shining with sparks, forming a sword, gun, sword, and halberd at Garp. The whole area is bombarded wildly, and the dust is covering the sky. Faced with this intensive attack, Garp laughed, and a dark green substance began to flow on the surface of his body, like a thick liquid. This is armament haki, a flowing haki. Known as emission in Wano Kuni, it is a sign of top armed colors. You can see those 18 weapons that were bounced off before they even touched Garp. Looking at the rushing cows, Garp grinned and slammed a punch in the air. The next moment the air was evacuated to form a shock wave, causing the ruined ground to turn into a chasm, and the mighty rushing towards Cows. Cows, who was forced to stop, was like facing the yellow river that had broken its embankment. Everything where the shock wave went was ashes and annihilated. Boom! Cows's pupils shrank sharply, and his right hand slammed on the ground. The flying 18 weapons formed huge golden gates, which turned into 5 defenses to stop him. Click! Without any accident, the first 3 golden gates were destroyed by Gula, and the 4th one exploded after only a stalemate for more than 30 seconds. Damn it! Cows supported the last golden door with his hands, his feet sunk deep into the ground and kept retreating. When visible to the naked eye, dense cracks were formed on it, and it would be forcibly broken in a short time. Shoo! Cows did not sit still, and the surrounding swords, guns, and halberds still shot at Garp, while constantly strengthening the golden door. This armament haki shock wave is really too powerful. Compared to Cows's blushing face, Garp couldn't be too relaxed. He didn't even bother with the golden weapons that were shot. Anyway, he was bounced off by the flowing armed color before he even got close. He clenched his right hand and blasted another punch out of the air. The previous gully widened sharply and hit the golden door in front of Cows in one fell swoop. Puff! Blood spurted from the mouth and nose, and the last golden door shattered, forming various golden meteors blasting around. Cows only felt a meteorite hit, and the whole chest heard the sound of bone cracking, which turned into golden streamers and exploded all the way. Again and again. The most solid defenses such as golden armed color, iron body, etc., are like tofu at this moment. At the end of the ruins, it was densely covered with dust, and Cows knelt on one knee and kept bleeding. His face was terrible and Byakugan was full of unwillingness and anger. The gap was bigger than he thought. His attack was not even close, and the defense was easily broken by the opponent, which made Cows's restless heart suddenly cool. It is still too early to fight against these strong men. Now that you know the gap between the two sides, there is no need to stay here. All the golden weapons hovered over the head, and finally separated into a skylock, piercing the dust and shooting towards Garp. In the face of these attacks, Garp made a fist, and the incomparably hard lock of the sky was torn apart. Following one after another, the locks of the sky flew out, and all kinds of swords, guns, swords, and halberds were escorted. But these still can't stop Garp. But my body! Garp Vice Admiral, run away! Damn it, I can't control myself. All the seamen who had been contaminated with gold powder flew towards Garp uncontrollably, swung their weapons towards Garp without money, or they would cling to Garp tightly. In short, it is delaying time. Cows didn't hesitate either. All the gold left was turned into an awl and stepped on it, soaring to the sky and quickly fleeing, without even leaving any cruel words. The broken sky locks and swords, guns, and halberds are considered gifts to Garp, as well as those uncontrolled seamen. In order to prevent Garp from catching up, those swords, spears, swords and halberds also attacked the Marines, and the Marines voluntarily moved forward. Even if Cows escaped, the locks of heaven, swords, and seamen were still attacking Garp. Unless it exceeds the range of Cows's vision, these cows can still be manipulated. This kind of remote control is simply tailor-made for retreat. As all the gold and a group of sea soldiers lost their ability to move, Garp watched the armed color on the horizon disappear. It's just that his face is very ugly, because there are a lot of corpses lying on the ground. The other party was already ready to escape. Very despicable. But very useful. Cows is not stupid. Marineford is so close to Sabayati Archipelago, you don't know how to die if you don't have a hand to die. At the same time, a large group of Marines rushed from a distance, directly under Garp. And Cusin. Garp Vice Admiral. Oaks was now covered in bandages, pale and weak. With the support of several Marines, he saluted Garp. Then everyone returned to Marine base. The news that Garp appeared in Sabayati Archipelago spread across the island. Many pirate groups ran away in a hurry, or low-key people, in short, a lot of peace. 10 minutes later. In Oaks's office, Garp put his feet on the desk and kept throwing donuts in his mouth, looking at the newspaper in front of him. Below, Aokiji, Oaks and many other vice admiral or adjutants also have a news report in their hands. It was the newspaper of a few months ago, and it was Cows's reward. How long will it take for the warship to be coated? Garp dropped the newsletter on his desk casually, chewing donuts and looking at the adjutant. He came to Sabayati Archipelago for the purpose of catching Roger, but he didn't expect that the guy would escape first. The Fishman Island was the place he went. This time he must catch that guy. Cows is just an episode. Maybe Garp will forget after today. As for the casualties of those Marines, Garp is actually used to it. It can also be said to be numb. This world is so f***ed up, life is like a waste of money. At least 5 hours. So long. Garp was a little unhappy. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marineford. A whole Garp. Sitting on the chair, Sengoku yelled, then frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. The crane below is also meditating. What they are holding is Sabayati Archipelago's intelligence, the most important of which is the Ceratops jacket, and the Golden Emperor Gaia Cows. It seems that Golden Lion is eyeing the Roger pirates. Sengoku rubbed his forehead. If it was just a horned jacket, he didn't pay attention to it. The most important thing was the guy involved behind jacket. Now that the flying pirates are expanding vigorously, Marine can't just sit back and watch. In addition, the Roger Pirate Group is getting stronger and stronger. If Golden Lion really incorporates the Roger Pirate Group, the Flying Pirate Group will be even more powerful, and I am afraid it will be more difficult to deal with in the future. What do you think of this Golden Emperor? He did not lift his head, looking at the information thoughtfully. Not only can it kill the Horned Jacket, but also defeat the Oaks. It's not bad. But next, you may have to face the pursuit of the Flying Pirates. With the domineering character of Golden Lion, you can either take it away or kill it. Sengoku didn't take it too seriously either, because if nothing else, the Golden Emperor would only have a dead end, unless he found a strong shelter. Golden Lion will not kill him. Crane's face was serious. Chapter 46 I'm not afraid. Unsurprisingly, the devil fruit of the Golden Emperor should be that one. Crane's words made Sengoku frowned, and his face began to look ugly. Golden fruit. Pretty close. Crane put down the information with a solemn expression. This devil fruit cannot fall into the hands of Golden Lion, otherwise his power will expand faster. Whether it is Sengoku or Crane, it is clear what the golden fruit represents. If the Golden Emperor is conquered by the Golden Lion, it means that the Flying Pirates will get a lot of wealth, and it will be easier to recruit troops at that time. The most fundamental bond of a huge power is money. In the Devil Fruit illustrated book, Golden Fruit is not the most powerful, but it is the most important. Especially for a power. Master Gold Golden Fruit means that you can easily find gold buried in all parts of the world, which is equivalent to Master's wealth in the world economy. Any careerist will not let it go. And the Golden Fruit has not appeared for a long time. As soon as it appears now, it will surely arouse the prying eyes of many careerists, strategists, and other kingdom forces. It's late. Sengoku sighed, it was too late to dilute it now. It can be expected that the Golden Emperor will become famous in the next few days. Just because the Ceratops Jackets is the captain of the 20th Fleet of the Flying Pirates, everything involved with the Flying Pirates means that there is huge news. This matter can no longer be suppressed. Apart from other things, it is said that the Golden Emperor has a pile of golden mountains, which is enough to make cows a household name in the sea. Don't you all come out for wealth, fame, and power? With such a big golden mountain, even buying a kingdom is easy. Wealth is touching, not just talking. Since the news can't be suppressed, then push it. He knocked on the desk with one hand and soon had a response plan. You're thinking. With just a look, Sengoku understood Tsuru's plan. It's a pity to be a pirate. Crane nodded first, then looked at the reward and his gaze became fierce. The next day, a news report spread to the sea. Extra! Extra! The captain of the 20th Fleet of the Flying Pirates, offering a reward of 330 million Bailey's Ceratops Jackets, was killed by the Golden Emperor at the Sabayati Archipelago. The Golden Emperor called out the Golden Lion to take his head. The Golden Emperor's reward rose from 123 million to 567 million. Golden Emperor Gaia Cows, Paramecia Golden Fruit Ability, 2-color Haki, 6 style. Paramecia Golden Fruit, the richest devil fruit, has the ability to transform its physique into gold, manipulate gold, and survey gold across the ground. The Golden Emperor once manipulated gold worth tens of billions of Baileys to fight. As long as he controls the Golden Emperor, he can become the richest man in the world. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In just one day, the reputation of the Golden Emperor spread all over the world, Grand Line, and New World. Almost all the pirates looked at the newspaper greedily. The picture above was a picture of cows standing in the palm of the goddess. The 50-meter-high goddess was golden and full of temptation. In particular, as long as you control the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world. This is the same as becoming a one-piece king in the future era of big pirates. It has a very strong impact. The era of big pirates has not yet begun. All people who go to sea as pirates are all for wealth, women, power, and fame, and now wealth is in front of them. Just control the Golden Emperor. With money, it is equivalent to having power, women, and fame, and even the world. There is nothing money can't do in recruiting soldiers. The whole sea is crazy. Now the Golden Emperor is the one piece of the future. That is a naked treasure. I don't know how many pirate groups began to turn around and head to the Grand Line. A certain sea area in New World. 10,000 meters high in the sky. All kinds of strange islands of hundreds of meters, kilometers, and even tens of thousands of meters are suspended in the sky, and the star-robed chess is like a fairyland. Especially the closer to the center, the larger the island. This is different from Sky Island. Sky Island is suspended in the air because of the White Sea, but these islands are suspended in the air without the White Sea, as if there is some mysterious power and force field. These islands are very strange. There are islands full of water and islands full of rocks. In short, all kinds of islands are suspended in the air, and they look beautiful. There are rainbows across the back of some islands. There are many birds, such as white cranes, and the roar of beasts from the jungle. The picture keeps getting closer, and there is a large island among the various islands located in UZ. The building complex above is endless. The towering, tall, luxurious, and magnificent, the front is a huge square. From time to time you can see many pirates. At the moment, there is a gathering in the most central palace, and at a glance, the past was full of famous big pirates. The lowest reward for those who can sit here is more than 300 million Baileys. The closer to the throne, the higher the reward. At the same time, the strength is stronger. However, the original lively banquet is now a bit quiet, and many big pirates are looking at the newspaper in their hands. And on the forefront of the throne, sat a domineering man looking at everything, and all over his body revealed a domineering man with the lion roaring across the sea and the desire to swallow the world. He is the legendary big pirate Golden Lion Shiki in the future. He will soon threaten and try to attract Roger, destroy Marineford with a single horse, and let Sengoku and Garp work together to defeat the super-strong existence. In terms of current fame, Golden Lion Shiki is a well-deserved overlord. Whitebeard, Lonely Red, Roger, and others are incomparable. During this period, the Golden Lion was vigorously attempting to rule the entire sea. Regardless of power or strength, they all stand at the top of the pyramid. He did not lose his legs, nor did he put the rudder on his head, which means that his strength is not restricted in any way. He can look down upon the heroes, and he can also face the world. Jahahaha. Golden Fruit Ability. Golden Lion looked at the newspaper in his hand, smoking a cigar and laughing constantly. Admiral, give me 10 days, I will bring you the Golden Emperor. At the banquet table below, a man with 3 beards and a blind left eye, finished his bowl of wine in one sip, and looked at the Golden Lion who was laughing wildly. The captain of the 15th Fleet, Lone Wolf Spanda, has a reward of 710 million, Zoan K9 Fruit Dachshund form. 10 days? I only need 5 days. There was a voice of contempt. It was a big man with a topless body, a muscular bulge 6 meters high, and a lush chest hair. The captain of the 13th Fleet, Donkey Kong Omit, has a reward of 960 million, Zoan Ancient Species Vatra form. Flop. As soon as Donkey Kong Omit finished speaking, a sneer came from the seat next to him. This is a coquettish woman wearing a 3-point style with a variety of styles, smearing purple lipstick, and the 2 E-class weapons are constantly trembling with a chuckle. Christos, what are you laughing at? Donkey Kong Omit was full of anger, and compared to Christos, he was a beast and a beauty. If you look closely, you will find that Donkey Kong Omit is a little afraid of this woman. This woman is no one else, she is the captain of the 12th Fleet, the title of Cruel Queen Christos, who is offering a reward of 1.5 billion, Paramecia. Like to kill enemies, looks coquettish and sexy, but Sassari is a snake-hearted. The cruel methods are among the best in the entire flying pirate group. Chapter 47. The whole world doesn't know how many people want to enslave him. Haha. A golden emperor needs such attention. The horned dragon is embarrassing enough to be killed by a pirate who offered a reward of 123 million. He, the captain of the fleet, has lost our identity. Playka, now the golden emperor is 567 million. 567 million? A lot. Okay, don't make any noise. The whole banquet hall was noisy and noisy. There was a fierce noise from the third row. An ugly woman with a centipede scar on her face, a fat body and a height of 7 meters, glanced across the room coldly with her eyebrows, and she suddenly made noise. The crowd was depressed. The captain of the Third Fleet, Queen Cray, and Paramecia Bone Fruit ability, offered a reward of 1.610 billion. Despite the fierce and ugly face, the combat effectiveness ranks third among the 20 fleet captains of the entire flying pirate group. There are 2 more places in front of Kara, but they are now vacant. Not surprisingly, it should be the positions of the First Fleet Predator Exos and the Second Fleet Captain Horn-Nose King Rubit. After all, the seats for the entire banquet are arranged according to their ranks. Gudong. Gudong. Kahira raised the wine bowl in front of him, drank it, and exhaled. Very rude. I will catch the Golden Emperor myself. Kahira looked rude and fierce on the surface, but he was not a foolish fool. She knew what Golden Lion wanted. The Golden Emperor's ability is very important to them, and anyone with a little brain can see it. It's just a Golden Emperor, you don't need to be dispatched. In the 5th position, the charming idol Groat spoke up. He is an exceptionally handsome and well-mannered man with smooth blonde long hair and wearing aristocratic clothes. It is hard to tell that it is a great pirate who is offering a reward of 1.556 million. The Golden Emperor is very handsome, and his concubine deserves it. In the 11th position, a woman with colorful long hair, wearing a pony jacket and short shorts, a perfect face supported by one hand, bright and big eyes flashing, Sakura's peachy mouth is raised and very lazy, like a fairy. Crime. Xiangfei Jessica, the captain of the 11th Fleet, is a veritable beauty pirate. A reward of 1.193 million, Paramecia Bubble Fruit ability. Mantra, concubine body. Although the person is very beautiful, but the character is extremely sly and cruel. Like all kinds of handsome men, all men will be killed after a night of romance. There are a total of 20 fleet captains in the Flying Pirates, and there are 5 female pirates in total. Captain of the Third Fleet, Queen Kahira. Captain of the 8th Fleet, Black Widow Eliza. Captain of the 9th Fleet, Jelly Queen Anne. Captain of the 10th Fleet, Witch Loria. Captain of the 11th Fleet, Xiangfei Jessica. Captain of the 12th Fleet, Cruel Queen Christos. It can be seen from this ranking that these 6 female pirates are also ranked high in the entire flying pirate group. Belongs to the upper reaches. But now there are only 4 people in the hall. Jahahaha. You don't have to fight, the Golden Emperor will be handed over to Spanda. I will give you 10 days. I want to see the Golden Emperor here. Remember to be alive. The Golden Lion took a sip of his cigar, spit out the smoke, and looked at the lone wolf Spander, the captain of the 15th Fleet. Yes, Admiral. Spanda, who had only one eye, stood up and poured the spirits in the bowl with one sip, and then walked towards the outside of the hall, and it seemed to him that it was easy to catch the Golden Emperor. Grand Line, a snowy island. In the town tavern, there is a man in the corner with a dark green hood and unable to see his face. Looking at the news. Golden Emperor, Golden Fruit. There was a hint of excitement in the self-talking. With the help of the dim light, he could inadvertently see that the man had no eyebrows, which made him look a bit vicious. A breeze rolled up the news, and the man disappeared in the next second. At almost the same moment, many people all over the world were holding newspapers. As the protagonist, Cows is now in the mangrove area at number 66 Sabayati Archipelago. There are marine stations, government entrances, and exits in this area from 60 to 69. It is the most peaceful and safe area in Sabayati archipelago. But Cows was on the roof of a pub now, swaggering in his chair, drinking coffee, and reading the news. The most dangerous place is the safest place. So after escaping last time, Cows carefully changed the direction and returned to Sabayati archipelago. Fortunately, Garp didn't take him seriously. Once the warship was coded, he couldn't wait to go to the Fishmen Island to pursue the Roger pirates. Upon closer inspection, Cows's face was still a little pale, and it was clear that his injuries had not yet recovered. When did I say to take the head of the Golden Lion item? 57 million, which is very reasonable. Cows looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the news reported in it made him curl his lips. He felt a strong malice. Marine's malice towards him. Not only did he clean up his information, but he was still killing him. Now there is no need to think about it or know that many people from the outside world are eyeing him. As long as you control the Golden Emperor, you can become the richest person in the world. Also take the head of the Golden Lion. No matter how you look at these news, they are attracting hatred. Marine is going to kill someone with a knife. Cows squeezed his chin subconsciously, but he didn't really hate this kind of news. From the side, he is now a sweet potato, almost everyone knows in the sea. There must be a name. The next step is to deal with various pursuits, and the difficulty mode directly rises to the hell mode. After all, he still embarked on the road of the world's enemy. Then let the storm come harder. After reading the news, Cows leaned back on his chair, took a sip from time to time while holding his coffee with his legs upright. He looked at the streets where people came and went in the distance, and all kinds of thoughts collided in his mind. This brief encounter with Garp made Cows aware of the gap with the top players. Especially armament haki used by Garp. He almost destroyed his attack and defense, and the two armed colors were compared, and Cows couldn't bear to look directly at him. I need to improve haki as soon as possible, or awaken to life and return to the golden fruit. Cows has a sense of urgency, especially now it is almost universally enemy. The whole world does not know how many people want to enslave him. This time it was a little bit noisy. The limelight is exhausted. The trouble is not small. But it's exciting. It's also very emotional. For the next 2 days, Cows was very low-key. And would dress up in disguise when he went out. But after the injury recovers, it will be different. He felt like he was doing it again. Mangrove Area number 5 is mainly human trafficking shops, auctions, illegal areas, etc. A bubble car was slowly driving down the street. Cows was wearing an open-chested white shirt, showing his strong 8-pack ABS, and a pair of colorful Madara beach pants. The earrings are pendant with small sword gold earrings, and one of the vertical hairs is dyed gold. He was wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar in his mouth. At first glance, it is indeed somewhat different from the photos in the Bounty News. For example, if the earrings are changed from a small knife to a small sword, the black vertical hair is even simpler. It only needs to be partially golden, and the color is slightly lighter, which is equivalent to burning your head. There are a lot of sunglasses in the streets and alleys. Cigars were learned by Cows in the past 2 days. In his previous life, he actually smoked, but he was not very addicted to cigarettes. In the past 2 days, he returned to his old business, upgrading from the ordinary cigarettes he smoked in his previous life to cigars. Just like this, there is quite a rich and gangster fan. Temperament leveraged. Very vulgar. But with the handsome face and golden ratio figure of Cows, as well as that arrogant and defiant temperament, this is not bad. Chapter 48. You are almost beaten to death last time. Shoo. Kill. Stop lousy and shoot. Ah. Slowly walking down the street, Cows has seen waves of robbery or raging drama. Areas 1 to 29 can only be said to be the most chaotic. Pirates, thugs, gangsters, and thieves can be seen everywhere. There are also some slave hunting groups that specialize in single-handedly. Just now Cows saw 3 fierce men, carrying sacks in the street in broad daylight, and arranging people in the street. Unfortunately, he met a ruthless man and killed the 3 in the blink of an eye. The ugliest situation can be seen everywhere. This is the case during the day, let alone at night. What? Chaos, who had a comfortable face and exhaled smoke rings, suddenly looked in one direction. He perceives a familiar aura in the sight and color. This guy hasn't left Sabayati archipelago. The bubble car shifted its direction, and Cows dashed directly into the alley. The breath was a bit far away, in the area of number 8 mangroves. Boy, robbery. Hand over your money. As soon as he entered the alley, 5 mobs armed with knives and guns surrounded Cows. All of them looked at the wolf and the sheep. Ha. Cows didn't bother to take a look, as if no man's land continued to move forward, and the 5 thugs all fell to the ground, with cruel smiles on their faces. A blood hole appeared on everyone's forehead, white and red liquid was dripping, and the body was still twitching from time to time. Slowly spending more than 10 minutes, Cows came from the number 5 mangrove area to the number 8 area, during which he encountered 7 waves of various robberies. The dazzling sunlight cast down, and Cows came to a wide field. Not far away, more than 30 pirates were besieging one person. Damn Logia! The captain will be armed and will shoot for cover. Desert knife! Ah! My hand, save me! The entire venue was chaotic. It was Crocodile who was surrounded by more than 30 pirates. Cows thought that this guy had already left, but he didn't expect to be still in Sabayati archipelago. Hey! Cows taps his cigar. Although Crocodile is still very young, Logia is indeed the strongest devil fruit in the early period. Thief! Fortunately, the captain of this pirate regiment would be armed, otherwise it would have been destroyed by the Crocodile regiment. Cows didn't plan to leave the field either, leaning on the bubble car with his feet on the steering wheel, watching the fight lazily. I knew I should have brought some peanuts and melon seeds, and now I have a soul by eating melon seeds and watching this situation. After almost half an hour, Cows yawned several times before Crocodile solved all the pirates. It's just that the methods are a little cruel. The pirates have all turned into corpses, and the dirt and sand on the ground have also become deserts. It is estimated that if you want to regrow plants, it will be impossible without 4 or 5 years. This guy Crocodile is good at destroying the environment. After solving all the pirates, Crocodile gasped heavily and did not leave for the first time, but looked at Cows. Cows appeared swaggering from the beginning, watching the battle up close. There is no hidden meaning at all. It's you. A piece of sand condensed 3 meters from Cows. Crocodile also observed for several minutes before recognizing Cows. It's your savior anyway, should you respect your tone? Cows propped his face with one hand, looking sideways at Crocodile, very lazy. Crocodile's gaze under the sunglasses was not real. Humph, even if you don't take action, I can run away. Crocodile snorted, summed Sundara, obviously not appreciative. Can you be a real person? You were almost beaten to death last time. Crocodile, who is still a hairy boy, is really cute. I will remember this favor, and I will definitely return it to you in the future. Crocodile's face was dark, his hands clenched tightly with an urge to give this guy a punch. There is no reason, but it is very upset. You don't need to pay it back, just follow me in the future. You should be thankful that you are still young, and you should be able to become a big boss instead of becoming a disabled person in the future, and give Pig's Knuckles experience. Chaos waved his hand, very disgusted. Now Crocodile is at most 18 or 9 years old. He has not yet battled with Douglas Bullet, the descendant of the devil, nor has he challenged Whitebeard, his hands have not broken, and the path of life has not been finalized. Cows is confident that Crocodile will be more dazzling than the original under his cultivation. At any rate, it is also Logia, unreasonably weaker than Sakazuki, Polosalino, and Kyuzen. If the original book is long and crippled, you can make a few gestures with various big figures. If this is cultivated by him, you can't fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? But if he wants to become the most arrogant man in the world, how can he not have his own little brother and influence? What are you kidding? Crocodile cast his eyebrows coldly, seeing that the posture was ready to move. This guy wanted to subdue himself as a subordinate, which was an insult to him. He is the person with the strongest logia ability, Crocodile, who is destined to become famous and become the overlord of the sea. How can he be a younger brother? Crocodile was anxious and angry. Young people are very angry, basically they are arrogant and arrogant. They have not encountered any setbacks, so they are a little immature. Is the pirate world talking about fighting and killing? Mistaken. It's about humanity and sophistication, and fight backstage. If I were you, I would definitely run away right now, or I would lower my head. This world is cruel, what do you think? Chaos took off his sunglasses, squinted his eyes and smiled gently. Arc moon-shaped dunes. Crocodile's face changed sharply, his reaction ability was quick, and he took the lead without thinking about it. In this case, the opponent obviously won't let him go. If that's the case, it's better to start first. The desertification of the right arm forms a huge crescent-shaped sand blade. As long as it touches a flesh and blood body, it will absorb the water and become a dry corpse specimen. The corpses of the pirates in the distance are the best evidence. I have to say that Crocodile is so fierce that even if cows rescued him, he launched a fatal blow. Very ruthless. It's no wonder that I can survive in this era of great waves and sand and become 7 warlords of the sea. Call out. Cows disappeared into the bubble car, and the next second Crocodile's hair exploded. Before he could become elemental, the whole big face was twisted and hideously in vain, and he couldn't help bending down and spouting blood, his eyes filled with pain. The ground exploded and formed a hole, and the sound of tearing the eardrum sounded. Crocodile flew out and broke the mangroves, causing a large explosion and lying in the gravel. Cows has vertical golden hair and flying earrings, and his hands are neatly inserted in kabuto. With the dark and slender right foot retracted, Cows disappeared into the spot out of thin air. As for the bubble car behind it, it has been destroyed by Crocodile's arc-shaped sand dunes. Cough cough cough. In the ruins, Crocodile blushed and couldn't help spurting blood again, and the entire collar was wet. I got up very embarrassed, feeling that the intestines in the entire abdomen were mixed together. Obviously this kick is very uncomfortable. Before he could breathe, a new crisis came again. Crocodile immediately elementalized and formed fine sand leaving the pit. The next moment a violent explosion fanned off the ground, eventually forming the goba for a long time. Cows revealed his body and watched the fleeing wind and sand kicked it out, wrapped in a black meniscus-shaped tempest kick, and went forward. Chapter 49. I've been playing with Heartbeat all my life. Rocks and mud continued to splash, and the black tempest kick was like a broken bamboo, leaving a smooth ravine in one fell swoop and blasting into the flying sand, forcing Crocodile to forcibly form a body and roll to the ground. You can see an extra wound on the left arm, dripping with blood. Damn armed color. Crocodile turned pale, gritted his teeth and shot out again. The opponent's ability to kill the horned jacket is simply not something he can deal with now. But just more than 10 meters out, a black whip leg came on the face. I don't know when Cows appeared first, but it was still the contempt of Kabuto with his hands in his face. Desert King Kong knife. Crocodile roared, his hands turned into huge sand blades, and he slashed at the whip leg that Cows swept over in one fell swoop. There is no imaginary shocking collision, but some are just destroying the ancients. The King Kong sword stood in a stalemate for only a moment, and was immediately kicked off mercilessly, but Crocodile was elementalized in the moment, and escaped dangerously. But before he could stand firm, Cows appeared out of thin air on the left and kicked again. Crocodile's face was distorted for the first time, his whole body was bent into shrimps, his ribs were constantly clicking, and the blood in his mouth spurted out. The ground was torn to pieces in an instant, and Crocodile flew out and lay in the ruins, with no backhand strength. Shoo! The afterimage of cows continued to explode, erratic left and right and quickly approached. Desert Sword. Crocodile refused to admit defeat, and his hands were stained with blood and slapped on the ground, forming a sand blade that continuously rushed towards cows, but this kind of attack was invisible under the color of sight and hearing. It can be seen that all those sand blades just cut off the afterimage of cows. The sound of fast-moving breaking through the air kept coming, and Crocodile glared, bloodshot in his eyes. He is the person with the strongest Logia ability, and he was forced to this point for the second time. But now no matter how angry it is, nothing can change. Cows flashed up close at hand, still sweeping across the army without any surprises. Crocodile had only time to block his hands in front of him, and then the whole person exploded, forming a storm of sand and quickly fled. Rumble. The explosion continued to spread, and Crocodile revealed his body from elementalization, with a painful face falling to the ground, and the ground sank in a radius of 50 meters, forming a big hole in the blink of an eye. Cows stood on the edge of the big pit and stretched out his index finger to gently press down. The sky exploded, and 10 golden swords, guns, swords, and halberds fell from a height of 1,000 meters. They all aimed at Crocodile and exploded in the air, turning into a large piece of golden powder covering the entire pit. Crocodile can only watch all this, his body can't recover for a while, now there is only pain and numbness. As the golden powder dyed Crocodile gold, Cows took out a cigar with a pinch of his index finger and thumb, and then his index finger was like a hot red soldering iron, and the cigar ignited as soon as it touched it. A new application of finger pistol. Very fancy. Also very trendy. This dazzling way of lighting a cigarette is really not something ordinary people can think of. Or can have. Cows lit his cigar and blew it on his index finger, and then the red index finger returned to normal. Then Cows fluttered with a wave, and Crocodile, who was stuck in the mud, began to fly to Cows in the air uncontrollably. The rest of the golden powder reintegrated into one body, turning into a few swords, spears, swords and halberds flying upside down beside Cows. What did you do to me? Crocodile is panicking now. Cows didn't answer, he held the cigar in his mouth and gently waved his hands to the side. The next moment Crocodile stood in the air in a large font, like the fish on the chopping board can only be slaughtered. Cows stretched out a gold long sword and fell into his hand automatically, then dyed the armor color and stabbed Crocodile's heart without hesitation. A fatal crisis hits his face, and Crocodile's entire soul seems to have fallen into an ice cellar. Will die. He really will die. Boom. Crocodile had a strong desire to survive. It exploded and formed fine sand scattered on the ground. Finally, it escaped 5 meters and could not maintain the elementalization. After forcibly recovering his body, he knelt on the ground and coughed up blood continuously. He was hurt a bit badly. God's manipulation is really useless. Cows frowned and looked at the scattered gold powder on the ground, which was surprisingly separated from Crocodile's body. Since the development of the control of the gods, as long as any creature is invaded by gold powder, the power of life and death is in the hands of Cows. In fact, Cows is prepared for this trick to be useless for Logia abilities. After all, Logia abilities can be elementalized, and they can completely drain the gold powder from the body. And the manipulation of the gods of Cows is through which gold powder enters the human body to achieve manipulation. Since the gold powder can be discharged from the body, it naturally loses its effect. It's not just Logia-capable people, it's probably useless for those who are armed and powerful, and there are strong people who will return their lives. He was just experimenting just now to avoid making mistakes in the future. Jingle bell. Knives, guns, swords, and halberds collided to form a lock of the sky. One end was held by Cows, and the other end shot at Crocodile like Lion Majesty, and quickly dyed black and gold. Even if Crocodile was once again elementalized, it was forced out of the body and tied up. Standing again in front of Cow's, Crocodile's heartbeat slowed a few beats. Isn't this guy trying to subdue him? Why did you kill him just now? He could really feel that if he wasn't elementalized just now, he would definitely die. 2 ways, choose by yourself. 10 seconds. A smoke ring came out of Cow's nostrils, leaving Crocodile a sideways, looking into the distance thinking about the next plan. At this moment, Crocodile's big back head was messed up on his head, his mouth was full of blood and his face was pale. Seeing Cow's profile face was so angry that this guy's attention was not on him at all, it was no different from ignoring him. 2 ways. Either live or die. How to choose? Crocodile gritted his teeth. Although his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, the reality was still so cruel. He can't change any ending. Come, talk about your choice. After almost 5 minutes, Cow's regained his senses and looked at Crocodile. This thought gave Crocodile a few more minutes. Little did he realize that the extra few minutes made Crocodile even more tortured. Aren't you afraid that I'll just give in for a while? Crocodile still wanted to struggle a bit, trying to save the country. I just like those despicable, ambitious, cruel rebels. After all, to suppress these talents will have a sense of accomplishment, so I advise you, don't try to kill me without 100% certainty, otherwise the end will be very tragic. Cow's grinned, his white teeth gleaming with cold light. Although he was smiling, Crocodile had a sense of horror inexplicably. This guy is either a madman or an arrogant man. Or conceited. You will regret this. Crocodile snorted. He seems to have seen hope. After all, arrogant guys generally don't live long. You do not understand. I play with excitement and heartbeat all my life. Lao Shat, your pattern is too small. Cows looked at Crocodile pitifully, he felt lonely as snow. I don't know when I will meet someone who understands him. Chapter 50. After an hour. Number 8 Mangrove Area. A brilliantly decorated pub. It was still the rooftop, and Cows put his feet on the table, holding red wine in one hand, and flicking cigarette ash in the other, looking towards the distant street, not knowing what he was thinking. Opposite Crocodile sullenly eats, wearing a white bandage. He compromised after all. But he will not give up hope. As long as he has the opportunity, he will wash away the shame. Take a good rest today, and go to Marine Base tomorrow. I need a little sea stone. Standing up from his seat, Chaos finished his glass of red wine and did not intend to go to New World. Instead, I want to get some sea stone from Marine and use it for practice. Although sea stone is the nemesis of capable people, it is also a kind of training aid. In addition to making the devil fruit ability temporarily unable to use the ability, it also makes the capable person lose strength. In addition, the sea stone is extremely hard, comparable to diamonds. The key is that sea stone is also divided into purity. The purer the sea stone, the stronger the suppressor. But demon fruit power can be cultivated with sea stone. Although it cannot restore devil fruit's ability, it can invalidate the suppressive effect of losing strength. Like 4 emperors, sea stone does not actually have much effect. The only effect is to invalidate devil fruit's ability, but it can't make these people lose their strength. We must know that in addition to devil fruit's great power, physical skills or physical fitness are top-notch for this level of power. Devil fruit's abilities cannot be used, but physical skills can. Cows wanted to smooth out this weakness, so as not to stumble in the future. In addition, many forums in the previous life said that when Luffy played Kaido, he used sea stone to cultivate armament haki. I don't know if it is true or not. This is also another purpose of Cows using sea stone to cultivate, wanting to quickly upgrade his armed color. Due to the slowness and delay of the anime update, Cows just saw where Luffy defeated Katakuri, and the rest of the episodes have been raising. I usually swipe the phone on Baidu and browse the forum posts to understand the trend of the plot. For example, the armed color emission, cows learned about it through forums. It seems to be very cowhide. It can be destroyed from the inside without touching the opponent, and the armed color can flow around the body like a water stream, and the special effects are very high. If nothing else, the armed color that Garp showed last time should be hacky at the level of emission, or even above it. Many pirate fans also divided a level for armed S**X. The first stage is just awakening and can only be partially covered. It belongs to the stage of hardening. In the second stage, the armed color can be wrapped around the weapon, which belongs to this stage. The third stage is to change the shape of the weapon to form a shock wave. The solid water chestnut is distinct, and it can wrap the armed color in the air, which belongs to the stage of external release. In the fourth stage, armament hacky is like a 3D flowing liquid, which can penetrate the surface of the object and directly damage the inside of the object. Very general, after all, these levels are guessed by pirate fans, and the official has not given clear data. The first stage and the second stage are easy to understand. But the third stage is a bit bells and whistles. For example, changing the weapon form appeared in the One Piece special, Adventure on the Island of Mist. It was a Marine Vice Admiral named Kong Ming. It's just an ordinary feather fan, which can be turned into various weapons through armed colors, and it is extremely lethal. This means that a piece of grass, branches, or hair can be turned into 18 weapons through armed colors, which is a bit too much. There is no need to explain the shock wave, it is a purely armed shock. There is also Katakuri's armed color, which looks like a solid when it is used, and the water chestnuts are distinct. Such as these should be a kind of advanced use of armed color. In addition to these four-stage classification, there are also many pirate fans who retorted below. Especially emission. Some pirate fans gave different opinions, thinking that emission is not the strongest armed color, it is just a use of force and skill. After all, in the chapter of Wano Kuni, armament hacky is called emission. Maybe the third stage is the peak of armed S**X. After all, it contains the effects of shock waves, clear solid water chestnuts, changing the shape of weapons, and so on. Emission is just a title, not a level, just a different application technique. But there is no denying the fact that internal destruction is very boastful. These levels are only roughly subdivided, and to put it bluntly are guesses. In the later stage of One Piece, they are all conquerors, armed colors, and seeing and hearing colors, and the use of various armed colors is also fancy. Luffy, the king who has become the 5 emperors, and also owns conquerors, can be very difficult to deal with a few small soldiers. It takes a few minutes to breathe just for breathing. Cows didn't think too much, anyway, he just refined his armed appearance to death. No matter how many stages you are in, as long as you are stronger and tougher than the enemy. Do you know? Crocodile stopped eating and looked at Cows like an idiot, but Cows interrupted before he finished speaking. How do you call it? Boss. Crocodile's face was dark, and it was difficult to change his name. He took a deep breath and increased his tone and continued, now there are many people who want to catch you, and it's very close to Marine Ford. Isn't it too arrogant for us to go to Marine Base? Crocodile felt that Cows was dying. I don't understand the current situation at all. If it hadn't been for this guy, he would have controlled it to dig gold for himself. To obtain the Golden Emperor now is to obtain wealth, power, women, fame, and even the world. It can be imagined that the situation of Cows is that everyone wants to integrate Cows into his body. Swagger. Lao Tzu pursues high profile and swagger. Cows looked at Crocodile contemptuously, and said unceremoniously, follow me, your life will be colorful, I know you are not a fearful man, otherwise you will not become disabled in the future. You call me boss, and I will protect you. Now let go of your guts, otherwise you won't be able to keep up with my footsteps, and you can only get rid of it. Crocodile didn't know what to say. He felt that Cow's spirit was a little abnormal, and he liked to speak big words. Wonderful life? I am afraid that I will not wander into the sea in the future. Still shelter me? Maybe they won't live for more than a month. Are you courageous? What a joke. Crocodile's face was uncertain. He seemed to see the sad days of rats crossing the street and everyone screaming and beating. His heart is higher than the sky, but he is not stupid. IQ is still online. The guy in front of him is sweet and delicious, and all the forces on the sea want to take a bite, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the enemy of the world. I followed him, but it didn't end well. The more Crocodile thinks about it, the cooler it gets. He is not yet 20, and he shouldn't have died so early. Lao Shat, it's time for you to go out. Just when Crocodile's heart was cold, Cow's was smoking a cigar and standing on the edge of the roof, with vertical blonde hair and an open-chested shirt fluttering in the wind. What? Crocodile recovered and didn't understand what Cow's meant. The above speculations about armament hacking are all found on the internet. Please leave a message if you have any contradictions or comments. I will absorb more views from the other side.